Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome to the World Othello Championships here in Rome. I'm joined here with Guy Plowman, no relation, we just share the same face, and Murakami.
Yes, I'm from Japan.
And we will be bringing you your coverage of the first game today, or the first round. Do you know who's on the top table? Or the table that we're watching?
Murakami knows how to pronounce them better than I do. The top table is...
Kurita Seiya and Kawazoe Osuke. Kawazoe Osuke is the junior champion of Japan. In Japan, several hundreds players participated in the Junior Grand Prix, and Kawazoe was the winner of this tournament. He won six games to win this tournament.
Right, so we've got the Japanese juniors are notoriously strong, and the Japanese seniors are notoriously strong. But in recent years, we've had some juniors actually win the World Championships with Takahashi and Fukuchi. How strong is the Japanese junior this year compared to those two?
Well, I would say Kawazoe has a hard time winning this tournament in Rome because there are so many expert players here. But maybe in a few years he will have a good chance of winning it. And the other player, Seiya Kurita, is an old god. I don't know how old he is. He's much younger than me, but he has been playing Othello for many years. And I'm sure he's waiting. He's preparing to be the world champion this year. So he cannot lose to Kawazoe in this very important first round.
The pressure's on.
Yes. I would like to see how the game is going in this match. Can I see the position somewhere?
I don't think they've started yet.
Oh, okay.
We would...
So, out of the players this year, who are the players to watch? Both in terms of the Japanese team, who are obviously one of the strong favourites to win the team championships, but also we have countries such as Switzerland this year looking extremely strong. Who are the players that you're most excited to see play?
Well, but Swiss is very strong, but Michele Borassi, he is the European Championship champion this year, so his wins will not be counted in the team match, right? For the Swiss team. Am I right?
Not quite.
Not quite, okay.
They have chosen 3 players from their 4. So Michele is being included, which was the same thing that I offered the Japanese team, but you advised me to approach it differently with the Japanese team. So I did.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but I'm sorry for that.
Oh,
but anyway,
I'm sorry if it was me.
It's okay.
Well,
anyway, I think Japan has a good chance of winning the 17th victory as team champion this year in Rome.
I agree. And the other advantage so the Swiss team is quite cosmopolitan. I don't think I've ever seen such a cosmopolitan team because Michele is Italian and he's playing and living in Switzerland at the moment. Matthias Berg is German and living and playing in Switzerland at the moment. And Arthur Junier is French.
Half French, half Swiss, I believe.
Half French, half Swiss. Okay, so out of the 3 players, we've got half a Swiss person by natural nationality.
You could say this is a Swiss tournament. But I suppose we'll see.
And so it's a very cosmopolitan team of top players who have come together. And Michele has won the World Championships twice?
I think once, no?
Once? I'm not sure. He's a world champion. Right. And Matthias Berg is a semi-finalist on a couple of occasions, maybe. I'm not sure of the actual stats. And Arthur was semi-final. No, he was finalist last year, losing finalist last year.
Right.
So it is a very strong three, but Japan has the advantage that it has strong youth and female as well. So if someone's underperforming and a Japanese player is also doing well, then there's a bit of backup there and contingency as well.
Right.
Anyway.
Japan has 9. Well, this year there are 9 Japanese players in this World Championship. I think 6 from Japan and 3 for other countries.
Yes.
So I think one of the 9 players will win this year's World Championship.
Just not for Japan, maybe. So Makoto is playing for
Belgium.
for the Dutch team.
Anyway,
Oh, we've got
we're in the first
we're
game
underway. We've got the first game up on the screen, and we will try and replicate that on the board so that we can. And so, just to finish the last conversation, we also have Tomoki, who was your student, who's playing for Austria.
Right. He still is in the school where I work for. Well, the school is called Azabu High School. It's one of the best private high schools in Japan. And there is a rare Othello club in this school. And as a matter of fact, Kento Urano and Yasushi Nagano, these 2 players also graduated the school.
Okay, and it was you that ran the Othello club.
Sorry?
Were they all your students of Othello?
Well, yes.
Okay, so a victory for any of them will be a victory for you.
I guess so. So it is very hard to decide on which one of these 3 players I should cheer. Last year it was hilarious for me because for the first time a student from this club won, that is Kento Urano. This year, will he do the same thing again, or Nagano, or Otaka? Anyway, I will be very happy.
Yeah, you could take the English approach and support the one that's winning.
Oh, okay. Is it an English approach?
Can be.
I don't know about that. We cheer for the underdog. Anyway, into the game.
Right.
It looks like
Is this Black's turn?
currently it is Black's turn. Yes.
Okay.
It looks like a line of the
Prepared.
Kompoth. Is that how you pronounce it? Kompoth opening.
I guess so. And black is Krita. Oh.
Yeah, so you can see who's black and who's white from the colour of the disc underneath their picture.
And you have full control of the board, Murakami.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's black's turn, and Krita Seiya, who has black, is thinking hard which move to make. Move to b3 may seem appealing for some players. Well, that's not a good idea. Black's move to b3 now, because that will give white a nice and very quiet move to d7. So naturally, Krita is not thinking about b3. But maybe later, for example, black goes to d7, yeah. And white goes to c7, then b3 will be a nice move for black.
Yeah, so although d7 gives white a nice move to c7,
right.
It means that b3 becomes much more appealing because it only flips the 1 without giving any, well, I guess e2 after b3 becomes available as well. But it looks like a very close position.
It is. but I think white should go to c7
Yes.
now.
Yes.
And after that, black probably will go to e8 and leave b3 for future use.
Yeah. So for people who are new to the game, what the top players are trying to do here is try to flip as fewer pieces as possible and keep them as central as possible. The idea being that they minimize their opponent's options and maximize their own options, and then they can control the game. And so, for example, in this position, c7 only flips 2 pieces, and they're both very, very internal. They're both surrounded by other pieces. So they don't offer black many new moves. And you try to find lines where you're not offering your opponent new moves, so that they have to play where you want them to play. But when you get 2 top players, obviously, this is fairly balanced. And so you can see in this position that on the outside of the pieces, of the pieces that have been played, there's the black pieces at the top and the bottom, and the white pieces on the left and the right. And so they each have to try and pick carefully around the edges of their opponent's discs.
And white's move to c6, c7 is obvious for Krita. So I think Krita is thinking about future moves. White goes to c7, and black goes to e8. And now what? Where will white go after these pairs?
So you would play D. So after c7, you would do black d8.
Yeah, because if he doesn't, white will go to c8, and that's not a good position for black.
Okay. So would you say that if black didn't have the b6 disc, then would you be more prepared to let white do that?
Yes. Oh. Yes, that's true. But black does have b6.
Yeah. So the thing is that because I was thinking now as black, I would probably naturally go to b3. But as you say, c8. If the black disc he's done your move.
Right.
So if the black disc at b6 wasn't there, then when white plays c8, black can play d8 and give the edge if he chooses to do so without flipping c7. But anyway, we've moved on from there.
So someone, before we go into where we are currently, has asked which games will be shown. Is there a reason they're not kind of scheduled? And the reason for that is so that we can cover here the most interesting games. And that might not always be the top players. It might be 2 younger players who are less experienced, but their gameplay, because they're still at an equal level to each other, they often provide some of the most exciting games to watch. So.
Yeah, so often, and especially as the tournament goes on, there'll be a choice of games which could be interesting. In the first round, it's largely random, so we've chosen a decent pairing. There was another game that I thought we would follow, which would have been Imre Leader's game. But as the reason we can't schedule the games is because we don't know who's going to be paired against who. It depends on how things progress during the tournament. You don't know who your second opponent is or your third opponent unless you're winning or losing, and then each pairing is done after the previous round. So we can't schedule which boards we'll be doing. But from each round, most of the time it will be the top board. It will be the players who are vying to be top in the tournament thus far. But occasionally, and in this case, the interest of a Japanese senior versus a Japanese junior is an interesting match to watch.
And at first as well, we're currently doing the one table as opposed to tables 2, 3, 4 as well, because that means everyone's watching this one, and more views on one stream will be
Right.
better for Othello and growing it. So that's why, for now at least, we're doing it like that.
Yeah. But
Just
we
to
do
answer
have
that
a
question.
camera. We do have a camera on tables 2, 3, and 4
Yeah,
as
so
well.
I assume in like the semi-finals and when there's lots and lots of high-quality games at once, there'll be more, as well as kind of the ability to switch between tables if something amazing has happened in another one.
Yeah.
But I think the idea for now is...
This is now demonstrating the other tables, the other 4 tables.
Indeed.
Nikki
and
versus Tom. That's a good game. 2 top European players getting paired in the first round.
And one looking slightly more relaxed than the other,
Yeah.
I think, as well.
But if we could go back to the main game.
Well, Kawazoya's white's move to a6 was quite natural, and it was a good move. And black's b3 was also a natural move, but it gave white a nice move to
E2.
yes, e2. So what will happen after that? Kawazoya will most certainly play to e2.
And the reason that I before didn't look at taking D8 was because I don't like that edge structure. It seems to me to give white the choices of how to play out the bottom edge. And
It does. Well, I have played many games with this position as black, and it turned out fairly well for black. White has many choices, but none of them are often destructive for black.
so another player that there's a couple of interesting things. I was talking to Matthias Berg yesterday, and he was saying he hasn't worked for a number of months. And so he's put in a bit of preparation for this tournament that he wouldn't have otherwise been able to put in, which is an interesting one, being a previous semi-finalist.
Don't go giving away all his
Very,
secrets.
very
now,
nice
because
move.
He's in my fantasy Othello team, and he's going to carry it based on my insider knowledge.
And the other interesting player to watch is David Shaman. He's a previous world champion himself, and has been around for years, but hasn't played competitively for quite a long time. But I remember from my early days that his preparation was always meticulous. And I can't believe that he would come to the World Championships and not be meticulous in his preparation. So I'm interested to see how he does in this tournament.
I think the clock might be for the wrong person at the moment. I don't know if someone's mentioned it. Is it black's turn right now?
It's white's turn.
White's turn, and
Black's
black's
turn.
clock
Kawazoya is thinking.
is ticking. So I'm sure
Well,
to the people in the chat that will be fixed before long.
Kawazoya will certainly move to d2, and that will give Kurita a hard position.
And for people watching as well, I have 2 very strong Othello players with me here. So I'm the one watching the live chat right now. If you would like to suggest moves, I will fully take credit for them and put them forwards as suggestions, and that would be appreciated.
And I'm flattered to be mentioned at all in the same breath of strength as Murakami, who is a league above me.
Well, I don't know about that. Well, anyway, white has only one good move here, which is d2. After that, maybe black was planning to go to b5, but that will leave white a move to c2. That's the problem for black. If the black disk at e5, thank you, d5, yes.
Could we just show the digital board, please?
Attempt number 1.
This is something we get better at slowly every year. There we go.
Thank you. Oh, so after this, maybe black was thinking that black was here and white won't have a move here. But in this case, white's disk here, it will not be flipped, and white has an access to c2.
Yes.
So, commentating with Matthias last year, he taught me that the 3 things you should look for in a move are, if I play this move, what will my opponent be able to play next? You don't want to give your opponents nice, kind of quiet moves that don't flip a lot of discs. And basically, the 3 things to look for are, in terms of what their best move will be next, you have to either play there, if that's a good enough move, which means they won't be able to, obviously. You can also play a move that means they can't play there by denying them access to that square, so making sure that you flip discs that they would otherwise use to play in that square. Or you can poison that move by flipping discs that mean that if they play in that square, they'll end up flipping in lots of directions, and it takes that move from being a good move to a bad move. And I think in layman's terms, in simple man's terms, that's what the players tend to look for here. Obviously, there's a lot more to it because they can see a lot further into the game than your ordinary Othello player. But that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, and certainly if you're playing quick games, if you're playing 1-minute games, you need to think like that in the position. You need to think...
That's my 5-minute strategy. 1 minute, I'm just like, play.
And you're right that the more time you have, the further you look into the game, but you're still applying the same principles, just you're seeing... there's various lines you could play where you might be applying those principles, but how the board turns out in a few moves' time is more important than how it is now.
Causer has moved. Causer has gone to d2.
Which, as you say, was very natural.
Yes. And now black's moved to b5 or a5.
Yeah, and the problem with d2, which is whilst it was a very natural move and a good move, after b5, a5 is now poisoned by the d2 disc. So whilst it was the most natural move, it has a big drawback, a big problem with it after black b5.
Right. What
would b5 has been played?
What Guy said is that if white goes here, it will also flip white discs into the diagonal direction.
You can show that.
Yeah, okay, let's just do it. So this will black new good moves around here or maybe here. So it's not a good position for white. White do not want to flip these 2 diagonal discs.
And only does because of the d2 move, but white didn't have another good move. He had to play d2. So this is what we mean by white's choices were quite limited when he played d2. And so, although it was the best move, it was one that black was kind of happy for him to play.
Okay, the game continued as we expected.
So,
can we see the players again? I'd like to see their expressions once in a while.
So a question from me. The youth player is the white player at the moment.
What player is the white player?
Out of the two. Oops, sorry. Out of the two players. Who's white? Is Kurita?
White is Kurita. No, the other one. Kawazue. The younger one, Kawazue, has white.
I think, yeah, the discs might be the wrong way on the screen. So basically, you have to look at the bottom of the disc, and you'll be able to see who is who.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so the youth player is actually white in this position.
Yes.
Would you say white is winning here, or who would you rather be? Which colour?
Oh, well, sorry, I was considering the last move.
Let's look at that last move before we answer the question.
Oh, hold on a second.
X square move.
That's quite an exciting move. So for the kind of beginner players playing, one of the first things you learn is to never play next to the corners at first, because often you'll end up giving away a corner. Better players are able to know when to play next to corners and give up the right to a corner for another advantage elsewhere. So what is the advantage that he's looking at here?
I think Kawazue made a slight mistake here because, well, he was hoping to get the last move in these 5 empty squares. But for example, black was here, and then
You can't just say here unless we've got the screen up.
Oh, okay.
So we can show the digital screen again, that's fine. Oh no, we won't.
Yes, right.
Oh, yeah, we
just
can
as
with both
Kurita
boards.
has played. And white is almost forced to move to c8 like this. And black goes here, white wedges, and black goes here. Now this move is poisoned.
Yeah,
This move will flip.
as for the same reason that we said before.
Right. So black will have nice moves around here and here, while white's moves are...
Okay, he's played the move that you suggested.
Okay.
But what you've got on digital board there is actually one of the reasons why good players will sometimes play next to a corner when it seems they shouldn't, because he does, although the last move is poisoned, he does manage to take 2 wedges, which is when you give away the corner, and when your opponent, in this case black, takes the corner, you take 1 space remaining, and therefore your white discs are wedged between the corner and the external discs along the edge. In this case, black takes the A8 corner, white takes B8, that's the wedge, and then the D8 and the E8 discs are the ones which mean that wedge can't be taken, which means white then can play around the bottom right-hand corner and try and get the last move down there as well, saving the whole bottom edge and maybe pulling some discs out from it later in the game. But as Murakami said just a second ago, white is almost forced to play the line that has just been played on the digital board, and the A5 move just gives black so much play.
And black can keep this A3 for future use if he wishes.
Because white can't play it
Right.
without losing lots of discs immediately. Stable.
I think black is winning. Black is ahead in this game.
And even if that wasn't the best move,
Right,
it's important to
B7
remember
was
that.
not a very good
Right,
experiment.
It's
but
important
what,
to remember that one of these players is one of the favourites to win the tournament. The other one is an exceptionally strong player and
Who's
is
a
young
junior.
and up and coming.
yeah,
So it's by no means a
and it wasn't a thoughtless move, because normally you would do such a sacrifice in an odd region. So you would normally play in there, and then there would be an even number of spaces left, and you'd try and get, it would then go your opponent, you, and you'd get the last move in that region. That's the plan. In this case, he did it into an even region. There were 6 spaces and 5 left, I think. Was that?
Yes, that's right.
But the reason he could do it was because black couldn't take the corner immediately. White controlled the top right to bottom left diagonal on the digital board now. So black couldn't take the corner immediately, so white was thinking, I will get another move in there first, and then there will be an even number of spaces to go black, white, and get the last moves. It's just a shame that the A5 move is poisoned.
And of course, I can't say that B7 was a bad move if I see that this doesn't work. Maybe Kawazoe thought C6 doesn't work and B7 was the only reasonable option left.
It's also entirely possible, of course, that we might have missed something
Of course,
amazing.
always.
In which case, we will call that out when we notice it. But yeah.
No, you can check. You haven't got Zebra open? Okay. Can we see the players again, please? Yeah, so it is entirely possible that B7 was the best move on the board, even if white is struggling, even if you've only got losing moves, there's still a best move. And best can be defined in different ways. There's best in terms of computer analysis and the move that will lose by least discs by the end of the game with perfect play. That would be the traditional definition of best move. But when you've got 2 players playing, obviously, if you're losing and you need to win, you don't just need to minimize your disc loss, then the best move can be complicating the position. You can sometimes make it difficult for yourself and your opponent, even though your opponent's winning. And if you do that, you've got a chance of, both of you making a mistake, but if you manage not to and your opponent does, then the best move is the one that complicates the position and can elicit a mistake or leaves room for a mistake.
And though black A8 looks very nice, black has other options too, like C2 and G4. So Kurita is considering these moves, I think.
Yes, there doesn't seem to be a rush to take A8.
Oh, that's the way he chose.
Yeah.
He left A8 for future use.
And so white is still struggling, even without the bottom left corner. And then the bottom left corner is there for black to play whenever he chooses, really.
Yeah.
The thing I love about the World Championships also is I have a pretty good grip of what's happening in Europe. But seeing a lot of the Asian teams, it's not necessarily a geographical thing, it's more a language thing. If you see news in English, it tends to be on the European side of things. And unless you can actually read the Japanese website, which is difficult for non-Japanese speakers, obviously, you don't get to see what's happening in Japan except by second-hand news when it makes it to you. And it's even more true of China and Mongolia and that kind of thing. And some of the exciting stuff that's happening in Mongolia at the moment is in the schools. There's a lot of good schoolwork that's going on. And so I expect to see some Mongolian players in the near future competing at the highest level of the world and at the finals of the World Championships.
Yes, that is entirely possible. I visited Mongolia this year in June, and there were so many young players. They said Othello is taught at many schools. They are very eager to teach kids Othello. And the situation seemed similar to the one in Japan after Othello was invented, the first decade of Japanese Othello community. So that's after 1974. There was an Othello fever, and everyone bought Othello set, and there were many, many kids players. So I felt a kind of deja vu when I went to Rambato this year.
That is really exciting to hear.
It was, yes, it is exciting.
How, someone has asked how were the players selected for each team here today?
Okay, so it's up to each national organisation how they pick their team. There are, I think, some rules about foreign nationals playing for a national team. So we mentioned the Swiss earlier. I think each of those players has been living in that country for 6 months at least, and therefore qualifies to play in their national championships and qualify. So different countries do it differently. In the UK, we have a British Championships, and at the moment, before COVID, we also had a Grand Prix event, and the winner of the Grand Prix qualified, and the top 2 players from the British National Championships qualified. At the moment, we're reassessing how to do our tournament series, and the top 3 at the British Championships qualified. And I'd just like to point out that I actually won it this year, but chose to do this instead. The next 3 down, I was too scared. But in Japan, I believe they have several tournaments through the year. I can't remember what they're all called. Uzo-san?
3 major tournaments: Meijin-sen, Oza-sen, and All Japan. Winner of these 3 tournaments are qualified to play in the World Championship.
Okay. And then, obviously, there's a youth player and a female player that can be added to the team. And that can be an extra female. So if a female wins the British National Championships, there can actually be another female added to the team. But as I say, each country does it differently. And it's up to them how they pick their team.
Someone has also asked for the players' names. There seem to be a few problems with, firstly, who's actually playing which colour. The younger one here is actually playing white.
Yeah.
The other one's playing black. The clock's also the wrong way, but that will be sorted for future rounds. Do you want to say the names of each player for new viewers? Because you'll be able to pronounce them better than I will.
Oh, okay. Japan team. The winner of Meijin-sen is Kurita, the player on the right screen, on the right of the screen right now. He is Kurita. He won Meijin-sen in March. And the winner of Oza-sen was Satani. Satani is playing somewhere in this tournament room. We can't see his face now. And since All Japan Championship in November last year was cancelled because of COVID pandemic, the 3rd player was determined in Oza-sen. The runner-up of Oza-sen was Nagano Yasushi. So he qualified as the 3rd Japanese representative. And Osuke Kawazoe, the player on the left side of this screen, he won the Junior Grand Prix held in August in Japan. There were more than, I think, 300 or 400 young players who played in the preliminary rounds of this Junior Grand Prix. And among them, 128 players came to Tokyo to play the final. And he won all the 6 games. He was the only one who won all the 6 games, and he qualified himself to be here. But I hear that he's very tired from the long trip from Japan, and he's not feeling so well today.
It is definitely worth noting. Some players have obviously come 9 hours away in terms of time difference.
Right.
So, especially for the younger players who haven't experienced that kind of jet lag before, that will be something that may affect them.
Yes.
The more experienced players will be able to deal with it and might have even come earlier. I remember a few years ago, I can't remember which year, but Ben Seeley came to stay with us. And
2015.
He came a week and a bit before the actual championship, so he could adjust to the time difference and kind of get his sightseeing out the way, get his preparation in.
Although I believe that Ben Seeley wakes in unusual hours anyway. His sleep patterns.
But it shows the lengths that people will go to win these tournaments.
Yeah,
and how seriously they'll take them.
Yes, I just want to clarify, just if anybody's joining us on the screen, that Kurita is the player on the right, and he is actually playing black, despite the fact that the screen says he's white. And Kawazoe is the player on the left, the youth player. No.
Yes, he is.
Yes, but he's playing white.
Yeah, right.
So, sorry. So Kawazoe is the youth player on the left, and he is playing white. And Kurita is the player on the right, and he's playing black, despite what it says on the screen. We'll get that sorted in the future.
And Kawazoe is in big trouble on the board.
Yeah.
Yes. There have been a few more games since I looked at it last, but Black seems to be winning comfortably. There are actually 75 people watching at the moment, so we're essentially speaking to a room of 75 people, which is amazing. I think the final last year, peaked at 150 or so.
Okay,
so it's
already good for the first round.
Not bad at all. Do remember to share the links to the stream, to our Facebook page, Instagram. Lots of work has been done around those this year. And of course it will help Othello to grow and enable us to be able to improve these streams and social medias further in the future. The links of those are at the bottom of the screen, and they are the correct links. No messing up of colours there.
Did you say 70 players are watching?
75 viewers of this live stream at the moment, which is lots of people.
And that's not including streams to other languages as well, where the video is being taken and the audio is being added, so that players from different countries can listen to a commentary in their own language.
Well, I assume more than half of them are Japanese, because it's a good time in Japan. It's 5 o'clock in the evening, so many Japanese players can watch this live stream.
I meant to say, in the live chat, if you're watching and listening, why don't you type your country that you're currently watching from and the time at the moment for you, so we can kind of get an idea of where people are watching from and the unearthly hours at which they're watching. Because I assume everyone would get up at 3 in the morning for this as well, so...
So Murakami,
yes.
In this position, where we can see that black is ahead, white has no options in the top right of the board, black has lots of options, has the A3 move that he's saved, that he can play whenever he likes, really.
Hmm.
What would you be thinking as each colour in generic terms, rather than listing the moves that you think might happen, what words would you be thinking to yourself?
For black, for Kurita.
Yeah. So Kurita in this position is thinking, how can I kill this game now?
Right, without any risk at all.
Well,
0% risk. And A3 is the move. Yes.
Okay.
This is good.
Okay. So now thinking as Kawazoe, he's losing. What is he thinking? Because he's white, so white often, normally by default would get the last move of the game. And so he'll be fighting to make sure that stays the case. But it's difficult because there's the top right region, which is odd, and black can choose when to play in there. But what would you be thinking as white to try and complicate the position? What fighting can you do?
Well, he has just moved, and that's the move I would choose. Yes, those three moves are the only hope. Maybe it's hopeless, but
Right. So the three moves that you're talking about were C1 white C1 followed by black B1 followed by white B2, which leaves the even region. Right. So assuming that white can play out the whole right-hand side of the board, then white is going to get the last move in that region and save. So black will get the A1 corner, but white saves a good number of discs in that region. And if he gets the last move elsewhere, then he gets a reasonable amount of discs there too. The question is, will it be enough?
No,
it won't be enough.
It won't be enough. Black will win because black will get the H1 corner, and afterwards, when everything is filled on the right half of the board, black will go to A2,
right,
flipping all the second row.
Right. So then he'll have saved the top row and the second row, right, and he's got a fair number of discs in the bottom left already.
That would be a comfortable win for black.
So, where people are watching from, Norway, which is apparently the same time zone as here. Ireland, almost 9 a.m. 12:48 a.m. in Alaska, which is a.m. is night
morning.
as well. Yeah. That's impressive. Netherlands, same time as Rome. Germany, Australia, that's Ivan. We love to see Ivan, always. Morning for someone else, Lanzarote. Finland, lots of different times that people are watching this at. So everything in me wants to say good morning, but for many people
definitely
here,
good
it's
evenings
not.
and good afternoons.
Good evenings,
in there
good
as well.
night. Go to sleep, catch up on your sleep, but don't, because this is more important than sleep.
Yeah. So Kurita has taken your advice. Just play out the top right-hand corner so that he can play A2 later.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, what white is hoping to do, is have black play in the top left, because then he'll be able to make use of his wedge. I'm not saying it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, even if black takes A1, it's still probably...
Yeah, but what black is trying to do is to force white to play in A2, so he can take the whole edge.
No. What black will want to do is play out the right-hand side,
yes,
and then play A2 himself. I mean, if he could force white to play A2, then you're right, that would be good.
What you're saying is, right, I'm with you, because he has the top row,
yeah,
he has the corner in the top right on
yeah,
H1.
so they're all stable.
So when he plays A2, the plan is he'll already have a disc at H2, and he'll be able to draw out the second row as well and get lots of discs.
Absolutely, and they will, all of those top two rows, virtually the whole of each top two row will be safe. And
Yes.
so, of course, Black would love he'd love to force White to play A2, but it's unlikely to happen because White has parity
And will keep parity
and
here.
will almost certainly keep parity.
So
So
I
White has
was
gone
actually
to
just
G2.
testing them. I knew that.
Krita is making sure that he will have more than 33 discs. Double check, triple check.
They're probably out of their opening book by now. And for those of you that don't know, that are watching, strong players prepare a lot for their games. They know what a computer would play to quite far in the game for a lot of different lines and positions. But eventually, most games get to a point where they have to think for themselves and they don't know. Just because there are so many different possibilities within Othello, and different lines that can be played.
Okay.
So yeah, at this point they're both thinking for themselves. They're not having to rely on memory as much.
Yeah, you certainly get book players who learn openings very deeply, and then you get players who learn a lot of openings relatively deeply. The most dangerous players are the ones who learn a lot of openings very deeply, and you can't get them out of book. If you're not a book player and you can't get someone out of their book, then that's difficult. So this is going pretty much as we expected. There is a slight interest here in that by playing H2, Black flipped E5. I didn't see what happened before. Yeah, by playing H2, Black flipped E5, which made the diagonal a grabbable diagonal for White. So White could play G7 and grab the diagonal. White chose to play G4 first, but that diagonal is still there, and it shouldn't make much difference, but it's an interesting
Well, that's
thing.
really the only hope for Osuke to get this game. When White goes to G7, Black doesn't have an access to H8. That will give White maybe enough discs to win the game. But of course, Krita knows the situation, and he will never allow White to control the diagonal.
Yeah, and he will have thought of that before playing H2. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And of course we do have our Fantasy Othello League going on at the same time. And I think many players will have picked the Japanese youth player, because of course you get points firstly per game that they win. If they get to the youth final, they get to play extra games, and if they win that, more points. But they also get the 4 points extra if they win the youth category overall.
Mm-hmm. The youth category is getting stronger every year, because it used to be the Japanese youth player was almost a guaranteed winner, but we've got some other strong youth players. Daniel Dufour from the Netherlands has beaten. He beat me in the last World Championships. He's beaten Nicky van den Bigelaar. He's got some good wins as well. So it might not be a foregone conclusion.
And I don't think I actually picked either of these two players. I went for Nagano in my team from Japan. So fingers crossed that will pay off.
Okay, so Kawazoe has chosen to play h4, and the reason for that is because when he plays g7, he didn't want black to have the h4 move to flip f6 back again and get back on the diagonal. So now black takes h5 and white takes the diagonal. And it's not going to be enough discs, but it was good thinking.
I do enjoy looking at the team names that people have chosen on Fantasy Othello. I think this year I might have taken it with Othello World, as in Hello World.
Okay, so that's a black win there
witty
for Kurita. Important. Always nice to get your first win on the board in the first round. And I imagine that Kawazoe won't be too disappointed because he knows that he was playing one of the tournament favourites in the first round. So I don't think he'll be too disappointed.
How old is he as well? We didn't actually mention that. He's a youth player. He's,
I don't know,
11?
11 or 10 or 12 will be the limit to participate in the Junior Grand Prix. You have to be a primary school student.
Okay.
Point is, he's young.
Yes.
Could we have the camera for table 2? I just want to see how that's going, which is the Imra leader Kento Urano game.
That will be a nice game, interesting game to watch.
So, yeah, Imra is a strong English player, and Kento won last year?
Yes, last year.
Yeah, so he was the champion last year in Paris.
Earlier too.
That's
How old is Daniel, quickly?
Defoe?
Yes.
I don't know.
Sorry?
How old is Daniel?
I don't actually know the ages of... Could we have a look at the camera too?
Statistics we have.
Please,
Ages
the
is-
camera on board too. Well, whilst they're finding that.
And we will, I believe...
Okay, so that game looks over, and it looks like a white win, which was Kento.
Oh.
So it looks like Kento Urano beat Imra leader on board 2. Can we look at board 4, please? That looks white to me.
Yeah, I think so.
And so that was Nicky van den Bigelaar, the Dutch player, against Thomas Schotter, who's the Belgian player, both strong Europeans, so that was an important game for them.
That looks like a close game as well, somewhat. As in, you can see that Black was trying to...
Yeah, I see what you're
You
saying.
wonder who had kind of the initiative in the game.
Okay, and the camera for board 3. Okay, so that was white, which was Ralph Rangers against Veronica Stenberg of Sweden. And
thought it was
I believe that we've got some guests.
Yes.
Some,
I thought this one was a black wipeout, and then I realised there were 7 other rows. Okay, so speaking of chairs, Okay, so we do have the two Japanese players here in the studio. We're going to be asking them some questions. If you have any questions for them, feel free to ask in the chat, and I will aim to ask all of them. How did you find that game?
今の試合に関してお二人の感想を聞きたいと思います。まず栗田さんどうぞ。
そうですね。序盤は研究聞こえてますかね。序盤は研究してた準備の展開で。
I knew the opening. I prepared the opening.
で、そうですね。中盤で少し有利になったと思うんですが。
I felt I was ahead in the middle game.
ちょっと終盤で実戦もラインが通ったと思うんですけれども、ちょっとそのあたりが、難しくなってカウンティングに少し時間がかかりました。
But in the end game, I had some trouble because the diagonal white line was clean and I couldn't take the corner. So I took some time to count my win in the end game. ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Was it scary playing against someone so young, or did that give you more confidence?
その若い選手と戦ってでそういう本当に耐えてるのかどうかみたいな局面っていうのは怖かったですか？
そうですね。ただ結構前の段階で足りてるのは実践の数字で数えてたんで、一応確認は時間かけたんですけど、怖いとかは特になかったです。
Well, I wasn't scared because I had already counted the line that I knew I was winning. I just took a lot of time to verify my win. じゃあ今回の試合について何か感想がありました？
序盤からよく分かんなくなっちゃったからそこをもう一回ちょっと研究しておきたいって感じ。
Well, I was out of the opening.
What was the question as well?
So I think I should have studied the opening more thoroughly when I was in Japan.
And how are you feeling? Are you feeling confident for this tournament? Are you feeling tired? Are you excited?
この試合つまり世界選手権に参加することに関して今どんな気持ちなんでしょうか？例えば疲れてるとか興奮してるとかなんかその今の気持ちを教えてください。
ちょっと大変だったけど、試合ができるのは結構楽しい。
It is hard, but I enjoy the games. So I'm looking forward to the games. I think I will enjoy this tournament.
And finally, what are both of your hopes for the tournament? Are you hoping to win, and are you hoping to win overall or the youth category?
じゃあ今回の世界選手権の目標をお二人に聞きたいと思います。例えば世界チャンピオンとかあるいはユース部門のチャンピオンとか何か目標があったら教えてください。どうぞ。
全体の優勝です。チャンピオンです。
I want to be the world champion. I want to win this tournament for 栗田さん。何か目標ありますか？今回の大会で。
ユースと差別の優勝を目指して頑張り。
I want to be the finalist in the youth division, and I want to be the youth champion of this tournament.
Very nice. Well, good luck to both of you. Thank you for joining us.
それではどうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
インタビューに参加していただきまして。どうも。
Okay. For the record, I also hope to be the world champion, but not this year. Maybe next year. That's everything for the first round. We'll be back for the second round in not too long. Make sure to keep tuned for that. back for round two. We have the pairings. I'm here with
Joe, nice to meet you.
who is a brilliant person. He speaks Japanese and English very, very well. So be able to talk and interview Japanese players very well. So before we go into the pairings for round two, we'll talk about the standings from round one at the moment. Obviously, it's only one round, but still exciting to follow. So at the moment, on tie-break, there appear to have been 5 players that got a wipeout, and so are in first place by the tie-break of the number of discs they got. And they are Michele Barassi, Arthur Jounier, Calvin Coe, Larry from Finland, that is a surname I will mess up, and Suakuni, who is playing for the Netherlands this year. They're all on 1 point because they've won one game, but they also won their game by wipeout, so they had the board, so it was only their colour of discs, for which they get 64-0 as their score. The team rankings at the moment are France, Great Britain, Japan, Netherlands, Switzerland, and Thailand are all on 3 out of 3. So that's going well for those teams. Obviously, it will split up a bit more as more rounds are played. But let's get into the round 2 pairings. So for round 2, I'm not entirely sure which board we're watching this round. I assume it will be Nagano versus Suakuni on table 1, although it might not be. Suakuni is black and, of course, playing for the Netherlands. He is Japanese but has been living in the Netherlands.
Yes.
We then have Nikki van den Bigelaar versus Larry from Finland, table 2. In terms of Suakuni versus Nagano, obviously Suakuni is a legend in Othello, isn't he?
Yes.
What do you think about each of those players, and what are your thoughts?
Well, obviously both players are strong, and they've studied a lot of sequences of moves, and they study really deep. So it is going to be an interesting match. And obviously Suakuni, he's won the World Championship before, and Nagano, he's also very, very strong. So yes, I'm looking forward to this match.
They are sat at their table now, and we are watching them on table 1. They both look expectant, ready, poised like a tiger, ready for this epic battle of 2 great Othello minds. I'm also joined here now by...
Hi everyone, I'm Kunihiko Tani, the former world champion in 1982。1982年世界チャンピオン谷田邦彦です。よろしくお願いします。
Yes, so while we wait for the game to start, I will go over the current Fantasy Othello standings because, well, to me at least, they matter a lot. Until I do badly, in which case they will be meaningless. So at the moment, according, excuse me, they have updated.
The match has started.
I will just go over this quickly. Jonathan Carlson appears to be in first place. WOC 2023 appears to be in second place. Not sure if it's updated fully, but we'll get back to it. The game has started. What can you say about the opening and what you think they'll play? What line do you think they'll take?
Well, they're playing the Tiger opening, and this is where the opening, there's like 2 different ways that are really popular among the players. One is C5 and the other is F6. So Suakuni is thinking about, or yes, he's thinking about which move to make here.
Japanese? OK? そうですね。虎定石で始まって、よくある6手目。で、7手目、今、末国さんの番ですが、C の5または F の6がまあよくある手ですね。でそれのどちらかで迷っている、あるいは他の変化を試みることも考えている。
So he did make the c5 move.
And this is quite a classic line of the Tiger, isn't it? It's not the mainly played one anymore. I think on Othello Quest it's called the banana. Is it a strong opening? Is it a scary one to play against? Or
Well, I think this opening is called the FJT, but yeah, this is commonly played, I would say, and I think both players are familiar with this opening, and they know many variations beyond this opening. So, yeah.
one player's playing air hockey with the discs there. Yeah, so it's probably more relevant in this game at this point. Both players will remain in book for quite a while. They're both very strong players that know the game quite far, especially a more common line like this. Obviously, once it slows down a bit, we'll be able to go over what they're thinking. But at the moment, they both seem to be quite comfortable. There's always a question of, when you know an opening very well, do you play that opening as well as possible, or will your opponent kind of have prepared for you? And if they've prepared for you, do you mix it up and play an opening that's less good but might make your opponent make more mistakes? So it will be interesting to see how that plays out. But they're still playing very quickly. In general, the faster they play, the more confident they know that it is a good move.
Mm-hmm.
そうですね。7手目がいろいろあった中で、まあそこで、選ばれた手、その後はもうほぼまあ両者研究の範囲というか、もう経験の範囲というか、もうそうですね。何度も同じ形になっている。まあその中から今回どれを選ぶっていうのももうほぼ最初から決めてきている。という中で、まあ非常に速い、テンポでここまで進行しています。ここでちょっと黒番、どうですかね。What do you think about the next move? F3 or A3 or H3? F3、E3、H3 などあるかと思うんですけれども、
Yes.
いかがでしょう。
Oh, sorry. So Kunihiko just said that both players are familiar with this sequence. They've studied deep, and they're really familiar. So they're just trying to make sure that they're making the right moves, as well as trying to make the decision of, should I deviate or should I just follow the path that I'm familiar with?
And here we're seeing, was this table 2? This was table 2, between Nikki from the Netherlands and Larry from Finland. I always like to look, is a player leaning forwards or are they leaning back? In the last game between Nikki and Tom Schotter, Nikki was actually leaning back, which suggested that he was a bit more comfortable. But now in this game as well, we have both players leaning forwards, zoned in to the game. Yeah, we have a question about main servers to play on, main online platforms. At the moment, Othello Quest and Othello are the two main ones that are used. Vint.ee as well is the platform for official World Othello tournaments. Othello Quest tends to be faster games, so you have the option to play 1 minute and 5 minute games competitively. And Othello tends to be daily games, so you get a day or I think it's 3 days per move. So it depends on what kind of game you enjoy.
末国さんはここで G5 を選びました。この手で、ちょっと長野さんも次の手考えてますね。ちょっと手が止まった感じです。多分この末国さんの G5 っていう手は、他にもいくつか候補がある中で、この G5 打たれたら君はどうするって、会話してるような感じですね。チェスとかチェッカーとか、将棋もそうですけど、おそらく対局っていうのはお互い対話しているような感覚があって、この手打ったらあなたどうします？これ知ってます？みたいな、そういう感じですね。で、今、末国さんが G5 どうですかっていう問いかけをしていると。
Suekuni did end up going to G5, and this was one of the moves that he chose, and I'm pretty sure he had many options, but he chose G5, and Othello is very it's like having a conversation between your opponent and yourself, and it's when you make a move, you're sort of challenging your opponent and asking him or her, do you know how to respond to this move? Do you know like the best move after this? So Suekuni is sort of making those moves where he's challenging Nagano to make and respond to his tricky moves, and to figure those out, to respond to those moves isn't all too easy. So it is an interesting position here.
And in this position, Black's best move was going to be, or one of Black's good moves, I think, was going to be E3, because he had the disc at G5, and that would have been a very nice quiet move. It would have flipped one piece and a piece that was very surrounded by other pieces. White has just played H5, which flipped the disc at G5, which means that Black now can't play there. So Black will have to find a way either to play somewhere else or to reflip a disc that will allow him to play there again. Is that about right?
Yes.
This is good.
So, it's White's move. Black's move.
Black's move.
Black's turn.
Mm-hmm. So.
Black is thinking about F6 obviously. 黒は F6 にね打とうとしてるんだと思うんですね。ただ F6 だと白 E3 っていうふうに、お互いボックス内を打ち合うという形になって、それでその次どうするんだろうっていうところだと思うんですね。違った。
So we thought that Black would go to F6, and then White would naturally respond by going to E3. But Black did not go to F6, and he ended up going to E1, flipping that diagonal disc. And yes.
And normally, in high-level Othello games, you tend to see the pieces quite compacted together, quite people try and play quite internally to the board and the pieces that are there. But this position is actually the pieces are quite spread out, so there's, apart from the bottom two rows, there's pieces on all three of the other edges. What are the players trying to do with that? Is there a reason they've played in a more spread out way?
そうですね。黒 F6 だと白 E3 って打たれた後にいい手がない。で、今の黒 E1 という手は逆に E3 に黒が打とうという、そういう手ですね。今白は現状 E3 に打てない。で、F6 も白からは今は打ちづらいというところで、黒が内側に固めるためにまず E3 に打ってから F6 に打とうとしてるんだと思います。
So Black probably has the idea of going to E3 and then going to F6, and E3 and F6 are both moves that white, well, for e3, white can't make a legal move. And for f6, white can make a move, but he's going to flip all the 3 pieces on the 6th row. And that's going to be harsh for white because he's going to run out of moves. And Othello, and a very important topic is gaining tempo. You really don't want to run out of moves. So both players are playing safely, flipping the minimal amount of discs so that they still have enough moves for themselves, as well as they're also considering keeping their pieces in the center.
I believe the players, in answer to your question in the chat, the players are the right colour, so Nagano is white and Suakuni is black in this game. I believe the clocks might still be the wrong way round, so remember that if one person gets low. But at the moment, especially with the Japanese players, I think they focus on their time management in the game very much. And so hopefully time won't be an issue in this game. I think that's something, it's an important fact to the game, but I think it's something that the Japanese players focus on a lot more than European players do in general. I could be wrong, but
yes,
that's the impression I've got.
Yes, generally in tournaments in Japan, the players usually have 20 minutes on their hand. Whereas here they have 30 minutes, so they have 10 more minutes than usual. So I would say too that they're really comfortable on time, and they're also really, really precise and very, very fast at flipping the discs. So even if they have a few seconds and still a few moves to make in the end game, they'll manage to finish it, which is just impressive.
そうですね。日本では通常公式戦の持ち時間は1人20分というのが一般的ですから、世界戦の、この予選は1人30分持ちで、非常にゆっくり考えられる、時間をふんだんに使うことができるというところで、ゆったり考えることができるとは思います。ただどうでしょう、その30分を有効に使うっていう訓練はあまり日本人はやってないかもしれないですね。Yeah, generally 30 minutes is better than 20 minutes, but for Japanese players, they get accustomed to 20-minute games so often, so they need to train a bit about utilize 30 minutes as much as possible for the WC. But these two players are so experienced, so there's no concern about that. そうですね。この2人はもう世界戦の、経験も十分にあるので、30分の持ち時間にも慣れていると思います。さあ、長野さん。
Yeah, Nagano concentrating very hard right now, to the point where his head is currently looking a bit like a black disc, albeit a big one. Yeah, he'll be looking to exploit any mistakes.
この黒も白も B 打ちしてる局面ですね。で、この黒 E1 という手は後々白に C1、D1 って打たれる。で、上辺を取らされる。黒 B1 と取らされるときに斜めも返ってしまうっていうところもあって、ちょっと打ちづらい手ではあるんですよね。もちろん C1、D1 と白が打っても黒は B1 とは取らないと思いますが、ちょっとそういう、若干その懸念があると。で、逆に長野さんの白、H5 という手もですね、将来、上の中辺 E2 あたりに打つときに斜めが返ってしまう元になるので、その辺はお互いデメリットは理解した上での、辺への着手ということかと思います。
So White has an advantage at the top edge because he can simply go to C1, and then afterwards he can also go to D1, gaining tempo. And then eventually, if black takes B1, he's going to flip the C2 and D3 discs, and that's going to hurt because then white can make the E3 move that he wasn't able to do a few moves ago. And but there's also a concern when white makes the H4 move. It is a silent move where he just flips the G4 disc, but he needs to be careful because when he makes moves like E3, he's gonna flip the diagonal piece too, like F3, and that's gonna allow black to gain more moves. So this is a really important position where both players are trying to not give the opponent as many positions, moves to go to, and so both players are trying to take as minimal discs as possible so that the opponent doesn't gain any moves.
So, is it close here? Is one person pulling away? Which color would you rather be here?
難しいね. It's difficult. But I think it's almost draw. I mean, even. ほとんどね、互角かなっていうふうに僕には見えるんですね。Maybe I'll take white. 白がいいかな。
Why white?
Because yeah, there is a concern of the upper edge for the black, as I mentioned before. ちょっと黒はね、上辺将来的に負担になる可能性のある形を秘めていて。And furthermore, white has parity in the endgame, so that may be an advantageous. That's what I thought.
Yeah, so that is parity means you get the last move in the game, which, of course, because the game has 64 squares, starts with 4 pieces on the board, 60 moves played, and if it goes black, white, all the way to the end, then white will get the last move. So a big part of black's role in an Othello game is to try and force white to miss a go, or force a way in which black can get parity and the last move instead. But if it remains close through the game, then white tends to do well in the end game because they have parity. So as far as humans know and computers know at the moment, black also has a different advantage in the opening. So a game of Othello tends to be even. No side has an advantage, but in general, black wants to kind of get an advantage down as quickly as possible, whereas white will get their advantage further on into the game with parity. So there's an interesting position here. There's a big hole. What do you think about this hole on the board? And by hole, I mean the square at F6. It's just an empty square surrounded by other pieces.
Yes. So it's black's turn right now. So black knows that white would want to go to F6 in the next move. So because white's keeping his pieces in the center, and it's a quiet move. So black is aware of that. So in order to avoid that, black could go to F6 by himself right now and get rid of that move for white. And that is the sort of most obvious move that I can see, but yes, and there's also E3 and E2 to consider. White has the diagonal control from b6 to d4. Oh, so black did end up going there by himself?
そうですね、一個空きで、ここはね、黒も白も打ちたいところでした、F6 はね。で、まあ、黒 F6、白 E3 なのか、黒 E3、白 F6 なのか、まあ、どっちかっていう多分比較を検討して、まあ、こういうことになっていると思います。
And now black, I think, would go to e2 because it is a quiet move and it's not flipping the e3 disk. So maybe in the future, if he can get one of his pieces on the C line from b6 to e3, then black would have a possibility of making the move to f2 in the future. But it is going to be hard to cut that diagonal line. So Nagano is aware of that. He's keeping that diagonal control. So yes.
Okay. Okay, maybe black is thinking about. Yes. As for the move d8, black's another option was to move e2 first and then move on to e8 instead of d8. But at this position, white has no good moves in the lower areas. So, yeah, it is possible, and that's one Suekuni may like. What do you think? セクニさんこういう手好きですよね。黒 E2 から黒 E8 っていう、まあ、割り方もあると思うんだけど、下辺はやっぱり早めに手をつけた方が、ね、白 C8 っていう手もあるんで、その前に打っときたかったって、まあ、そういうことかと思いますね。
Yes. So black did end up going to d8, and Suekuni does like these moves where instead of going to e2 right now, white doesn't really want to go to e2, so he doesn't need to rush. And instead he played d8, where it is an area where white can play, so I think he was thinking of distracting white from making moves that would bring him to a comfortable position in the bottom region. So Suekuni did just go to d8 and flip the e7 disk, and it is a quiet move. And now it's white's turn.
これ4つの辺いずれも B 打ちから始まってるんですよね。どちらかのね、なかなか興味深いですね。たまたまですけどね。So for this particular game, I feel very interested because for every edge, and black or white started moving their B squares. It is just a coincidence, but it's still interesting for me.
Feel free to use this board if you want to show something. Click to move, and then you might get to do something like that. I don't know if you can flip it. Right.
さあここでどうするかですね。
Cool, so if we can get the virtual board up, we can show what we're talking about. What they're talking about, I'm there.
So yes, now it's white's move, And, well, white is most likely just going to go to h6 because it is a silent move. And yes, white did go to h6. So now it's black's turn. And this is a common position in Othello where black is asked, are you going to take the edge or going to go to the middle? And black did end up going to the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So where will white be looking now? Feel free to play it out on the board.
What do you think? どうですかね F1 あたりとか、ここ黒から打たれるの、若干不愉快というか、他に急ぐところがありますかねっていう話なんですけど。
So F1 is a possible move for white. And then black would probably go to D1.
D1, yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And
then it's gonna be white's time to think again.
yes, but the F1, D1 lines should be important to the white because without F1 move, black may simply go to F1. So it's a very kind of stable edge for black. To avoid that situation, white should play F1, D1. And if black will take G1, it is a bit advantageous for white. That's why F1 is essential, I think.
Yes. So as I was saying before, in Othello, you want to consider like where your move, where your next move is like the best. Where's your best move in the next move? That's what you're going to be thinking about. But it's also important to think about where your opponent wants to go next, and that is the deciding factor of your move. And in order to prevent your opponent from making moves that he or she just wants to go, you can just go to the move that your opponent wants to go by yourself and just get rid of that move. Or sometimes you can erase the move, or sometimes you can play around that move to make your opponent's next move a bad move. So in this case, black would like to go to F1 because it's a silent move. Mm-hmm. But instead, by white going to F1, black isn't able to make a move to F1, but white did end up taking the edge.
多分ポイントはこの白 F1 黒 D1 の交換をするかしないかっていうところで、この H さんはいずれ白が取らなければいけないんですけど、取った状態で C の3のボックスコーナーが白になってますよね。で、ここを白にするのか黒のまま置いておきたいのかっていうのが多分将来的にすごく重要なポイントになる。なぜならば左のウィングエッジはいずれ黒が A1 の隅を取る可能性があって、その時に上辺をなるべく黒にとって不利な形に、した状態で白としては渡したいわけですよね。
Last year, I learnt about plight players versus non-plight players. I was told that a plight player is the person that will try and just play the best move according to the computer every move, whereas other players tend to try and play exciting moves that maybe cause a more complicated situation that they feel more comfortable in. Are both of these players plight players? Will they both try and just play comfortable, good, consistent moves as opposed to exciting, big moves?
I would say both players like exciting, thrilling moves. They like complicated positions, and they like making it purpose. They like to purposely make the positions complicated so that it makes the opponent think, and by bringing the position, by making the position very difficult, it's not going to be obvious for your opponent to make the next move. So yes.
So if we can get the main board back, so we can see the intense death stares between the players. There was a comment in the chat earlier about why not friendly competition instead of war between the two players, but this is Othello. It's a serious game. Everyone is very friendly, of course, it's a lovely community, but when it gets down to it, especially in a tournament like this, you have to win. So both players will be taking this very seriously, and going back to being friends after the game, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what about the move just played?
So as we were predicting, Black did go to F1, and now it's White's turn.
So I'd like to make a short comment about the move H3 White. It was a move that flips C3 square. Well, I think it is important in the future. To leave it black or white, it's a big question. So at move H3, another option was to go to F1 first. And F1 move flips the disk of D3, and that keeps the C3 disk black in the future. So which one is better? It's a good question. It's generally box corner C3, F3, C6, F6. These four particular squares are to be left to the opponent's color. It's considered to be better in general, but it's so general. So each particular position has better options. So it's very difficult to tell which one is better. But Nagano thought C3 should be white in the future. That's why he moved to H3. That's my view.
Yes, and as we mentioned earlier, they're both taking longer to think through each move now, which suggests that they're out of their book, which means how far they know how to play perfectly. They're both in positions where they have to think through each move and what they think is the best move. And this is where it tends to get quite exciting. So it's still looking close, but the thing is with Othello, it takes one move and the whole game can explode. So yeah, they're both looking quite calm though, quite calm and thoughtful even.
このレベルのプレイヤーになるともうこのぐらいの段階で終盤のおそらくほぼ最終点までの手順っていうのがもう何通りか浮かんでると思うんですね。でそれをカウンティングするかどうかっていうのはまたちょっと別の話なんですけど、どのラインが、どの手順が自分にとって有利かっていう、ざっくりした読みをこう入れた上で数えると。で多分長野さん今そういうことをされてると思います。
So when you get to this level of playing Othello, both players are very, very strong. And when you get to this level, you just start to think about how to finish the game. Some players can read all the way to the 60th move. So that is probably what Nagano is thinking. He's thinking about how to bring the game so that he'll be at an advantage, and he's trying to figure out a sequence of moves that is going to confirm his victory.
Just on the time for each players, we have mentioned, yes, the clocks are the wrong way round for each player. So the one ticking down at the moment is currently the other players, basically. So at the moment, White is actually the one that's on about 9.5 minutes, 10 minutes. It's beginning to get closer to the end of the game. Obviously, they'll both be good with time management, but if it comes to it, Black is currently getting to a position at which he'll have more time to think through each moves, which can be, in some games, a big advantage. There were some games last year where players had seconds left at the end, which makes it harder because you don't have as much time to think through every possibility. So,
これ黒番だったらおそらく白勝ちですよね。でも実際は白番であると。で白がどこかに打つと黒の手ができると。そういう感じのしのぎ方で、ほぼ互角の形成というところですよね。こういう形で手を渡されると結構白はたくさん手が浮かんできて、普通の人だったら結構悩んでしまうと思います。
So right now it's White's move, but if it's Black's move, it would sort of be obvious that Black would win. But now it's White's turn, and this is where White has many different moves, legal moves, and this is where it's going to be challenging to make a decision in making and executing the next move, because that is going to be the deciding factor of who wins the game.
And after the game, whoever wins, they'll both be in here in the studio to ask them some questions. So make sure that if you have questions for either of them or both of them, you get them into the chat. So that we can ask them.
これ今白はどの手を考えていると思いますかね。What do you think White is considering for the next move?
I like C8. It is going to flip the G4 disc, so if Black in the future is going to make a move like G2 or G7, then he's going to gain tempo. But C8 looks like a move that, well, isn't too bad in terms of like not losing any moves. White would just flip one disc at D7, and then all the other discs from E6 to G4, that's already sort of inside the other pieces. So White would still be left with many moves to make, but that G4 disc is also a question to consider.
So here we're seeing a game that has finished between Rui Pass from Thailand and Hisako. Apologies for any of those names being butchered, but who is obviously the Japanese female player. And it's looking like it was a Black win. Obviously that one is available on Live Othello, so you can check the transcript for the game out there. But of course, Rui Pass is one of the top seeded players at this tournament. So
こちら戻ってきて白 D1 に打ったみたいですね。White moved to D1、
So just like before, maybe what White was thinking here was that Black can't make a move to C8, so he doesn't need to rush to that move, and rather he made the decision to go to D1, where Black can make a move at the top edge, so he's trying to distract Black from making moves at the north region.
I agree with that point. そうですね、おっしゃる通りだと思います。それであとはそう確かにC8 は白を急ぐ必要がなかったというところと、あとこの左上の形ですね、これちょっとしっかり読んでないとちょっと白にとって怖い形です。というのも左辺にウイングがありますから、これ黒が A1 からね取っていく形になってしまうと、残り3個空きが黒の剣になってしまう。だからこれ長野さんおそらくこれ黒 C1 っていうふうに取らざるを得ないっていうことをしっかり読んだ上でこの D1 を打ってると思います。こうやってねだんだん辺の形がね決まっていきますね。あとは下辺がどうなるかっていうところですね。あとは斜めのラインがどう通るか、そういったところがオセロの終盤の読みの中心になるかと思います。
So they're starting to solidify the edge, the shapes of the edges, where on the left you have a wing, and then on the top edge and the right edge you have what's called blocks. And the edge that hasn't been decided yet is the bottom edge. So that is going to be an important edge that is going to decide who wins the game. But it's also important to consider parity. So right now it's White's move, and in the northwest region there are 3 open squares, so it's an odd number, and it's important because if White makes a move right now over there, so for example B2 and then A1 and then B1, White is going to be the person that finishes that region. So as we were discussing earlier about parity, generally White has the advantage of keeping the parity. So those are some things to consider.
そうですね、左上が今奇数空きになったことで、これ左側の辺がウイング、いわゆる悪形ではあるんですけれども、この悪形の罪が軽くなるというかですね、黒が A1 を取るタイミングでその前に白が B2 に打つことによって、黒は左辺と A1 を取られても上辺 B1 に潜って、潜ることができるという形ですから、若干やっぱり辺の形っていうのは評価する上では一つだけ見るんじゃなくてその隣り合った辺と合わせて見る必要があるっていうところだと思います。これは思い切ったできましたね。
So White made a move to E8, and as you just saw, White flipped the middle pieces in the E column, but he also flipped some diagonal pieces, D7 and C6. So it was a loud move, but at the same time, I am sure that Nagano read ahead and made that move. So he is thinking about how to play out the bottom edge region.
これ黒 F8 って取ったら白は B2 に打つんですかこれ。
So, if black goes to f8, would white go to b2?
これ黒 F8 で白がもし C7 って打ったら、左下逆偶数になるんじゃないですかね。黒 B2 から打って捨ててってもなんとかならない。
Could we get the analysis board up so we can
Yes.
just show this? Because I'd like to be able to follow.
Yes. So right now we're in this position, and if black takes the edge and goes to f8, there are two possible moves for white. One is b2, where he plays out this parity region, or he could go to c7, which is just going to be a silent move, just flipping that on disk, and he's also still having the control of having all his pieces in the middle. So these two moves, b2 or c7, what do you think?
白 C7 の後黒 B2 って打ったらダメ黒にとって。
C7, and then what if black goes to b2?
Black B2 keep parity.
Oh my.
It's a big sacrifice on the upper edge. なんか上の辺はいっぱい失うんだけれども、これ逆偶数になったりしないかなって。
So the purpose is, in the bottom left here, in this position, white isn't able to actually play there. And as we said earlier in the game, one of the goals of black for a game of Othello is to have an odd region, like the bottom left. There are 5 empty squares where white can't play, because at some point, because white can't play in there, white will have to skip a go, which gives black the last go of the game. And parity is a big advantage in the game of Othello. So if black were to play b2 at some point, white would be able to get the a1 top left corner and probably the top edge. So it's a big sacrifice on black's part, but the advantage that it gives black is parity, and
that's...But I turned down my idea. ちょっと私で自分で思ったのダメだと思います。It was too much sacrifice for black to move to B2. 黒 B2 はね、ちょっとやっぱり犠牲が大きすぎますよね。だからまあその辺も考えて、白はね、これ黒 F8 で、もしかしたら白 C7 でもいけるって思ってるのかもしれないですね。
Yeah, it would have been a big sacrifice for black, because black would end up getting the top edge as well as the second row, and having those discs flipped is just going to be brutal for black.
But it's a very cool idea.
Yeah.
There's a reason there are
Yes.
experts in the studio with me now.
So I think I need to come up with another option. Black C8 maybe? What do you think? 黒 C8 はどうですかね。
Someone in
Oh, どちらでもなかった。
So it was neither C8 or B2, but C7. And well, normally these moves aren't really favorable, because white can just take the edge at C8, and it is a silent move, and it's not flipping the C7 disc. So in the future, white can also make a move to B8. So that's gaining extra tempo. Oh.
Wow.
Now, black
if we could get the
Yes.
live board back so we can see the clocks as well.
Yes.
Because I believe one player is ticking down.
So now black has the diagonal control from C6 to G2. Which is probably why he made the move to C7, because even if white is able to gain tempo at the bottom edge, he was able to flip the C6 disc and make a move to g2.
And white has less than 2 minutes now.
So what about
is that
b8?
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Is less than 2 minutes enough time for this position?
So after white b8, black may move to f8, then g8, maybe. 黒 f8、白 g8 でどうですかね。それで黒 b7 ですね、次。で、白は b2 に打つのかな、そしたら。面白くなってきましたね。
Yes, it's becoming an interesting position. So one sequence that we're thinking about is f8, and then white simply takes g8, and then black goes to b7. And the left edge, there's a wing for white, so if white ends up taking, first, white isn't able to take a8, the a8 corner, after black goes to b7, because black has the diagonal control from b7 to g2. So it's becoming interesting. But white does also have the parity at the northwest region. So both players are considering about that diagonal control as well as parity.
With the diagonal control, so the diagonal from c6 to g2, white can't play in the bottom left corner. Is that something that will be there till the end of the game? Will black be able to control that diagonal and deny white access there?
Well, moves like h2 is going to flip the g2 disk, and even if black, it is a complicated position, but for example, if white goes to h2 and black goes to g1, there will still be the g2 disk for white, and eventually white would able to take the a8 corner in the future. And if white goes to h2 and black goes to h1, then white can simply go to g1 and still get the g2 disk and get a disk on that diagonal. So that would lead to white taking the a8 edge or corner. But there's also a wing on the left edge, so that's also a thing to consider. Even if white can take the a8 corner, black might be able to just play out the edge on the left.
Yep. So this game is good, but I would like to share that my sister, Sophie Plowman, is her first World Championships. She's just won a game, which is monumental. So congratulations, Sophie.
Congratulations.
Obviously. Now that there are only the corners left to play, pretty much the corner regions, which colour would you rather be? And why?
Well, I think I would want to be black just because I would have the diagonal control. And what's hard is in order for white to cut that diagonal control, as I was saying earlier, white only has the option to go to G1 or H2, and white can't make moves like B1 and cut the diagonal from there because there's the D3 disk, and that's interrupting white from cutting that diagonal. So yes, I would want to be black.
Yes, I would like to have a black, but I would like to move G8 instead of B7 at one previous position. Is this going to be an easy parity for white, isn't it? これ簡単な偶数にはならないんですかね。
Will
そうそう、そこから行くとね。
Will White's plan here be just to play parity out, or does he have something else that he'll be able to do to make it in his favor?
この白 G7 があるから黒 G8 から打つべきなのかなってちょっと思ってたんですけど。
Yeah, so since white had the move to G7, instead of going to B7, black might have been better for black to make the G8 move first, and he can't really make a move to G8 now because it's gonna flip the G7 disc. But he did go to F8, and he still has the diagonal control.
これはすごいいいゲームですね。申し訳ないけどちょっともうわからない。喋りながら考えられない。
So, black has the edge of the right edge completed, and yes.
Very fast now because they'll have counted out all these moves.
Yes.
So they both knew what was coming.
Yes.
And it's looking like a fairly big black win. So if I just look at the score, as it catches up on live Othello with the speed of their flipping being faster than the live Othello tapping on of the screen. But comfortable black win in the end there. There wasn't really a position where black was struggling particularly. It was close at points, but it seemed to just be a case of black slowly pulling ahead.
Yes.
Did white make a mistake in the end there? Because that seemed quite big for black.
多分ね、ご本人たちに解説してもらった方がいいと思うんですけど、これちょっと白にチャンスあったように思うんですけどね、私は。
Yes. But the C7 move that we were talking about, that was I think that was a really big deciding factor because that flipped the C6 disc, and then ultimately black was able to gain the diagonal control. So, but yes, as Kunihiko just said, we'll have to ask the players what they were thinking, what sort of sequences of moves they were thinking, and yes.
Yes, and they will be here shortly. So make sure, if you're still watching, get your questions in the chat now, so that they're there in time for when we have questions to ask. There are currently 109 people watching, so hello to all of you new viewers, and thank you to all the people still watching. There are a couple of comments about people not having got any work done today. That's as it should be. Othello always takes priority over work, obviously, so
Yes.
appreciated. Yeah, here we're seeing the game between Roberto and David Hand. Looks like a white win. Yeah, we'll obviously go over the results of the round in more depth before the next one. They will be uploaded to the World Othello Championships 2023 site, which is the link in the pinned comment of this live chat. So make sure to check out that website. You can also see the Fantasy Othello standings there as well. All right, so we have the two players in the studio with us now. Obviously we have some games going on there, but I am here too. Just
Hello.
So it was a very, very exciting game. What were your thoughts on it?
Console.
It was little. I was feeling a little bit advantage. I was feeling a little bit advantage. Maybe move about 30 or plus somewhere. Yeah. I was thinking Mr. Nagano would know much of openings, as you know, that so I was really afraid he would play that, but he stops. Maybe after his move to G6, then it's getting to a little bit close game, but probably I was thinking to let the white to break the wall, as you see, maybe in the bottom, in the south side, maybe from the your side. Then I think that in the end game, I would make some mistake, but now that you saw the screen, I was thinking it could be the winning position for myself, probably. But yeah, it was just lucky because I was seeing a little bit advantage, but close to the end game or the middle of the end game, I was a little bit. I was thinking kind of my advantage is missing something. So, what did you think of Mr. Nagano?
はい、長野さんは振り返っていかがでしたか。
Thank you. そうですね。中盤あたりから、若干苦しいのかなというのを感じていまして、局面を難しくしていこうと。で終盤でひっくり返るといいなというふうに思いながら打っていたんですけれども、終盤の末國九段の、手順っていうのが若干想定外のものが、多くありまして、そこで結構自分の読みを切り替えるのに時間を使ってしまったというか、ちょっと時間が最後は足りなくなって結構、終盤はミスが多い試合になってしまったかなというふうに思っています。
From the mid game, it was starting to become a difficult position. So I was thinking about how I could bring the game to like an even more difficult position, so that in the end game it would look really complicated for Soikuni, and he wanted to just pull it off from there and just gain advantage from there by making a difficult position. But Soikuni was able to play out the end game really well, and I wasn't sort of able to trick him or do anything else, and it was a very tough match.
So obviously you're one of the favourites to win the tournament overall, and would like to say for the record that I picked you for my fantasy Othello team, so I have great faith. What will you do going forwards into the next rounds to make sure that you take home the title for me?
僕自身、長野さんを、ファンタジーオセロンに登録していましたし、すごく応援しているので、これから、どう切り替えてどういったことを考えながら、進めていこうと思ってますか。
気がするそうですね、負けてしまったものは仕方がないですし、もちろん全部勝てると思ってはね来ていないので、末國九段は非常に強敵ですので、正直、必ず勝てるという相手でもなかったので、これであんまりダメージを受けないようにというか、いっぱいしちゃったけれども、平常心で頑張ろうというふうに思っています。
He wants to stay relaxed as possible and not think too much about his loss. Obviously, Soikuni is a really strong player, so and it was a very good game. So he wants to just relax and just move forward and just play well in the next games.
Cool. And Sir Cooney?
Oh, yes.
We have a question in the live chat for you.
Okay.
After you had the diagonal,
Okay.
I think it was move 46, B7.
Oh, yes. 47, B7, yes.
Yep. Is that the point that you felt safe to win the game? Or was there another point at which you thought you were winning?
Okay, thanks. Your question to myself. Actually, I was feeling, my actual feeling was, I made some mistake before some moves before, so that I was thinking how I could manage to take back such a some losing the points. But I guess that now you showed that the position after move 47 to B7, I thought it would be okay to myself by some discs. Nagano made some mistake in the maybe the last minute of the end game, but I think it could be about by 6 or by 8. I was feeling so. The diagonal, the control, also the white may access using the parity with using the B2, then or then white may access to H2, then can make the kind of the very strict the parity endgame, so that I was thinking to avoid such a situation. I don't know if it's still winning for myself or not, but there was no alternative choice except B7 to myself. So
cool. Well, that's all the questions. Thank you very much for coming to be interviewed, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Oh yes, thanks. I need it.
Well, we'll see. We'll be back for the next round in a little bit. So see you all then.
See you again here then. Hopefully, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
se ha forbice da fissare. Forbice. One moment. One moment. Here's a message from the direction. You all sign a contract, a contract agreement. In the agreement, it says that after marriage done, you're not allowed to check the document or game on sale. So this is the first mention of this rule.
Okay, then I'll give you a way to start next one. So, everybody, good luck and we can start.
Hello and welcome back to round 3 of the World Othello Championships here in Rome. We've had some interesting games that we've already shown and some that you haven't seen as well. The top board has now started. I'm not sure if it's the top board, but it's two Dutch players, a Dutch and a Swede. So on the right we've got Nicky van den Bigelaar, who is probably the top Dutch player. And on the left we have...
It would be Suakuni this year.
Oh, Suakuni, of course. And we have on the left Nicholas Vettergren, who is one of the best Swedish players. So this is an all-European matchup, and they've started with the Tiger opening, which a different variant from the last game that we were showing you.
No, I think it...
Is it the same?
Compoth. Is that's what it's called, isn't it? That's what was played in the last one, isn't it? No, first game was the same as this. Last game was the... I don't know, Othello Quest calls it the banana. Apparently it has a different name.
FJT.
And I'm pretty sure that they both know this position, but they also have concerns about this position. Nicholas is sitting back because he knows this position, but he has concerns about it, and he's deciding how to play his opponent. And when you have all the black moves on one side and all the white discs on the other, it's called a two-wall game, and you can see why, because black just has a wall at the top and can't make any moves at the top. White has a big wall at the bottom, can't make any moves at the bottom. So it's a matter of, when you get into these positions, picking around the edges and choosing good moments and good moves to play through when you have to.
So while they think a bit for their opening, obviously they'll still both be in book at this point. Or likely anyway. They might not be, you never know. Just to go over the standings quickly after round 2. Matthias is in first place on tiebreak. There are, I think, 24 people on 2 out of 2. And that's 22 out of 98 players, which is quite large, but also quite small, I guess. So Matthias is in first. Most of the 2 out of 2 players are the players that you'd expect. In terms of the team rankings, France and the Netherlands are both on 6 out of 6. Italy, Sweden, Switzerland and Thailand are on 5 out of 6. Japan and Singapore are on 4.5. Great Britain is on 4, but we'll come back from that.
Okay, and just asking our expert guests, are you familiar with this position?
No.
No, and I think the last move by Nicholas was very interesting. That looks a little scary because white will get 2 nice moves to h6 and h6 and then h5. But after white h6, black will go to f7, and that will give an access to black h5 after white white. So sorry, I'm a little confused. But white will, if white goes to h6 and then black f7 and white h5, then black will have an access to h4. So maybe this move is not so good as it looks. It looks good. It looks bad at the first sight.
The clocks are still on the wrong sides, but you're used to it now. Just deal with it. I don't know. More comments about it doesn't mean we are any less aware of it.
And apparently this movie was out of Nicky's anticipation. He's thinking rather hard.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that Nicky van den Bigelow on the right, who's playing black, played that move because he's concerned about an opening that he knows Nicholas knows well. And so he's tried to vary it. And he's possibly even prepared this.
Nicky's playing white.
Okay, yeah, yes. My mistake, sorry. Nicholas is black and Nicky is white.
Yes.
But my comment stands just the other way round. So we had a question on YouTube, which anybody can answer. Why do expert players not play book moves sometimes? Like in this case, I'm sure that there were lines that they both knew that go further than this, but they've varied and they've moved off the normal line. Why would expert players do that?
Well, for me, that's because I don't know many book lines, so I just can't play as best as AI players recommend. And even if I knew the best move and best line, I think I wouldn't play it in many cases because I know that the opponent will know the line too. I think it will give me a better chance of winning if the position turns into one which both players don't know. That's my way of playing.
In terms of expert players as well, you have to remember that to the less expert player, an opening that isn't in book for them may still very well be in book for the other player. So, yeah, the person that's more prepared for the game will be able to play an opening that's not in book for the other player, but still in book for them, and usually that will be an opening that's slightly worse for them. But because they know it better, it gives them some control over how it's played.
Yeah. So Ben Seeley, the two-time world champion, explained to me his tactics one year were to find lots of openings that were a little bit behind and then have a faith in his ability that he was better than his opponent. So if, for example, he was only 2 discs down with perfect play to the end of the game, and it's difficult to know that for sure in the opening because computers haven't analysed the game fully, but if you know that you're about 2 discs down and you are more than 2 discs better than your opponent, then it's better to get them out of book because if they stay in book a long time, then you're in an even game much longer, and your opponent's advantage is that he also knows the position.
It is absurd to avoid a line, 2 discs down line. I think I often play lines that are evaluated 6 or 8 discs down by AI players, and I often win the game. So I think it's not a good idea to follow the best line.
Me too. I often play openings that are -6, occasionally -8, but I don't win them. I don't come back and win them in the same way you do all the time. But I do have some success against better players, so there's the argument.
And I think that's what happened in the game between Suekuni and Nagano in the second round. I'm pretty sure that Nagano's position was better for him, but Suikuni played so that Nagano will make some small mistakes and gain a winning position finally for Suikuni himself.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way expert players do.
Okay, so
interesting move.
Tanida-san, what is happening on the board?
For this position?
Yeah.
Well, White has a bit ahead when I look at the right edge. White has A4 option where Black cannot play. It's a bit sounds advantageous for White. And White also has an A6 move as well, so Black should H6 move. But the Black cannot play H6 at this point because if Black plays to H6, White may take H7 with the H4 empty square where the only White can play. So yeah, bottom line is White is ahead at this position. That's what I think. Yeah, Black the mistake maybe G3, I guess.
This White's H5 by Nicholas was a very nice move because many players would go to H6 as White instead of H5.
Yeah, that's right.
You have to see why this is better, why H5 is better than White's H6 move. And it is not so hard to see if you look ahead several moves, a few moves.
Once you've seen it, it's obvious, but it's not the obvious move to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Because normally on the edge you would want to leave two spaces rather than one, because Black will get some control if he played in H4, but he can't play in H4. And White is going to get that move as well, having a nice compact edge with a tempo at H2 and either another tempo at H5 or getting a nice balanced edge if Black plays out H5, H6.
And also, if White goes to H6 instead of H5 as the game proceeded, then Black will go to F7, and that will give White a bad edge on the right hand. So
yes,
it's a bit hard to see in your head. So I may need a board to show it to you.
Cool. Yeah, so if we could get the analysis board up, please.
but we will be looking, so the dual board.
Okay, so what I was telling is why White's move here is better than the White move here. Well, after this move, Black will go here, and if White goes here, Black will go here, and if White goes here, Black will have a move here. And in both ways, this won't be a good move for White. So in many cases, White, and then White, and then White will be a nice move. But after Black's this refute, White will not get a nice moves in a row to H5 and H4. That's why Nicholas didn't go to H6, and that's why Nicholas went here, Because after this, if black goes here, white will go here, and white will have a nice set of free moves here. And then here. Switch 5 was a very nice move.
Yes.
Nikki and then Bigler had a hard time dealing with this move. And how did it progress? どれっけ? What is it? Yes?
Nikki plays white, right?
Right, yes.
Nikki is white.
Oh, Nikki is white?
Nikki is white. So.
Oh.
But anyway.
Yeah, your comments still stand. It's just
Okay. そっか、Nikkiがwhiteなんだ。Oh, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. これで、
E8.
あ、そうかそうか、E8か。なるほど。
E8 black, H4 white.
あれどこだっけ
F7, D7. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the
this.
position.
Okay, thank you.
Also, if we could go back to the players' view as well. And note how on the ball we are with this year. just no pressure, but it's been like 10 for 10 so far.
Black should go to H6, no?
Yes. Otherwise, white will play H6 and.
Get a tempo.
so we're thinking white is actually quite a long way ahead here.
Well, I think the position is still balanced. After black, white, something like this.
If we could get the analysis board up as well.
Or
Again.
something like this. And it's not a clear-cut winning position for white. Although this move looks very nice.
When I say a long way ahead, I don't mean it can be forced easily. I mean that with these two players, I would expect white if either player was white in this position, I would expect them to go on and probably win. There's not. I mean, it's black's move now, and what can black be thinking that's got potential in this position?
Yeah, both Takeshi and I am expecting H6. Otherwise, white will play H6. So
Right. And then that's a pair because white will almost certainly take the edge and save the tempo at H2 as well. So just say it goes H6, H7, white takes the edge. Then black still has to find...
Yeah, B6 or C7 or B4 or... Yeah. Black is having a bit hard time.
Yeah, and all of those moves on the left-hand side for black are dodgy or have negative characteristics.
And both players are probably out of their opening at this point as well.
Almost certainly.
So at this point, it's not just an opening. They are both obviously very capable of making mistakes, so it could still go either way. But if that's the same for both players, you'd expect white to be a bit more comfortable here. Do you want to explain what a tempo is?
So, well, the easiest way that I think I can explain it, but I'm willing to be corrected, a tempo is when there's a move that you can play that your opponent can't play, and therefore you can just leave it. And when you want your opponent to play two moves elsewhere in the board, you can just take that move. So your opponent plays, you take your spare move. So in this case, H2 is a tempo. So long as white keeps access there, he can play it whenever he likes. and black will have to play 2 moves on the left-hand side of the board, which he really doesn't want to do.
So a tempo is essentially like getting a free pass, like you get to skip a go almost.
Yeah, almost.
It's a
but sometimes you can get tempo sequences as well. So it's not necessarily one move that you leave, but you might have an odd region of 3 moves that you leave, for example. But it's something that you have complete control over that forces your opponent to play twice where he doesn't want to.
So it tends to be something you can play at any time, but your opponent can't, whether that's because they don't have access or because it's a bad move for them.
Yeah.
And then when you play it, it's a move that doesn't affect anything anywhere else on the board. So it's essentially like having the opportunity to skip a go at some point.
Yeah.
And it's something, skipping a go gives you a lot of power in Othello, because, for example, if black were to play 5 moves in a row, the position would get worse and worse for black with each one, because they'd be flipping more discs, and so have less option of where to go.
Yeah, and another way of looking at it is, just imagine that it's white's move and white plays h2 now. It doesn't give black any more decent moves. The only move that it gives black is g2, and that's a bad move, it's a game-losing move. So, and white doesn't have to play it now, he can choose when to play it.
I think black is in big trouble here.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes, white will go to d8. For example, black can try c7 now, c7, but then white will go to d8, and black will take to c8, and white will go to h2. And that will give white a one-colored balanced edge. Oh, okay.
The purpose of that is to take away h2, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the diagonal from d6 to g3 is now completely black. It means that white doesn't have the tempo option at h2, which means that now, if white wants a tempo, they'll have to flip something that gets them back into that diagonal and gives them access to it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, given that I think black is a long way behind, I like that move, because it takes away the obvious advantage. Even if it can't be kept, it makes the game, it makes Nikki have to think again.
And someone's asked, does black still have a chance? Black will always have a chance until
Dead.
Yeah. Sometimes there are positions in which you have no winning moves, have no losing moves, all your moves are winning. That tends to be more towards the end of the game, at which point a game tends to be won or lost before that. And it's not there yet.
Black will find it very, very difficult from here.
Yeah.
And white white still needs to be careful.
And white does still have losing moves. At the moment, they don't seem to be
The moves that he would want to play anyway.
Yeah, the obvious moves, obvious looking moves. But you never know.
I would go to d2 here. d2 seems the best move. It opens up the northern region for black, but I think if white goes to d2 now and then to h2 later, that will be a nice, clearly ahead position for white.
Yeah, that's right, but I would prefer d8 at this point. If white d8 and black
F8?
may take f8, so take z8.
Yes. That's what I would do.
It's a very strong line.
But I'm assuming
It's a bit scary, but
Yes.
maybe it work.
I'm assuming that's what I would do, but I'm assuming it's not the right move. I'm assuming it's not the right move, but it is the move that I would do, because by going to d8, It's always scary when you take two c-squares into the same corner, and your opponent might, especially if you've flipped, in this case, f6. So the corner and the x square, the one diagonally in from the corner, are both empty, and if black then gets into the corner, white can't play in the x square and gets a huge number of discs in the middle, in that bottom right-hand corner. But black is very, very short of moves, and d8 flips g4 as well. So if white takes the tempo at h2 at any point, then there's a perfect mountain, a 6 on the edge and a 4 on the inside, which can often be difficult to play against because there's swindles and no moves available being given back to black. But I like doing that kind of thing, but it always scares me.
Yeah, I do agree with d8. And while white could go to d2 to make the g5 disc white, it opens up the northern region for black, and so black is going to gain a number of moves. So right now, black can't go anywhere in the northern region. So I would say playing out at the bottom region first is an easier move for white, because going to d2 is going to allow black to have more moves.
What about a6? That's my own suggestion. No one else in the chat suggested that.
A6, well, the problem about A6 is that it flips the F6 disc to white, and so after A6 and I don't know, black makes a move, and then white goes to D8. Now the move to D8 doesn't flip the G5 disc, and just like how Guy was saying earlier about making a pure mountain, where the G column and the H column, both of them are just white, and yeah, go ahead.
If we could get the analysis board up, we can show you a perfect mountain.
Yes.
Joe said pure mountain.
Yes.
And Guy said perfect mountain. Which is the correct?
I believe it's. I heard it as a translation from a Japanese term, so I guess it could have been translated either way.
Okay.
But I'm happy to defer to Japanese speakers who made up the phrase.
Okay. Anyway. Goro Hasegawa, the creator of Othello, has stated in his book that the player who has one pure mountain or perfect mountain, whichever it is, he will win the game 90% of times. So it's a very nice...
I'm not sure that's true, but it's actually been played on the board. But on the digital board on the right, you can see that, so D8 flips G4. So now you can see on the right-hand side there's 5 white discs on the edge and then 3 white discs along the G column. The natural response would be F8 for black, which may come in a minute, it may not. And then white takes the edge. Now that's a very dangerous corner.
The egg shape.
The egg shape. If black gets in there, then black is almost certainly going to win the game. However, in this position, it's very unlikely that black will get in there. And when, after the sequence, or a similar sequence that's just been shown, white finally takes H2, that is the perfect mountain on the right. So with a 6 on the edge and a 4 inside, and black has effectively run out of moves here. So, so black is going to have to play G7 before white has to do anything nasty.
And in a position like on the analysis board at the moment, when you have that egg shape around the corner in the bottom right, you can basically treat it as having that corner, and the game goes from people trying to make quiet moves to white treating that as a corner and trying to treat those as stable discs, and black doing everything they can to get into that corner. After which black will get both the corner and the G7 square.
And this kind of opening is, or this kind of position is actually really, really interesting, because even between top players, you will occasionally get a wipeout because someone has taken a corner like this and run the opponent out of moves. The famous one, I think, was it Graham Brightwell versus you? Did Graham Brightwell wipe you out?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Yes.
And it was similar, that he grabbed a corner and lots of discs in the corner.
That's right.
Yeah, and so even with multiple world champions, it's possible to get wiped out using this kind of tactic. But you only really want to use it when you know you can read and kill your opponent.
Because otherwise, you'll lose heavily the opposite way.
That's the only wipeout that I suffered in an official game.
That's because I haven't played you, for the record. I think I would do okay. That's a joke, for the record, again.
I like to take the edge instead of F8. Yeah.
Right, to avoid the lines that we were just looking at.
Yes.
Black would have to take G8, otherwise white can just take B8 afterwards, and if so.
So black has to take that edge, because if white got to take the edge at the bottom, the perfect mountain, pure mountain that we were talking about on the right, doesn't allow black a nice swindle. So if white had taken the edge on the bottom, black would normally look at the 3 in the right-hand bottom corner before black had taken the edge and say, okay, I can make a sacrifice here. I can give away the corner and take a wedge and get the bottom edge. But with the pure mountain, that swindle wouldn't have been possible.
So although this is looking like a slightly runaway victory for white, it's actually looking to shape up to be quite an interesting, exciting game. In that these pure mountains and egg shapes and whatever make quite beautiful games of Othello. Any game where there's denial of access and things like that are interesting to watch, no matter the position.
We invent terms because they create interesting positions, and that's why we use terms. So whenever there's a term that we're using, it's normally because something interesting is happening.
Nikki's last move to C7 was a very nice move. For black, the only way to avoid white H2 is black E8, and then white will go to C5. And there's practically no way. Maybe this move, this is the only way to deprive white of this move to H2, but this creates way too many discs. This one? Oh, I'm not sure. Okay. This is a winning position for white, anyway.
Just slightly.
That means this move, Nikki's C7, was a very nice move.
Yeah. So does black have any other options other than taking B8 in this position?
Well, but black knows that white is most likely going to go to H2 to make that pure mountain that we've been talking about. So that is why black would want to go to B8 to erase the C7 disk and avoid white from making the H2 move. But other than that, I mean, there's the, well, yeah, okay, we've had a move.
Right, and so now white is almost certainly going to...
Well,
no, maybe he'll do C5.
yes. Because
And then black can still do B8 and take away access. Yeah.
And black and white.
And then A6.
It's the end.
Yeah.
Actually, previous position, Takeshi and I was talking a bit about this move, but actually, after F8, G8, C7 was so brilliant. So F8 at this position is much safer than G8. That's what I thought.
In this position, what is the most crazy move that white could play and still be winning?
For
white.
For white?
For white to still win, but a move that looks bad and exciting.
In which position? The right one or the left one?
Both the same, yeah.
Okay, both are the same.
What's the most exciting way that white could win from here?
A6? It's not so crazy.
Weird question.
Yeah.
A fun question.
B7 would be a crazy move. And it is interesting because although white can get like the swindle at like A8 and B8, when white responds to A8, when white goes to H2, he has the diagonal control from C7 to H2. So black can't technically do a swindle. So in terms of crazy moves, I would say the B7 move would be a crazy move, but white did end up going to H2, so that's a safer move.
So that would look like this.
Right, yeah.
So black would get the swindle, white can't play there.
So yes, and then
No. White would take H2 and then black can't play.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness me! I didn't even. Okay.
So that's the crazy way. Oh
Yeah.
So that's the crazy way for white to win that you're looking for.
Why would he not play that? That's way cool.
But that kind of thinking is actually really interesting because if you are behind, you need to find things like that to turn the game around. So it's not a waste of time trying to think of those things unless you're really short on time or.
And in answer to the question in the chat as well, is he still winning or is there still a risk? We do have a zebra board with the scores up for the first time this year. And white
Behind the
scenes. We're not saying scores, and please don't in the chat. But white does still have the odd losing move. It's just further ahead you get, the less likely they are to be moves that would be wanted to be played, as is the case here. So,
and to be honest, with these two players, I can't. Like black is not winning from here. I'll say that with confidence. There, I put my neck on the line, and I'll say black is not winning from here. Even though there are moves that white could play that lose, white will not play those moves. They're just not even tempting.
But yeah, even if it's in that position, this is quite a pretty position, I think. And it's probably getting to the point where both players will be able to play a bit quicker as well. It's quite a comfortable position.
Yeah. Bear in mind that the board on the right is our digital board. So anybody who plays a move on a digital board, Murakami, needs to say what they're thinking.
Oh, well, I think this is what Nicolas is thinking about. White will take the corner, and he will go here.
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly.
And that's
We do charge for our sidekick services, by the way.
That's the streamline of hope that he found.
Yeah. It's a desperate line. Can he hold on to that diagonal? And the answer is almost certainly not. But desperate times calls for desperate measures.
Yes, sounds good.
Yeah. And white doesn't want to take that corner too early because black can get the wedge and save the bottom edge if he does. If white takes... Okay, and so on the digital board, what Murakami is playing out is what would be fairly standard moves, but I am going to say that we should only use the digital board when we've already looked ahead. So it's things that you're thinking about rather than things that you're looking at on the board.
Okay. Well, this was the line of moves that I was thinking about.
Right.
And B2 was Tanita's idea. Black, white, black, white, black. And this is 7 empty. 6 empty. White will get the last move here, and black will be forced to go here, and then white will take everything, and white will win comfortably.
Yeah.
That's hopeless for black, but...
And even if they choose moves that are slightly different to that principle still seems to apply.
The situation is very bad for black.
So, shall we have a quick look at some of the other boards?
Sure.
And see what's happening in the other games. So we've got cameras on the top 4 boards this year, and if we could have a quick look at some of the others. So this is it's Mikel versus
and Urano Kento. Kento Urano.
Okay, and this is harder for us to see as it is for you on the screen because we've got the object view.
It's Kento's turn, White's turn, I think.
Kento's
Okay.
turn, and he's white, black.
White.
Okay. So black has taken the left edge. Looks like a 5 from here. Might have to put my glasses on.
Is there black's disc on B7? Oh, I don't think so. Oh, okay. B7.
Yes, B7.
B7 is black.
Yeah. So what? So has black sacrificed against his own edge here?
Yes, but white has absolutely no moves on that bottom edge beyond taking the corner, really. So if he takes the corner...
Oh, then he can't take the one next to it as well.
Well, on the top edge, it looks like the second row is all white. So if white takes the corner in the bottom left, then black can play B2, and it leaves 3 spaces. And when white takes the corner, or if white takes the corner, then black takes the top corner, top left. Then black can save the left edge and still have a free move.
So who's winning, do you think?
I think black is winning, but so I can't. It's difficult to see, let alone analyse properly.
It seems to be all the Japanese players that I say good luck to go on to not do so well. So hopefully that won't be the case. Hopefully.
David Shaman.
I didn't see the hole. I can't see the hole.
Oh, it's gone.
So just to remind you, actually, if you want a bird's eye view of these other boards, The top 12 tables are all on a website called Live Othello. If you go to liveothello.com, you can choose which game to watch, and it replicates the games. That's what the person sitting with the computer is doing. He's replicating the board immediately into Live Othello. You can go and watch it there. And the bird's eye view is often better because you can see what's going on.
But you miss the emotion.
You miss the emotion. I can't see the names there. Okay, hang on, we can check.
Yeah, we're back to
main board.
Nicholas's and Nicky's, the two Nicky's game, and I mean White's still winning, although. Is Black going to have to play on B8, or is Black going to be able to save himself parity there at some point?
I think at some point Black is going to run out of moves in the northern region. So yeah, I do think Black is eventually going to have to play B8, unfortunately, and then White would take the H8 corner
and if
end
White
up
takes
getting
the
bottom edge.
Fair enough.
And it's barely even run out of moves, it's just the top gets played out.
Right.
As Murakami was showing on the board a while ago.
E1 here.
Could we have a quick look at board 4? Oh, was that? So that I think, was that the David Shaman?
David won? Was he Black?
Let's try and find out. Okay, try board 3 as well. I want to see if there's a game going on there. Okay, so the other game that we just saw was Calvin Ko versus Dispong Kianarongrob, and it looked like Black had won that one, so that was Calvin Ko. But this is a high quality game. David Shaman, 2 times world champion. Played for
three-time world champion.
3-time world champion. Okay, my mistake.
Shaman knew.
he's played for even more countries than he's won world championships because he moved around a lot when he was younger. This year he's playing for his native USA against Oskar Eklund from Sweden. And it's after a while of being relatively inactive on the Othello scene. Maybe even decades. But something about David Shaman is he's very, very good at complicating positions and having a strategy that's based on something happening rather than just keeping things steady all the way through. As I was listening to the commentary on the previous game, Joe, you said sometimes it's a matter of a dialogue and asking your opponent questions. That's what David Shaman is very, very good at. He asks his opponent questions constantly. Should we go back to the main board?
The Nickies.
The Nickies. Yeah. Okay. So it was going to happen anyway, but it's happened relatively early.
Yes.
And now White now has enough stable discs to say he will not lose. I mean, with moves that he can't be taken away from him. So one thing, if you're trying to count how many stable discs you've got quickly, knowing that there's 28 discs around the edge of the board and you only need 32 to draw is a very easy way often when as the edges get exchanged at the end of the game to know that you've got enough stable discs. If you've got all of the edge, you only need 5 discs elsewhere on the board to win. And in this case, there's 27 white discs, so it's easy to see where it was going. Shall I get them up?
Cool. So they will be up here for an interview. Some questions in a second. Comfortable win for Nikki there. So if you have any questions about the game, about their favourite flavour of crisps, chips to the other cultures here, feel free to ask them. Favourite colour, favourite songs, anything. But we'll also try and get their thoughts on the games themselves and their hopes for the tournament. So here we're seeing the game between Kento Arano and Michele Barassi, both of whom did very well. Kento obviously won last year, and Michele, I think, came third or fourth?
Third?
Third, I think so. So both very, very strong players. Yeah, and obviously Michele is black in this position.
Okay, so we've got Nikki and Nicholas here, and I'm going to call you Nikki and Nicholas for distinction purposes. So, Nikki van den Bigelaar, Nicholas Vettegren. We just watched that game, and I will ask, how did it go? And I'm going to ask Nicholas first.
Yeah, I was dead in the opening, I think, and there was nothing to do basically. So, yeah.
So, at what point were you aware that you were getting into big trouble? I mean, was it an opening that you knew and you decided to do something different, or
no,
did it drift?
It drifted, and I think Nikki got some kind of Boskov opportunity. Yeah. I saw it, but I thought I could stop it, but he took away all my access. So.
Right. So I don't know which edge it was.
Yeah,
for us, it was
important for me.
It was.
I had so many silent moves there.
Yeah. On the edge.
On the edge.
Yeah, we saw that, and Murakami was explaining the advantage of taking the move that was one jump away from the other, rather than 2 jumps away, even though that didn't flip diagonally.
Somehow.
It worked out absolutely brilliantly.
Yeah.
And Nikki, when you're playing that kind of game, do you remain nervous when you know that the position is winning?
nervous, not the correct word, I think. I remain cautious.
Cautious.
So, yeah, I want to check all the diagonals. Do I still have access and this kind of stuff? But nervous? No.
Here we have an English person being taught on their English.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Someone not
No. It was a fair question. It was a fair question. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you.
And Luke was asking the question during the game. Do you ever get tempted to play fun-winning things as opposed to the ones that are safest?
So you had.
It depends on the game and the moment, I think, during the tournament.
Oh, it's been slow. You had a point where I don't know if we can get it up there. If we can get the. No, actually, no.
No.
We showed it. But you had a point where you could sacrifice against the edge of 5 here.
Yes.
And it looked like white would have. Oh, it looked like there would have been a swindle, but then you could deny
Right.
access.
So,
and then.
could we show the digital board? Sorry. So this was the position, and Luke asked the question. Are there any exciting ways to win here?
Yeah, like B7 or something.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's what Joseph Rose suggested.
Yeah, I thought it just barely, but I thought the order was more safer.
Yeah.
It's more clear for me at least.
So and my response was, though it's useful to look for that kind of thing, but particularly when you're behind, not when you're ahead.
It depends
Maybe
how much.
also depends on color, I think. If you're black, you're more likely to do that earlier, I think.
Right, to avoid the parity gain at the
It
end.
also depends on whether you're prioritising your tie-break score or looking cool.
Yeah.
I guess tie-break score was.
I don't look cool now, but.
But it was still a.
But
still
that was
a
not
good one.
the best move, right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if
anyway.
it was the best or not, but
I was hoping.
I was thinking about it just briefly, but
Yeah.
I was planning on H2 like a couple of moves earlier, I think.
Yeah. And your D8 move to get the perfect mountain.
Yeah, that was the move I was thinking a really long time about.
Yeah.
And I wanted to make a perfect edge after it. That was the plan before, so.
Yeah.
So
But
H2 was in my mind a long time ago.
and we were saying that when you do move like D8 and you're in risk of taking this corner,
that's why-
you have to make sure that your
Yeah, that
opponent's
was
dead.
what
Otherwise,
That was why I was using so much time there.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
I might have been locking myself somehow, but.
And so, how are you both doing in the tournament so far? Just give us a quick update on.
So far, so good. 3 of 3.
Okay, that's good. The Dutch team are doing well overall, aren't they?
Yeah. Makoto is Dutch.
Yeah, I think I'm happy so far. Not this game, but the two before was good. So.
Excellent. Okay, well, good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll see you again when you play in the final.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, here we have the game between Michele and Kento. It looks like black won, so Michele, 40 to 24. As you can see, he's rather happy about that because obviously Kento is the reigning World Othello champion.
And Michele is an ex-world champion as well.
Yes, and came in, got to the semi-finals last year, so very strong. But that's an upset, not a big upset because obviously Michele's a very good player, but still.
Still, the Japanese aren't getting it all their own
An
way.
exciting result. They've had to come quite a long way as well, I think. This is what I've been saying.
Yeah, well, you mean flying?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you haven't been here for a week to get used to the kind of the
Yeah,
9 hour.
one of the things that can sometimes be overlooked quite easily is the home advantage of playing locally and not having to travel, or relatively locally. And we've got David Shaman versus Oscar Eklund back up on the screen. And
with Oscar being black here and David being white.
Okay. It's difficult to see what's going on.
Well, they've both put some discs down. They're flipping rather hurriedly, so I'd assume one of them's low on time. Or getting low on time.
Okay, so I now have a bird's eye view. It's white's move. So the bottom left-hand corner has been played out. The orientation I have on the live Othello is different to the one that's on the screen, which makes it difficult as well. But it's looking like a close game. What often happens is top players pause before playing the last moves relatively quickly. And what they're doing is they're often looking to the end of the game, counting the score. Something may have happened with the clock. It looks like David Shaman may have lost on time.
He was flipping rather hurriedly before, so if you scroll up. I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out.
The final move, okay, so David was flipping hurriedly. He's looking rather dejected. The board is not yet full. I think we can assume he's lost on time.
Whose move was it? It was Oscar's turn, though?
No, not then. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, if the clock fell, it's when it's pointed.
Yeah, true.
So, who wins that on the board?
Black, I think. Yeah, so the way the tiebreak works, if
the timers.
With the clocks, if your time runs out, you have an extra 2 minutes added, so you automatically lose if your time runs out. But if you finish the game within 2 minutes and you win on the board, then the final score is you lose 33-31 because you lost on time. If you can't complete the game within the extra 2 minutes, then you lose 64-0.
Yeah.
So
if you lose on time, you've lost. You get a chance to redeem a score of 33-31. But if you don't use your 2 minutes to even redeem that score, then it's 64-0. And obviously, the amount of discs you win by counts towards a tie-break, which, when you're choosing semi-final places, can make a difference. So people are keen to get as many discs as possible when they win.
Cool, so that appears to be all the top boards, top 4 boards. So
we're going to take a little break.
We'll be back in a little bit.
Yep.
For the next game.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. We've eaten lots of pasta, lots of vegetables, all very nicely cooked. We're here for round 4.
Yep, and the game that we will be watching is Thomas. Nope, pairings. Nick. They put that on the first one. We don't know. We'll find out in a minute. But it is okay. So it is that one. So it's Nicky van den Bigelaar, who we saw in the previous game, and Marc Bertrandius from France. So having fun at the beginning now, laughing. I wonder what that was about.
Do you know something about Mark? Because I haven't seen him before.
Yes, he's okay. This is an interesting opening for starters, isn't it? Yeah, we'll talk about Mark in a minute. But okay, this is an interesting opening. Someone want to explain why? It's not normally played.
Right, this is the missile opening, and well, usually the tiger opening is popular, where after f6, white goes to e6, and then black responds to f5. And that usually the tiger opening is very, very popular amongst the players, but this move, this fourth move to b4, is, I would say, pretty uncommon. So I would say Mark has prepared for this opening very well.
Or, so to get back to your question, Murakami, Mark is a good French player, but if you were to compare him rating-wise to Nicky, he's not as good as Nicky. So it might be that he just didn't want to play an opening that Nicky would know well, and just get him out of book. So that white move at b4, I don't know if there is what the official name is, but we call it the bent ganglion, and it's not very often played. Black gets lots of moves where he takes internal discs. Like his last move at b5. And the white discs at b4 and d4 and d6 are in a checkerboarding pattern as well. So that basically means that they get in each other's way. So at the moment, down in the bottom left-hand corner, white doesn't really have any moves except the x square and b6, which flips in all 3 directions. And so it's good to try and avoid having your pieces with 1 space jumps in each direction, because they do get in each other's way and limit your moves. And obviously what you're trying to do is maximize your options, and so that's one of the ways of minimizing your own options. But actually, Mark is still playing relatively quickly, so I think you might have been right, Joe. And just on the team front at the moment, the Netherlands are doing superbly well. They're on 9 out of 9. With Nicky and Makoto and Jan den Berg are all on 3. Yeah. Jan de Graaf. Yeah, Nicholas. Yeah, okay.
De Berg is Matthias.
Yeah, okay. Confused. Sorry, my fault. Yeah, so they're all on 3 out of 3. And the Swiss are on 8 out of 9. And the reason they're on 8 out of 9 is because Jan de Graaf beat what's his name? Last year's semi-finalist. Why have I forgotten his name? Arthur. Yeah. So he beat Arthur Jr. In the first round, I think. But that's the reason that the Swiss are on 8 out of 9. And I believe Japan are on 7.5 points at the moment.
And with the Japanese dominance in the team championship is quite... Japan won last year, didn't they? Yeah. The team championship.
The team championship is... Yeah, it's kind of owned by the Japanese at the moment, but
it's nice to see it be closer.
Yes, indeed. And Mark is still looking like he was looking like he was in book before before Nicky played that move.
Yeah, so Mark might have thought that Nicky would have gone to b3, and b3 would have been a good move because, well, White would have wanted to go there. So in order to avoid White from getting that move to the middle, I also thought that Black would go to b3 and just go there himself and just get rid of that move for White. But instead, Black did end up going to a3, and now White is thinking of his next move.
Right, and the reason that a3 that's just been played isn't, I mean, it might actually be the best move. I think I would have played there. That doesn't make it the best move by any stretch of the imagination. But although it leaves b3, the c2 follow-up to that is a 1-2-3 rather than just a b3 playing. b3 would have just been one move on its own and then White having to choose where to play on the left.
Yes, that's the move I was thinking about.
This one?
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh.
Oh, he gives a confident smirk to the camera there.
He did.
So
he's not used to playing on the top board with the big cameras.
Yeah.
So he's obviously very aware of them.
So Mark does have good control in the middle region, and in Othello, generally speaking, you want to keep your pieces in the middle, because then that would allow you to make moves on the outer side of the board, the edges, or like the G and B columns, and so it's generally speaking, you want your pieces in the middle. So I think White has a good control of doing that.
Right. Has a chimney feel to it.
Yeah, Mark does have the advantage here of being able to thoughtfully stroke his facial hair. Whether that's just for the camera or his confidence in this position, we will find out. From experience, it is terrifying playing in front of cameras. I did it once and I got obliterated. So.
Who was that against?
Wendy de Graaf.
Okay, I was commenting on that game.
Yes, I could have made it more exciting, but you know, I thought the Othello world wasn't ready for my dancing.
So yeah, Nicky actually, oh no. So E7 looks obvious here. Am I missing anything?
A6.
E7.
How about A6?
Oh, A6.
Yes, now.
And then I think
I would do, yeah, E7. A6 is still there.
And then White's natural response would be D8 right now. And White would still have the control in the middle.
Yeah.
It is worth noticing that the clocks are the right way round this game.
So we apologise for the sub-game of guessing whose clock is whose.
We actually don't, because it gave us something to talk about. It was actually good. Kept you on your toes. Will we do it again next round? Who knows? I guess we'll find out.
So the standard question at this point, which colour would you rather be, Murakami-san?
Sorry?
Which colour would you rather be?
Before this pair, I would have taken black. If black had gone to A6 instead of E7, but now I'm not so sure.
Okay. I would have chosen black and I would have gone to E7 and played out that pair. But my guess is I'm missing something.
Well, I guess Black would want to go to B3 in the near future. Right now, obviously, that is an illegal move for Black. So in order to get a Black piece on the diagonal from C4 to E6, Black would have to make some sort of move along the lines of like F5, and then flipping the D5 disc. But the problem with that is White is able to get a swindle of A5 and then A6. So it's really hard for Black right now to get his pieces in the center.
So he has to try and take advantage of the fact that White doesn't have many moves.
Yes.
So how about C8 now? Just asking a question of White, what are you going to do here?
I think C8 is also a good move. And then in the future, like what Murakami was talking about earlier, the A6 move, it would be better. Oh, but we've had a move to C2.
There seems to be a lot of support for Mark in the chat, which is enjoyable to listen. So keep that So keep that coming.
What's the reason for supporting him?
He's French, and there are lots of French people watching. Apparently,
a little bit of loyalty.
Yes. The audience's crowd favorite.
Their flags are very similar, aren't they?
I know, I turn my head sideways sometimes and I'm like, oh, they're both Dutch.
Oh no, the other one's French. Okay, keeping up his access moves.
Yeah, apparently Mark is half Dutch as well.
Yeah.
When you turn your head sideways.
Was that an official comment? Is he actually half Dutch? Someone said
according
it.
to someone in the chat. They could be lying, but I guess we'll find out after the game. We can ask.
This is actually a very interesting position, isn't it? Because if you were just to glance at it, having learnt the game and been told some basic strategy, you would say black is a long way ahead because white hasn't got many moves. But black's access to the good moves has been denied all over the board. And he's going to have to play through at some point.
And actually, back on him being half Dutch, I know this is true because I was speaking to him yesterday about it. And it always seems to be the case with Dutch people that their English is near perfect. And he said, usually when people learn English, they learn it from American shows and they learn Americanisms and incorrect spellings as a result. But I was talking to Mark yesterday and he said something was absolutely fine, which was quite an English thing to say, so I was impressed, thoroughly impressed.
See, I'm not sure about black having played C2, because if I'm going to play through the white wall, I would want to do it at F5 to get the D5 disc, which opens up a perfectly quiet move down in F7 and another one in B3. But by playing C2, he's taken away that possibility. But he would have had to do something else.
Yes. But there is also something to consider is the E1, E2 swindle for black, and obviously that doesn't work right now because there's the E7 disc, which is black. But if white flips that disc, E7 disc, to white, then in the future, black can activate the E1, E2 swindle. So maybe Nicky was reading that ahead, and hence he made the C2 move.
But when he made the C2 move, I was thinking C8. So that would have still been there.
Right.
Although C8 would have also poisoned F5.
Mm-hmm.
So in this kind of position, if I find myself in this kind of position, I'm thinking to myself, I think I'm ahead. I just need to be careful and play it correctly, which is not always easy. But I just think I have more options than my opponent. Therefore, I should be able to control the game in some way. It's just trying to find how.
I think black will go to C8.
I knew it was a good move. I said that moves ago.
Right. I don't see any other good options for black.
Should we have a quick look at what the juniors are doing as well? Okay, so the highest rated junior at the moment is Calvinko from Singapore. He was an incredibly keen beginner who was already very talented last year, and he's been, I believe he's been playing a lot over the last year, and looks like he's improved a lot over the last year as well. So very talented young Singaporean player, is on 3 out of 3 at the moment, and only 1 point behind Makoto Tsukini on tiebreak as well. And then, so he's in second overall, or joint first, along with 11 others. And then Osuke Kawazoe is on 2 out of 3. So he's the second place junior. And the third one is Konstantin Devon from Israel, also on 2 out of 3.
And what about the individual men's overall championship?
Sorry, overall men's?
What? No, overall.
So that's actually, we just had a quick brief look at Calvin Coe there. Sorry, what was the question?
Who's winning overall in the...
Well, there's still 12 players on 3 out of 3. So there's no clear winner yet, and the people who are winning haven't yet played each other. So I will run through the list. Makoto Suakuni, Calvin Coe, who we just mentioned. So Makoto Suakuni, as we mentioned before, is playing for the Netherlands, Calvin Coe for Singapore, Matthias Berg for Switzerland, Kurita Seiya Kurita from Japan, Nicky van den Bigelaar, who we're watching here, from the Netherlands, Alessandro Di Mattei from Italy, home advantage, Katie Pilapuro from Finland, who was last year's semi-finalist. Yeah. And last year's female champion, obviously, as well. Jan de Graaf from the Netherlands, Michaela Barassi from Switzerland, Rujipas Anchali from Thailand, Oscar Eklund from Sweden, and Marc Bertrandias from France, which is why we've got this game here.
Okay. Well, yeah, that move, yes.
There's been a sequence of moves.
Fantastic sequence.
So black played out the bottom edge.
So if we can get the analysis board up.
Mark must be a very good player.
Okay, so so you were suggesting here that black goes to c8 and you couldn't see anything different. But black went to e8.
Yes, which is a little worse, which is a little vulnerable.
A little vulnerable?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? Why is it vulnerable?
Well, because in the actual position on the left side of the screen, it's black's turn, and whenever black goes, white will go. White will have a move to a6. So black will move somewhere, and white will quietly move to a6, and then black will have to move another. We'll have to make another move.
Okay.
Somewhere.
So after e8, white went to c8. Black took the edge,
right.
Because he's trying to apply a lot of pressure because white doesn't have many moves. And white, this happened in one of the other games that we were watching. Normally you would sacrifice in an odd region so that you get the last move there. In this case, it's done in an even region because black can't take the bottom left corner immediately. And so white is going to get another move here, and the only way black can stop that is by taking away d3 and c4 by going to e2 just here, which he's not going to do because that flips everything.
Well, I think black will just go to e1. And white a6, and then black will...
Okay, we can go back to the board.
And black will flip c7 and d7 and get the swindle.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. So even if white plays... okay.
Oh my, this move, was it?
Well, that does get him f7 and b3. as possible moves.
Yes.
So although he's given away E2, he gets 2 nice moves back.
But for that, black.
Plus, it forces white to play the A6 move immediately, because otherwise black just takes the corner and then there's 2 spaces.
Right. But now black won't have swindle.
Not as easily. It might still happen.
Yeah.
Some support showing for Nikki now in the chat as well.
So-
But that person does have a Manchester United profile picture, so
doesn't
take
really
that
count.
seriously. Do you take that seriously? I don't either. Unlucky.
So yeah, the move to D1 sort of interrupted the diagonal from C7 to E5, and so the move to D1 sort of shut the way for black to make the C7 disc black. And right now, if the C7 disc was black, black would get a swindle of A7 and A8, or the other way around. But now, since that D6 disc is black, it's going to be harder for black to flip the C7 disc to black.
Yeah. But Nikki is playing very confidently, and that B3 move applies a lot of pressure, and even after E2, F7 doesn't give the natural diagonal response to F5 that white might otherwise have. So it wasn't the sequence of moves that we were looking at, or the plan that we were looking at, but Nikki is playing confidently and still has all the control. Right. And so white would really love to be able to play F5 now, but has no access there, which is why Nikki was comfortable playing this.
G8 seems to be the only move here.
Yeah. Which takes the diagonal and delays things a bit longer as well.
Or maybe B1, but yeah. Usually moves like B1 is a bit risky because black can't go to F1, but if white goes to B1 and if black is able to go to so you did.
Well, let's see.
Yes. So, but right now, usually if black is able to make moves like F1 right now, it will be very dangerous for whites, because if black moves to C1 in the future, then there's no way for white to stop black from taking the A1 corner. F1 is an illegal move for black right now, but still, I would say it is a harder position for white.
Yeah, so if black could play F1, it's an edge trap.
Yes.
That it takes a bit of explaining, and maybe we could show it on the board, but it will, yeah, maybe we can. But the other thing here is if black plays C1 and white takes the top edge, then white doesn't have the nice sacrifice at B2 because it's a swindle, because all of the 2 row would be white. So this is what's happening. White will take the top edge.
And the danger of playing next to a corner, even if it's a space away from another opposing coloured disc, is that black or the other colour can play moves like this to kind of force you to play along the edge, even if you don't want to. A piece close to the edge can usually be attacked in some way, which is what Nikki was doing there, I think.
I think Nikki will take a corner to A8 now. Otherwise, white will go to G8.
What about G7? Does that? No, that doesn't.
G7. No.
Cool, exciting
Yeah, you're looking for the cool, exciting moves.
At all, but
What white still has pieces on the left-hand side that can pull out a
I just
H6.
Yes, H6 or H5 or G6. All these moves seem good. Oh. But now G8. G8.
Yeah, that's much better than it was before now.
Nikki should have taken A8 when it was possible. After white's G8, black will no longer have access to A8. Yes. Now what?
So now black doesn't have access immediately to the corner, which you would like to do because, well, even if he did and white took the wedge, he doesn't have access to F8 immediately, but there's nothing stopping him getting there. F3 looks quite nice now, just because it flips in one direction and gets a piece on the end of the diagonal to say, I'll take that when I like, or try and keep me off it.
I think black is also still thinking about the C7 disc. So if he opens up the right region, so for example, if he goes to F3, and then if he could somehow break that white wall on the right, so that afterwards white is going to make a move to like F4 or something. Yeah, so this move, the good thing about this move is that it sort of, well, now black has the control in the middle that we were talking about earlier, and in the future, if white makes moves like F4, then black is able to make a move to G3, and that flips the C7 disc. And afterwards, if black took A8, that corner, and white goes in, then goes into A7, then that whole 7th row is going to be flipped. So that's one thing that Nikki might be thinking about.
Right, so whereas before G8 had been played and the whole of that row was black, we were talking about a plan where Nikki could get the swindle in the bottom left-hand corner by extracting that C7 disc. And what you're saying now is, if he manages to extract it now, he won't get the swindle because there's a piece at F7, a white piece at F7, which means when he takes the corner, even if he's extracted, even if the C7 disc has been extracted and is now black, the white disc at F7 still gives white access to A7. But if he takes it, then he no longer has any access at all to f8, which could be saved for parity.
Right.
We have a question in the chat asking the concept of final parity. Is something to improve. Will White try to maintain parity to the end game?
Yes, White always tries to do that in general.
Yeah, I think, again, the way that Othello works, White always has parity unless Black can find a way to get it for themselves by making White miss a go or making White unable to play. The only reason White would tend to give up parity is if they can get more stable discs as a result, which is something that sometimes happens, but usually parity is the priority.
Yeah, and in this specific position, yes, White will want to try and keep parity, but if Black chooses not to take the A8 corner soon, White might also get a chance at grabbing that diagonal from bottom left to top right, the main diagonal.
Parity is a bit like a cheat code, if you think about it. It's just like, well, I guess without it, Black would have an advantage in the game, but it's just kind of something that you can't really avoid being there.
Yeah, in some ways, in a close game, White is always trying to keep parity and Black is always trying to get it. That's almost a purpose of the game. If you manage to do that, then you're doing something right. What about f3 now? Like, start the diagonal fight right now.
Oh yes, Black, firstly, can also get parity by making himself pass, which is also sometimes a viable strategy. So to make White pass, you need a region that has an odd number of squares in it, and that White can't play in, which means at some point White will have to miss a go because they can't play there, or an even region that Black can't play in, because then you're forcing yourself to miss a go, and you'll get parity.
Yeah.
But
it's not that...
It's all quite situational.
It's not necessarily just that you can't go there, it's that you have to play out the rest of the board so that White has to take their moves
elsewhere.
Yeah. Like they lose out.
But they, all things being equal, they won't be able to play there. They force you to play in there first by making you not able to play elsewhere.
Yeah.
So it's basically, once you have that odd region, you have parity, essentially, but then they try and get parity back elsewhere on the board. I think, I don't know,
we
might need to look at that at some point, so you can describe what you're trying to
say. May I go back to the board? I think White has three reasonable options here. F3, F4, and G5.
Okay, so F3 was the one that I was suggesting a second ago. Starting the fight on this diagonal immediately. F4.
Yeah, F4 or G6. I think it's very hard to say
G5.
which one of these three is the best. All of them are feasible.
Was it G5 was?
G5.
Was that your?
Sorry?
So, okay. Can we look at the digital board, please? Mark's eyebrows are very expressive.
He must be part French.
Could you show the digital board, please?
You're not asking in the right way. Could we have the analysis board, please? See, it's 100% when I've done it.
Okay, I will ask you, and you can ask them next time. So the three moves that Murakami was suggesting were F3, which grabs this main diagonal. Black can't get into the corner right now, and that is what has been played on the board as well. Murakami was also suggesting f4 and g5, and he was suggesting that it was difficult to choose between them, but the one that has been played is f3, which is I think where I would have played. And now Black has decisions to make. How desperate is he to get into that corner?
So I think Black would want to go to g5 now, and what's good about that move is that Black sort of gets the advantage of getting the diagonal control from c3 to f6, and so White needs to watch out for that. So maybe in response, White could either go to f4 or h6 just to break that diagonal. Yeah, so
that would be h6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then Black might sacrifice the bottom edge.
Right.
To get. Well, let's see. The person with the vested interest now has to think about that exact decision.
F4 seems to be the natural option here. Is it not?
Well, it does flip a lot of discs, I guess. Well, so if White goes to h6, then he will still be left with moves like g4 and f4 and g4 on top of that. Whereas if he just goes to f4, then the g4 move is gone for White. So in terms of tempo, I'm not too sure about f4, but yeah, we'll have to see.
So you would go to h6?
Yes, h6, and then if Black in response goes to like f4, then White could just take the edge, take the right edge, and go to h4. Or after h6, if Black takes the edge at h7, then White would still be able to go to g4 and then f4. So those are two moves for White, and there's a little bit of an advantage there, I think.
Okay. So, Murakami, why would you suggested that
f4?
F4
here, yes,
is the better move. Why would you choose that over c6?
h6.
h6, sorry.
Well, that looked natural, and that didn't seem to give Black nice response. Is there any nice response for Black here? That's what I was asking, yes. And if there is no good response for Black here, then this move, White's f4 move, should be a good move.
Okay.
So let's think about it. Where will Black move
after
White's f4?
I think after the White's move to f4, Black would play out the top edge. So Black would go to f1 and then force White to go to g1 and take the edge. Yes. And then after that, Black would be able to go to f2. And what's good about f2 is that it flips none of the other discs on the f column.
But White still can go to g3 after that.
Yeah, that's
yes. So that's the only issue. And what's also sort of bad for Black is that he can't really he can't make any moves on the northwest region, so he can't make any moves on A1, A2, and B2. So yeah, black would have to play out on the right side.
Right. So yeah, after your F1, G1, F2, white still has a move out at G3. So yeah. Can we go back to the board, please? Luke, can you ask?
Could we go back to the normal board, please?
Ah.
No, just give it a second.
You've lost your touch.
I actually have.
Could we go back to the main screen, please? I was sure that was going to be 1-1. Well, never mind. We'll keep talking about this position anyway. So black chose not to go for that route at the top.
Right.
And I think part of his fear was making sure that he was on the diagonal.
Yes.
And white is keen to keep him off the diagonal.
Yes, he took the...
Hence that big move, which is, to be fair, it's consistent with the moves he's been playing all game.
Yes.
So the question now is, can white keep black off that diagonal? My instinct would say no.
Right.
But it's not obvious.
So, oh, there we go. So now if black plays out the top edge that I was saying earlier, so F1, G1, F2, now after that, even if white goes to G3, black would still have the F3 disc, so black would have access to A8. And the only other option for white, if he really wants to stop black and still have the diagonal control, so F1, G1, and then F2, and then G2. I'm not really sure about that, but that would still have black off the diagonal. So black would have to find another way again to break that diagonal.
And that top left corner is actually quite interesting for the whole board game as well, because at the moment, white can play in there. It's an odd region that white can play in there, but the question is, does he get enough from playing in there? I mean, he doesn't want to do it at the moment, but as the rest of the board fills out, and if he wants to play parity at the end of the game, he might have to make that decision.
Maybe G3 here? Is it too radical?
Yes, probably. Okay, but it's in keeping. Could we show the digital board, please? Okay, so this is Murakami's radical move.
I'm not sure if it works, but...
So the one thing that it does is it flips this disc, which we've been talking about earlier on in the game, which means that the bottom of the board can possibly play out more nicely for black if he now takes the corner. What are the other advantages? Why would you consider such a big move that flips in so many directions at this point?
Well, because there doesn't seem to be a good response for white now. Where we go? F2 seems to be the only reasonable response. More conservative move.
Okay. So back to the board, please. And this is what Joe was talking about earlier. If black goes to f2 now, it's slightly different than had that sequence been played out before the pair on the right-hand side. And black would also have access to h6.
Which colour would you rather be now?
I think throughout the game I would have always rather have been black. However, as the game goes on and those diagonals look worrying, I wouldn't have confidence that I could get this right from here easily. Mark's still got 14 minutes on the clock though. Is that what I see? And Nikki's down to 4.
4. They're both
down to 4.
Yes.
Are they? Okay.
I'm just making up ones.
Which isn't, I mean, it's not an insignificant amount of time, but it's not a huge amount of time either in a complicated position.
Yeah. If it's close, it's enough to make that game-losing mistake, I guess.
But I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure that it's been brilliant play all the way through, but I'm really impressed with the way that Mark, who I felt was quite heavily behind at the beginning, made strategical moves with a purpose, that those purposes have been borne out. The worries about the diagonals and the access control are in fitting with the moves he's been making all game. And given that we felt he was behind in the early game, that's probably a good strategy. And so, especially as white, when you're trying to survive to the end game, so you get the parity advantage as well. Okay.
So white is refusing black from gaining access to a8. So right now the only way for black to break the diagonal from g2 to b7 would, be the g3 move.
Just played?
Yes. Now the f3 disk is black, so not only does black have access to a8 now, but he also has access to h1.
And rather annoyingly for white, he doesn't have access to h3. Which I'm sure Nikki saw.
Yes. But what's also interesting is now if white goes to b2, then white would have the diagonal control from b2 to f6.
But he doesn't want it, because if black can take h1 and then go across to a1 and not flip.
Yes, yes.
And then that's huge black win.
Right.
I think black is winning here.
Yeah,
and
I can't.
G2 was a mistake.
I agree.
given anyway. I think White would have had the. White would have still had the advantage of playing out the northwestern region, where Black can't make a move there. So Black couldn't make a move there. So playing out that parity would have. So playing out that parity would have been a good move.
Yeah, and given that he's gone to B2 now anyway, not playing the G2, G3 pair would have been better. If you take away the G2, G3 pair now, Black would have still been on that top right to bottom left diagonal. White could still have done the B2 move. And we've just had H3. Yeah. Yeah, we agreed this is a Black win now.
Yes.
Yes, unless we've not spotted something.
So.
That was just because Mark didn't notice he couldn't play in H3.
Being able to play in H3 would have helped him after sacrificing that diagonal, but it's more, or grabbing that diagonal with G2. But it's more that he shouldn't have grabbed the diagonal.
Right.
But he may well have been losing anyway.
Is he down to 27 seconds as well?
Yeah, plenty of time.
Yeah. Nicky's on 2 minutes 30.
But Nicky's just checking things. He's got enough time to play all the moves he needs to play. It's just making sure.
At this level, the amount of discs you have contributes towards your tiebreaker as well, if you're on the same number of points as someone else. And so he'll be counting each sequence and making sure he gets the most amount of discs possible, I think.
A8 here will win easily.
Yeah.
Are there any losing moves, do you think, for him? Or?
No. Possibly G7. But why would you do that?
Make it exciting for us. I don't know.
And H1, Black H1 now would lose a lot of discs.
We've already interviewed Nicky and asked him, when you're ahead, do you think about playing exciting moves for us?
We know he doesn't.
And he said no.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, he said depends on the context.
We did ask nicely. And Mark has 6 seconds left, 5 seconds.
He's only got one more disc to flip.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, so okay. So handy 4 out of 4 for Nicky van den Bigelaar with that win.
Yeah.
And Mark doesn't seem too upset.
Well, I think they're both smiling because he let it tick down the extra second to pass.
Yes.
So he had 1 second left.
So.
And to be fair, I think that Nikki will be very, very obviously pleased to be on 4 out of 4, and I think Mark's happy to be on 3 out of 4.
And to have had a game that close.
Yeah.
Like,
it was a good game. It had its moments, for sure.
I think Mark was playing brilliantly until the G2 move.
Yeah.
Very nice game.
cool. So they will be heading up here in a second. Ask any questions you may have. Here we're seeing the game between Katie and Calvin. Assuming Calvin was white, which I'll just double check. He was white. Is that a black win? Oh, this is a different game, I was going to say. It looked like Calvin won another game, which is good for him.
I think that's 30 for white, 34 for black.
Okay.
But,
that's a close game.
Yes.
It's always interesting when one colour has lots of edge pieces, and then the other colour has to try and fill in the middle a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
When you want us. In the middle too. Okay, so we have in the studio Nicky van den Bigelaar again, who we interviewed in the last game, so we may not interview him this time. We've got his opponent, Mark. Mark, starting with you, how was that? For us, that was an exciting game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after the opening, after 50 moves, I was just like, I am not in a good situation right now. But yeah, so I play against Nicky quite often since we both play in the Netherlands, and he likes to do blocks, and I was like, I'm gonna do that same tactic to see if he can play against his own tactic.
Right.
I used my tactics against myself.
Okay, and so you did a very Chimney-esque thing where you took a big block,
yeah.
And even after that you were taking moves which kept denying access to the natural moves for black.
Yeah, I was trying as much as possible to make all the moves annoying for Nicky, so he had to choose something which was always like, oh yeah, but if I do this, there's that one thing which is annoying. So every move that he had one annoying
characteristic.
Yeah, well, one annoying disc in the middle that he would have to turn.
Okay, and was there a point at which you realised, or at what point did you realise this is not going to now work out?
After move 15. But then, so the thing is, I thought it wasn't going to work out after the beginning. But then, little by little, I was like, wait, hang on a second. I'm in a pretty good shape. And there was that one instance where there were like 4 possible moves, and all of them seemed fine for me. And I just went for one in the end. I couldn't see that far in the future.
Okay. And so, Nicky, how were you feeling during that game? A lot more exciting than your previous game.
Definitely. I know I was winning after the opening, but I couldn't kill him quickly. So
in game, for the record.
In game, yes. Yes. So he kept fighting really good. I played him a couple of times this year already in the Netherlands, and he has well, not a similar style as me, but I like to do the annoying things as well.
Right, it was very strategic decision making rather than.
And finding, in the end, I could finally find a parity win for black.
Right.
Yes, with this move.
A question from Mark. The opening you chose, obviously you said about the tactic of building blocks and trying to use this tactic against him. Was that opening well prepared, and to what depth?
It's one good question. To what depth? I'll be honest. To like move 6 or 8 or something. But I like to just kind of go for intuition openings, because I will do openings that are different from the average person. So it can bite me back in the back, let's say. Or sometimes it can surprise, and I think Nikki kind of got surprised in the mid game, and with that tactic I'm able to get some surprising wins against better players than me, but I can also get killed quite quickly in game.
Speaking of playing interesting openings against players, very good players, do we want to show?
Not right now, but we would like to show a game that happened in the previous round between Michele Barassi
and Kento.
And Kento Urano,
He's the reigning.
where there's a move that if you've just learnt the rules and you've learnt basic tactics, it broke lots of them. But
the open X grab.
Yeah.
I saw that.
So we will talk about that at some point where we'll get a chance. But just want to say congratulations to Nikki. 4 out of 4 is an excellent start.
Yes. So far so good.
And Mark, I would guess you're happy with your 3 out of 4 at the moment, but or are you disappointed?
Definitely happy with 3 out of 4, but slightly disappointed because I've beaten Nikki before.
Right.
So it's an opponent where I'm like, well, I've beaten him once. So
you're not. Yeah, we were talking about this before. When you're not out-psyched by him. He's not one of the opponents where you've lost before you start.
But you might like to know as well that when we started, Murakami said, "Who is Mark? I haven't come across him quite like in the same way." And then I forget which it was.
There were several points during the game.
It was the G2 move, the first kind of sacrifice that you played. He was like, "This Mark guy's really good."
Yeah,
so
I noticed.
There were several points during the game where he said, "Oh, it's excellent play."
I appreciate that, but well, I think it was well deserved for Nikki. I always enjoy our games. So
Good. Yeah, you seem to both be smiling through it.
Sure.
And the decision to leave the clock to run down to 1 second, and having fun whilst you're playing is always good for us to observe. So thank you, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Okay, don't squeak the chairs just yet. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back as soon as we can with round 5. So we'll see you then.
opportunity. The timing is up for this title level.
Good morning, afternoon now. We are back in Rome for round 6 of the World Othello Championships 2023. And we've got a game for you in this round which you'll be bored of one of the names because it's Nicky van den Bigelaar, who we've been watching for the previous 2 rounds. But the reason we've got him on again is because he's playing the young Singaporean player, Calvin Koh, that we mentioned, who was heading up the youth ratings, the youth championship at the moment. So they're both on 4 out of 4? 5 out of 5? 4 out of 4. They're both on 4 out of 4 after 4 rounds. And therefore, as in a Swiss tournament, winners play winners, losers play losers. If you're on 2 out of 4, you play someone on 2 out of 4, as best as the pairings allow. They're both on 4 out of 4, so they are now clashing at the top of the table. And it's an interesting game just because Calvin is rapidly improving. And so it's another tiger. There's lots of tigers that are played, and the reason you hear that name a lot is because the tiger is an early move, but there's lots of variants that can be played afterwards.
Do you know how old is Calvin?
I'm not sure, but he's grown up a lot in the last year, so I reckon he's round about the 11-12 age.
Oh, Takahashi's opening. One of the world champions, Akihiro Takahashi, loves this opening.
And so it's like from what we were saying in the last game, it's an opening where this time black is grabbing the central pieces and trying to give white the problems on the outside of the discs that have been played. Which is why Nicky did that C7 move. It was just to get some internal discs that he could play out from.
Hi. Yes, this is the 5th round, and both players are thinking, and it is white's move. And I don't know, what do you think?
Well, C4 seems to be the natural choice, but it flips 2 discs in the diagonal, so it's not so good.
Which allows it to be pulled out again, yeah.
Yes.
Why did Nicky go to G5? Did he not expect black's response to H5? I want to know.
I'm sure he would have looked at it, because if you're going to go to G5, it's the first thing that you'd look at, given the nature of the opening so far, with all the black central discs. And given that he seemed to play C7 to make sure he had a central disc, you would think that when he plays G5, he would expect it to be pulled out, because it is the position. But he must just feel okay with this position, I guess. There is still E7 through the middle, which does give D7, but
So white did go to C3, and that is a silent move. It only flips 1 disc, the D3 disc.
Yeah, but
yes,
and D6, D7. C4. Black will go to C4. That's your choice. Okay, C4.
That would,
no? C4 and D7. Oh.
So now I think white would want to get access to the f3 move. So yes, by going to moves like d7, now the d5 disc is white, so he now has access to the f3 move unless black goes there by himself. Oh, he didn't, but all right.
H3, maybe? F3 is natural, but then black will go to G3. Oh.
So the natural response was played by white.
Well, G3 looks so appealing. Maybe Calvin is thinking about D8 instead of C3.
It is a joy to watch a young player who 1 year is over enamoured to be seeing all the top players and saying in casual games consistently in the hotel foyers, can I play you, can I play you, can I play you, can I play you? And then the next year to be at round 5 playing on the top table. It's like, that's so cool.
Yes.
Who are you referring to?
To Calvin.
Oh, Calvin.
Yes.
He was like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's that enthusiasm that often gets you to the point where you, I mean, as you know, you've told me before, when you fell in love with Othello and you decided that you were going to be world champion and you had an enthusiasm that got you there. It's often that enthusiasm for the game that brings out the best.
That's true. I want to play too. It's rather boring to comment. I just want to play.
Yeah, I know. I had that problem. I qualified this year, and I always want to play, but have other things to do this year.
Well, play next year.
Maybe.
If you qualify. There must be some other people who can do the same thing for you.
Yeah. It depends what it is. I mean, not saying other people couldn't do those things. I'm saying that I have the responsibility for those things, and most of the year round that's joyous. And it's only at the World Championships when you can't play that you kind of say, "Oh, I wish I wasn't doing it." So, the question I always ask at about this point in the game, who would you rather be?
White.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the same for me too.
And me too. In fact, there's no obvious good mood for black at all, is there, here? That doesn't have an immediate response.
Maybe E2? Is that too much?
The problem for black is that he has no good way to break up the upper side of the board, and the only option left for him, if he doesn't want to open up upward, is D8. And then white will go to C8 and black will take the edge to B8, and well, white will probably go to G7, and black is obliged to open up anyway. So maybe it's better for black to open up the upper side now. Oh,
Right.
okay. C8, yes,
Yeah,
that's the response. Otherwise, black will go there himself.
Yeah, so black has to take the edge now because otherwise white will, and then black has to play at the top anyway.
Right. And now G7, and black has to open up.
Right. Will Nikki play G7 here?
It seems to be the only reasonable option. But maybe H4 first. H4, H3, and then G7, maybe.
But because when white does play G7, black doesn't have immediate access to H8, and so white also gets to play H7.
Right.
And then when black does take the corner, black doesn't have any access to G8 at all, so white can take the edge, the right-hand wedge, and then take the bottom wedge as well.
Exactly.
Which is a common sequence in this kind of position.
Right.
And the reason that you suggested probably good to play out the H4, H3 pair first is so that when white takes the wedge on the right-hand side and flips G5, black doesn't any longer have a nice move to H4. And yeah, Nick has played it. So we would show this on the electronic board, but we're pretty sure that this is going to play out anyway. So F2 just to force the issue, but
or maybe A4. A4.
B3. Oh no, no access to B3. Oh, plus you don't want to. It's poisoned right along the top. Okay, Dol missed that for two reasons.
A4, H7, C2 can be the sequence, but I'm not sure.
Nick is looking around, making it look like he's fairly confident here, actually.
D2 is also possible. It's very hard to evaluate the values of these possible opening moves.
E2 is also possible.
Right.
Yes.
But none of them feel good. That's
not good enough to...
Yeah, good enough not to die.
Yes.
Good enough not to die. That's right.
Yeah, which is not necessarily good enough to win, but good enough not to die. And E2 was the move you were suggesting before.
Yes.
And so the question is, if he does play E2 now, would it have been better to play out the previous sequence in the bottom right-hand corner? Taking the edge, not taking the edge, not having the sacrifice in the corner and playing it earlier, because you're going to have to anyway.
Right. Yeah, so when black did take d8, I think black would have wanted to consider e2 too, because, well, first, white couldn't go to d8, so there technically wasn't any rush, and even if white had taken the bottom edge by going to g8, I think black still would have had better options, but now that he's made a wing on the bottom edge, white was able to go to the x square and the g7, make the g7 move, and even if black cuts the diagonal from c3 to g7, white still has control in the bottom right corner. So he still has moves left there, so it is a difficult position for black right now.
And he has done the E2 move. But I think we'd all agree as well, even if he hadn't played out the bottom edge and the sacrifice, E2, if you're going to do it, you may as well have done it sooner without taking the bottom edge first.
Yes.
But it still wouldn't have been an ideal move. We were still thinking it was going to be difficult from that. Yeah. But it has left an odd region in the bottom where black can go black, white, black.
But if you include the A8 square, then it's technically, well, four squares. So
black, white,
black,
and then white goes to A8 and takes.
Which is a free move.
Yeah, as and when he chooses.
Yes. So. But the diagonal from E3 to G5 is also interesting, because white can't go to H6 after black makes the H8 move. Well, he most likely will go to the G8 square in response, but that's an interesting position.
C2 here to complicate the situation, maybe?
Yes.
Which was, actually, that was the move I was looking at. Had E2 been played before the bottom edge, I was thinking, actually, C2 could hold something because it doesn't flip diagonally.
By the way, this year, 98 players are playing in this tournament.
Yeah.
It is amazing. It's the record, right?
Yes.
Last year we had 88.
Yeah.
Something like that.
32 countries as well.
So many players. It's very nice.
So D2 has been played, yeah. And I was thinking the first year that I met you, Murakami, was in Tokyo in 1996.
Yes.
And we had 22 players.
22.
They were smaller teams. There were only 3 players per team then, but nevertheless, it's wonderful to see the growth.
And this year we have 9 Japanese players, which is also amazing.
But not all playing for Japan. They are effectively gaijin.
Kelvin is from Singapore, I guess.
Yes.
I've been to Singapore 3 times. It was very nice. Southeast Asia, something, lots of rain and hot. I would like to go there again.
Okay, this is, difficult for white.
No, I don't think it is.
No, for black.
Yeah, for black, yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's just kind of drifting.
So, not only does white have a lot of control in the middle region, but black also can't make any moves on the top area. So, yes, it is very difficult for black.
Right.
Yeah, no good moves for black.
Yes.
Yes.
We've just actually had some very special guests walk into the studio. We're not going to tell who they are, but maybe later.
White has H3, which will most probably kill black.
So, okay, someone explain why black would play A7 in this position. No, you're a long way behind on the screen.
My bad. No, X.
So it's probably not going to work, but black is trying something here.
Oh, are you? Do you mention A7?
A7, yes.
Well, desperate.
It is desperate.
Yes.
But nevertheless, there is thinking behind it because if white takes the corner and black goes into B7, then he's got the last move in that region. White has to play again. If white then at any point takes the bottom edge, which he's not obliged to do, but if he does, then black can go to H6, and the corner is left for black's free parity. For parity and as a tempo, but oof.
Well, H3, Nikki, H3 is good enough to win.
I think, apart from B7 and G8, I think possibly all white moves are winning.
That's right. H3 or H4, these are easy wins for white. But of course it is dangerous to relax when things aren't going too well for you.
Indeed. And especially when your opponent's got a lot of discs, and then suddenly you realise you don't have access to anything.
Yes.
But this is the white discs are so central and surrounded here that it's difficult for black to even know how black could extract anything. There's just nothing.
Yes.
It just feels like he's simplifying it rather than going for maximum discs at the moment. Just force the win and then go for discs afterwards.
Wise decision. The problem for black is that he can't go to h7 without flipping the x square move, the x square disc.
No, I mean, the black's last few moves have seemed really desperate. But in some ways they show a fighting spirit.
Akihiro Takahashi's motto is never give up.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
So now I think white needs to go to h6. And if white, for example, goes to a8, which he didn't, but a8 would have been a problem a little bit for white, because then black would have had gone to h6, and then be able to get the access to h8. But nonetheless, white is in a winning position. But yes, so he just made the h6 move.
Should we have a look at the other boards? Because I think this game's lost some interest. So Makoto versus Dimate. Okay, it looks like a similar thing happened in the bottom right-hand corner as Nicky's sacrifice, where the x square is played and then the c square afterwards.
Yes.
Against a 5 edge, but if black doesn't do something in that corner, now white currently has access to, as we're looking at it, f8. But black can take that access away with b7. Oh, but whose move is it? And who's what colour, anyway? We can check that. Alessandro Dimate's
black?
White.
Oh, white. Okay.
So I think it's white's move. Oh, why wouldn't he just go in that hole then? Okay, so this is
Piano.
Kurita versus Anjali.
Oh.
That's a rather pleasing shape. It looks like a Christmas tree. And Anjali is white. And this is Takuji Kashiwabara from France versus Roy Lin from Singapore. And Takuji is white.
Oh, Takuji is losing.
Yes. Okay, back to the board. Yeah. Playing it safe. Had a disc on that diagonal, take the corner before. It goes away. He's going to get a lot of discs, whatever line is played, so he might as well take the safe option, get the game won. What are their clocks doing? I can't see them.
The clocks. So Calvin is just under 13 minutes, and Nikki is under 17 minutes.
17?
17.
Okay, so a very quick game as well.
Yes.
So now Nikki will be thinking about maximising discs. He cannot lose from here, I'm pretty sure. I mean, could he, if he tried? Possibly. But now he'll be thinking about maximising discs. And how would you go about maximising discs?
As white? Here?
As white, yeah.
Use zebra.
That's one way.
How about A1?
Okay. I would have wanted to go to E1 first, and then finish the top edge, then take the A1 corner, and then eventually getting the 2 rows at the top, the first and second rows, horizontally flipping the discs. But yes.
So would you feed in the top right-hand corner?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to describe what a feed is, if there's an even region, then that your opponent can't play in, then if you just play out the rest of the board, you would pass, and then you would have to play again in that region that your opponent couldn't play in. So it would be you, them, if it's 4 spaces, and they would get the last move in that region and on the board. So a feed would be not what's happened here,
right.
Would be playing a move which allows your opponent, or forcing your opponent to take 2 of the 4 moves in that region. So you play the first, they play the second, they have to play the third after you've played elsewhere, and then you get the last move in that region. Nicky's not opted to do it here. I don't think he's counted, I think he's just looked at a line that's a big heavy win and thought, I'm happy and I'm saving my brain energy for a more difficult game.
Yes.
I wonder if anybody will bring them up. Thank you. So yeah, last 3 rounds we've had Nicky up here.
Yes.
2 of the games have been really, really straightforward. I'm guessing what I'd like to see from Calvin is just how much he's enjoying it, because last year he had no expectations of himself and he was loving every minute, and now he must be putting expectations on himself that he didn't have last year.
Right.
And is he still enjoying it just as much?
But we were able to see a smile on his face when the game finished, so I think he's feeling better this year.
Yeah, I think he's probably delighted to be mixing with the top players right now.
Yes, certainly enjoying the game.
The prolonged photoed handshake. And Nicky really is off to a flyer. He's often strong in the World Championships. And he often has to come from, it doesn't always do necessarily well on the first day, but then when he gets in the zone, he'll kind of come steaming up the board. But getting 5 out of 5 is an excellent start for someone who would be aspiring to get into the semi-finals.
Yes.
So how much do you play?
I play online sometimes, and then I right now I live in Japan, where to be honest, there's a tournament basically every weekend. So we are sort of at an advantage than most other countries in terms of the frequency of tournaments held. So I do sometimes participate, and as some of you may know, my parents are former champions, but I don't play with them at all. So, yeah, I sometimes...
Your dad literally wrote the book on Othello?
Yes, you can look it up on Google. Yes.
So, Nikki, welcome again.
Yes, 3 in a row.
I'm bored of seeing your face.
Yes.
And
wearing my orange shirt.
And your orange shirt is hurting my eyes. Although Albert was claiming that the Dutch should win the best T-shirt competition.
Yes.
Although I think the Mongolian team might have an argument with you about that. To be honest, the reason you're up here this time is not because of you; it's because of Calvin. Because
he deserves it for sure.
So Calvin, I met you for the first time last year, and you were half the size you are now. You've grown up very quickly, and last year you were so happy to be at the World Championships and playing at all, and you were loving every minute of it. And now, 1 year later, after 5 rounds, you're on 4 out of 5. You were playing on the top table against one of the top players on equal footing. And how does that feel compared to last year?
I'm happy I improved a lot, and it's very cool to have the opportunity to play against those higher players. I can learn a lot from this. Even though it's a loss, it's an experience for me.
And yeah, I was talking with Bengt about this the other day, that the way to improve rapidly and enjoy the game is to, when you lose, see it as a learning experience and think, what can I learn from the game, rather than the desire to win, which can inhibit you learning. Nikki?
Yes.
How was that game for you?
It was easier than the last one.
Yeah.
But he is a really good player. He made some small mistakes in opening, and I could manage to win from that. So.
Right. So you were pretty methodical.
Yes.
As you got to the end game, we were looking at the board and we were thinking, okay, so you're probably looking at it, you're thinking, I've won.
Yeah.
Do I go for maximum discs?
I had to be cautious again.
Yeah. Do I go for maximum discs now, or do I simplify kill and then work out maximum discs from there? And do you find in that kind of position you do the latter? You actually think, I'll get the game over, and then
it's
I will
mix,
see.
I think I'll try to find the best move every time, but on a safe way. It's hard to explain, but once I get to the G7 move, for me G7 was the X square. I knew I was probably way ahead.
Yeah.
So from there, I try to maximize my win, of course.
Okay. And so Calvin, this is your first loss of the tournament, but you're really enjoying it.
Yeah.
How were you feeling during that game? Because you did get behind, and you knew you were behind, and sometimes it's a bit demoralising when you're in the middle of a game. You know the camera's on you as well, and you have to play through to the end of the game. How do you cope with that mentally?
I just try to do my best, increase my Brightwell, and I try to learn from my mistakes in the end, so it's fine if I'm losing.
Right.
Yeah.
And also because being on 4 out of 5 is still exceptionally good, and your discount still counts. So even though you're losing, you try to keep as many discs as possible, even if you're losing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, and I'm hoping I don't see you again.
I disagree. So that's
until the final. But Calvin, hopefully, will get you up here again in a future game.
He will win many more. So don't.
Yeah. I'm aware of that. I've played him a number of times online, and so I'm getting very, very nervous.
Yeah.
I know when to run.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Don't squeak your chairs yet. We are going to leave it there. Are there any live games on the other boards before we disappear? Okay, because you two finished quickly, you can stay and kind of just give us a brief commentary on these.
That's my teammate, Makoto, so...
Oh, I keep forgetting that. I keep forgetting that. So Makoto's playing for the Netherlands, same team as Nikki, and so far they haven't lost a game. I don't think.
The Netherlands, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jan lost his last round.
Okay. Jan lost his last round.
And to be sure, Makoto wears an orange shirt as well, under it.
He's just hiding it.
Yeah, he's hiding it. It can be cold over there, a bit. So who's black? Makoto is, right?
Yes. Nikki, I have a question.
Yes.
Have you practiced at all with Makoto?
Not particularly practice with him, but I played in the Dutch tournaments, and he was joining there as well. So I played him this year like 4 times already.
Okay.
And the last 2 days ago in the XOT. So I've played with him, and he's still very good, very good.
Yes.
So he's black now, I think. Is he winning? Oh, it's black's move, so that's...
It's difficult to tell from this angle. Sometimes there's gaps, and if it's in the middle of a block, your brain fills in the disc there.
Yeah. And this is his move. It's a hard move, I think.
But it looks like it's a live game still.
Something like C7, maybe.
Yeah.
It's hard to see from here.
Are the other boards live as well, or is it just this one?
Sorry?
I'm just talking into the microphone.
Yeah. Oh, you played A2? Wow. I think he wants to force white to flip D7 eventually. Something like A5, A6 now.
Matthias Anderson has commented that Nicky got a pretty big advantage in the 3 games that we've seen on the top table that he's played in, which is probably true even in the fun game.
Yes.
Which is uncommon on the main table at the World Championship.
I was surprised I was 3 times in a row on table 1. So
it's mainly because like the first time it was fine. The second time it was because I think you were just the top 2 rated players at the point.
But there were a lot of...
There was a lot of people on the same number.
It was like on top of the standings, I think. But
yeah, and then the third time, honestly, it was because of Calvin, not you.
I see.
So
it's okay.
We love you, but not that much.
I like table 1 as well, as long as I'm winning.
As long as you're winning, yeah.
So far, it's my favorite table of the tournament. Well, if black plays A6 here, then C8 doesn't flip D7.
It might just be my eyesight, but I have no idea what's going on in the top right-hand corner.
No, it's quite hard to see, but maybe C7 from here. And give away the corner.
So after the last round, the Netherlands were still top with 11 out of 12.
Yeah, Jan lost 1.
Okay, Japan had moved up to 10.5, half a point behind, along with Singapore. So they were also on 10.5. Britain up to 9. Oh, that's a pleasant surprise. Obviously due to my daughter Sophie. Italy, so Great Britain on 9, Italy on 9, Switzerland on 9.
And is it true that for Team Japan, Kento Ueno isn't in the team ranking? Did I understand that correctly?
You have understood that correctly. Because
Michele is in Team Switzerland in the ranking.
Yeah. Okay, I have to explain this. You don't need to know the details.
Okay.
One player needed to be left out.
Yes.
To make it not statistically advantageous of having more players to choose the score from.
Okay.
The reason for that is because they each had a player who qualified as an extra player from the Confederation Championships in Asia and in Europe. However, we left it to them to choose, but
the extra spot is not out.
The extra spot is not necessarily the extra spot.
I see.
But when I talked to the Japan team about it, rather than make a difficult decision, the decision was made.
Who made that decision?
I suggested it,
I see.
not knowing who had won, not knowing who had qualified in different ways. I didn't know the details of who had won what.
I see.
So it was a random person, but with a logical decision.
Yes.
But with the Switzerland team, there is four male players. They can only have 3 in the team.
Yes.
And there is a big discrepancy between the 3 top players. Who are
based on FFO ranking.
Yeah, they're all top players from other countries who've gone to Switzerland.
Yes.
So not one of them Swiss, but they've all.
Except the one who is out of the team now.
Sorry?
Except the one who is out of the team now.
Yes.
He's Swiss.
Yes.
I
Yes.
see,
He's out of the team now.
Makes sense, right?
But he was the team leader because he's the actual Swiss one, and so I think he was happy to kind of say
give a spot.
the extra person will get a medal if their team wins. So they're still part of the team, it's just that their score's not counting, if you see what I mean.
So I see. So also for Japan, everybody gets a medal, even because they've won extra?
Yeah. Is there another table available, or is this the only screen that we've got? Could you show the other boards if you want us to see? Okay. So this one's close to finishing, and I can see the whole board.
Yeah. I think Kurita is he's black. Yeah. I thought he was black.
Is there 6 spaces in the top corner? There is, isn't there?
5.
5?
So it would be white's move right now.
Yeah, then it's
without
maybe a black parity win.
Yes, assuming
because it's forced to play H2.
Yeah.
That one now is not forced. That can be smart.
And white also has the control, the C diagonal control.
Yeah, probably G1.
But it's going to be a black win, isn't it?
It's incredible.
So if you're watching also, next time, not necessarily here when they're flipping fast, but when you watch the players flip the discs, watch the different techniques that people use. Because there is an advantage to being able to flip quickly. You can spend more time thinking. And with a lot of the online now, online playing now, the art of disc flipping is...
It's hard.
It's hard. Our fingers don't work in the same way anymore.
It looks so easy if they do it, but...
And occasionally we have a little competition where we see who can flip the most discs.
Yeah, I thought the last time competition I joined, say Kurita won, right?
Did he?
Yeah,
Okay, I know
Japan,
Tom Schott's normally pretty quick.
Yeah, for a European.
For a European, with our clumsy fingers.
But I believe Seiya Kurita won like 10 years ago, maybe.
Does he use the?
I think so. Yeah, he lifted and then.
Okay, so there's two different techniques. One's being demonstrated here by Anjali, and the second one by Kurita, which is you pick it up with your thumb and your middle finger, and then you use your index finger to flip it over before putting it down again. Okay, so let's is that black? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, black, 37-ish. I'm not sure.
Okay, so that's a point for Japan. Okay, back to
Might be my next opponent.
back to the other board that was live that we were looking at before. Makoto and Di Mattei.
Well, signing is important too.
Yeah, let's watch them. Just given that we're watching this, we might explain what's going on. Both players take a transcript during the game, which means writing the moves down. They may not do it if someone's actually putting it into Live Othello, the website that we told you about where you can watch the games live, liveothello.com. But in general, both players take a transcript. They write down the score. So the game is recorded, the score is recorded, and then they both sign each other's scorecard, which gets taken to our tournament director, or one of our tournament directors, who punches them all into a computer if it's not already been input. But it makes sure that everybody has agreed what the final score is before it gets given in, so that there's no contention later. So who was black in this game?
Makoto was.
Okay, so Makoto, another win for Makoto.
2 duchies on top.
So do you know how Jan did this round, or was he still playing when you...
He was still playing, I don't know.
Okay.
So I think it should be Makoto, me, and Kurita.
Anyway, we need to give you two a break before the next round. So thank you for your impromptu joining us.
Yeah, no problem.
But we will call it a break there, and we'll be back for round 6. I'm losing count of the rounds. It's 6 next to
6, yes.
Yeah. So round 6 coming up, and we look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to round 6.
Yeah, I've been losing count since round 1. So.
Yeah, and I didn't do the last round as well. So, it's firstly good to be back. Secondly, you're going to have to go over the results of last round and who we're watching this round.
This round, you'll all be glad to know we haven't got Nicky van den Wigelaar, however much we love him. He's been in the last 3 videos. The top table that we will be watching is Satani versus Sukuni. And they both sound like Japanese names, and they both are Japanese names. And Satani is indeed representing Japan. Makoto Sukuni is representing the Netherlands this year, and there they are, relaxing before the start of play.
Wow, I can't wait to see the game. Oh, it started.
Did you ever see a man as well presented as Sukuni? No joke.
No, never.
Sukuni was an elementary school student when I was starting to play Othello. I think he is 8 or 9 years younger than me, maybe 10 years younger than me. And he was a young genius. He beat many grown-ups at many tournaments. And finally he beat me in a tournament. It's one of my small prize that I am Takeshi Murakami. I am the one who had the largest trouble for him to beat.
I would be proud of that too.
And nowadays in the past 2 decades probably, he is very, very, very good player.
So, given their ages, I don't know how long Sukuni's been in the Netherlands, but would they have played each other regularly in Japan?
He played regularly in Japan.
But the 2 of these, would Satani, would they know each other? Or did their eras overlap enough when they were both playing in Japan, and would they go to the same tournaments?
Overlaps a little, but not much. I think they have played maybe 10 games. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Not too many games. Well, because, for example, I have played more than 100 games against Makoto.
Okay.
Of course, both 2 of them are eminent players in Japan, so they have played before, sometime in the past, but I don't remember when. And Makoto, as far as I know, he has been in Netherlands for 8 months or so.
Something like that. And Makoto is the magician of the end game.
Yeah.
He always knows how to confuse the opponent in complicated end games.
Yeah. And we've noticed that when we've seen his boards slightly previously, that he doesn't rely on openings and is willing to get to an end game and say, okay, let's see who's best at the end game.
Right.
He's quite the player to have playing for your country, isn't he?
Yeah.
I wonder whether we could tempt him with our rain or...
I'm sure he'd love to come to England.
Yeah.
And he actually has a special move named after him as well.
Sukuni has moved to many countries in the past. Singapore, China, I don't remember correctly, Singapore and Netherlands. And he has contributed greatly to improve the level of play in the countries
that
he visit and stay.
It must be nice for him as well, with the rising talent in Japan, to be able to have kind of that certainty of being able to go, or higher certainty. Obviously, there are other good Dutch players, but...
Well, look at that move, for example. That kind of move is considered bad, but in this situation, it's not a bad move at all.
And they are not black discs at the bottom of the board, that's someone's hair. It's Makoto's hair.
Where? Those are definitely black discs.
No. Just a second ago.
Oh, I was going to say.
He was leaning over. I think it was him. Okay, so Murakami, those 3 discs at the bottom, you said normally that would be a bad move.
Right.
Why would that normally be a bad move?
Because these moves will give your opponent the right to decide how the edge is played out in the future. White has all the options to the south edge, while black has made a wall and black has no options.
Right, and the edges are really important because you can gain and lose tempos by playing out the edges in a safe way. If you play out an edge in a safe way and gain a tempo, then it can be good in the short term. It can carry liabilities later on. It can be difficult later on if you've got that edge, but giving your opponent the choice of how to play that edge out is generally considered bad. So why, in this case, would you say it's not such a bad move? What's special about this situation?
Well, one thing is that black is almost, white may flip f8, f7. f7 black disc was there, and it is there now, and white may flip it now, and then if white does it, blacks move to f1, f2, f3, these moves will be easier to make. Satani is trying not to flip the f7 black disc because that will unpoison black's move to f3. If black goes to f3 now, it will flip all the 3 discs horizontally, vertically, and it will give white some moves around there. But as long as black disc on f7 is there, black's move to f3 will always be allowed, undesirable move for black.
Okay, so just to clarify, Satani is black.
Yes. Yeah, we would never get that wrong.
I think we may have just got it wrong, which is why I clarified.
But Satani is black?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was thinking that.
But your comment still stands. It's just making sure that we know who's black and who's white.
And this particular position is a bit puzzling because D6 square is still left open. If it is occupied, I think it's a bit different when it comes to 3 bottom black discs that we used to have. If the D6 is occupied, there will be no D6 for white. But there are white's options C8 or D6 or E8, G8 maybe. So there are many options for white. So giving an opponent many options is not considered to be a good thing. But another point of view, opponent may use a lot of time on it.
Yeah. And sometimes choosing between two moves that are pretty close anyway in evaluation.
Yeah,
So
that happens.
if you give your opponent a choice of one good move, they're going to play it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
They're not going to think too long about it.
Yes, that's a part of the strategy.
But we've seen a number of games so far where there's been quite spread out external discs and a big block of internal discs, and it seems that this is quite similar, but on three edges very early on. So, okay, normal question: who would you rather be in this situation?
I'll take black.
Well,
black seems better.
I don't know. Maybe black.
Okay, I think I would take black as well. I think that white's discs are too spread out, and that eventually black can pot around even on any of those edges. Black's got a choice of which edge to play out and how to play it out. And then white's just going to have to take a horrible move at some point.
Yeah, that's right. This is white's turn, right? But,
yes, it's white's turn.
But white is, yes, it's a good move, I think. And what about black d6, maybe?
Yes.
d6, e8.
d6, c8, h3.
Sorry?
h3.
h3. Oh.
So, e8.
Are you sure?
e8 first. e8 gives a good move for black h5, isn't
h5,
it?
yes. h5 looks much better than h3.
Yeah. What I mentioned h3 was just in case white moved to c8. After white c8, black h3.
Yeah, without
that's what I mean.
Without flipping diagonally.
Yeah.
It's currently thunder here.
If you happen to hear rumbling through our microphones, it's the outside.
My stomach outside. Yes.
It's not our stomachs. It is the thunder outside.
That's what happens as a Brit when you go to other countries.
You take the weather with you.
Weather with you.
Indeed. Thank you for picking me up on that one.
Time for our roundly check of whether the clocks are the right way as well.
So I'd expect black h5.
Okay.
Yeah.
h5 and white h4.
Or c8.
I mean, my thinking, without actually looking ahead, would be white doesn't have any nice moves on the left-hand side of the board at all. The only one that's even vaguely nice, I guess, is c8, but then you could play out fh, g8, and then c7, which...
c7 or c6?
How would you get to c6?
White c6, white c8, black c8, and white c6. That's the point when you said...
Okay. Rather than taking the edge, white, c6. But my point is, it's not playing out nicely either way. So I would feel quite happy playing through to h5 as just being done, taking that edge somehow, and then just having white start to play in that awful position on the left.
I see.
He's poisoned from all directions.
Yeah. I I see. If white go to c8 at this point, black
is
h3.
Yeah, isn't it too early? Isn't it too early to go to c8 now? I think h4 is much better.
Oh,
h4
yeah,
now.
yeah. Probably, yeah, that's correct.
But my point is, black can gain a tempo by playing onto the edge through h5, and then whatever white does, black takes the edge on the right-hand side, or possibly plays through to h6. It's likely that black will get an extra move on the right-hand side, and then...
Well, never without giving white a quiet move to c3.
c3.
Now white h4, and black can't go to h3, right? It gives white a quiet move to c3. So black will have to go to h6.
Yeah.
Then, only now, white will go to c8.
I totally agree.
In terms of the standings, though, the current standings, in the individual category, Suakuni, Kurita, and Nikki, who you may know, they're all on 5 out of 5. Satani is on 4.5 out of 5. So if he's able to win this, in terms of making the final, it immediately gives an advantage because Suakuni won't be on 100% anymore.
Right, so whoever wins this game will have played the other person who is the biggest challenge, although if Nikki wins as well, then there's still another round where there's 2 top players.
True.
And then we might have to watch Nikki.
I refuse. I will just not.
Okay, so he's doing it. He's chosen to play c8 immediately. And what you've been saying to Nida all along is that
Yes.
3 becomes available, flipping it only in one direction.
Yeah.
Which forces white's hand to play out the right hand edge immediately.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
And one thing that I think we haven't talked about is when your opponent's taking a long time to make a move, you're able to use that time to think. So Satani responded quite quickly then, and that's not because he's still in book, although you never know. It's more because Kuni took a longer time to move, which gave Satani the time to think of his response.
It's almost like a new form of parity.
Yes.
But in terms of time use, if you can force your opponent to make a long time thinking, then you can actually think in that time and play quickly again afterwards. And then it comes with
the risk of you have to be very good at picturing the board further ahead and not miss anything. And it's obviously easier to picture.
I wouldn't ever recommend it as a strategy.
I don't know. Someday, it gives you an advantage. So,
but with 30 minutes on the clock each, you've got enough time to.
Someday it will be needed.
So, white's next move could be c7, or any other good moves.
c7 followed by c6 almost immediately.
That way, white will go to h6.
Right. Would black then be happy just to take that edge? Which is what I was saying before.
Yeah.
It feels that once that right hand edge is played out, white will have to make a nasty move on the left.
Yeah, exactly.
I think white must go to h3, no? Otherwise black will go there.
h3.
Yes.
Black may take h2.
h2, yes. In that case, black doesn't have the h3 move because it is already played.
Yes, but white also lose his move to c7.
I don't think c7 is a good move for white.
And the idea of the c7 is to giving white access to h6.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Makoto agrees with you.
Mm-hmm. So black h3 to avoid the white's move c6.
No, because
No?
that will give white c3.
Oh yes, but black doesn't care. Black h3, white c3, then black h6, then white turn, and white may go to d2, then black c6.
But isn't it better to go to c6 now?
That's what I would do.
Oh, Satani agreed.
On a separate note, I've heard legends of the Netherlands team shirts this year. Now, Suakuni is playing for the Netherlands, and if he moves his hand at some point, you might notice a flash of orange around his neck, which...
I thought that was a cravat.
No, it is not. Underneath there we go, underneath the shirt and the jumper, there is the orange of the Netherlands team shirt.
Only worthy of a vest.
Pretty much. And it's not the warmest weather at the moment, so I have yet to see this team shirt apart from glimpses like this.
By the way, has anyone noticed that Makoto wears something red or orange when he gets in the tournament every time?
No, that's only interesting if he doesn't wear red all the time anyway.
Yeah.
Does he wear red all the time anyway?
Yeah.
Or do you only ever see him at tournaments?
Yeah, almost.
Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe he just likes wearing red and therefore always wears it at a tournament as well as...
So.
And the orange is the Netherlands team shirt.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's why he wears orange underwear.
Luke was commenting earlier on how well it turned out, but I think that the orange actually clashes with the red a bit.
Well, I don't know. I like how it shows the dedication to the team
whilst
while maintaining his well put together image.
Okay.
He's very well dressed. Well, yeah.
By the way, white should play h6.
Yes.
Do you agree?
I think white should go there.
h3, h2. Afterwards, white have no access to h6 and.
Yes.
That's why white should go h6 first.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
But he uses his time to see further ahead, maybe?
Yeah, I'm sure he's not thinking about that right-hand edge. I think what he's doing is he's thinking, if I go h6, h7, h3, h2, and play out that edge...
Makoto is in trouble.
Yeah.
Now, white h6.
Satani is black. Yeah.
Right.
So if they just play out the two pairs on the right-hand edge to give black the edge, then it'll be white, black, white, black. White will have to play again, and there's still nothing good to play.
Yeah.
And this is this is the danger of taking lots of external pieces. It looked like black was short of moves because he can't play anywhere on the left. But as soon as white has to play on that left, he's got pieces to the top, he's got pieces to the bottom, and he's got pieces opposite, and all of them will want to be flipping discs when he plays over to the left. So that black block on the left is fairly solid.
Yeah, that's right. But now or sometime in the future, white should play to the left. So how does white start with move to the left?
Well, I'm looking at b6.
b6.
It flips a lot of pieces, but...
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Black has no access to C3 or
C3 or B4 or H6.
But D2.
But he has got D2, and that's the downside of it. Given that everything's going wrong, I would look at that. Normally, I wouldn't look at it. In this situation, I would look at it and say to myself, okay, it's got its plus points. Can I make it work? And probably not, but I think it's worth looking at. You know, what happens after D2? D2 is an obvious move for black after.
Yeah, that's right.
B6.
White is in trouble. Black will just take it, take it.
Yeah. It's very natural.
White H3 and black H2. And what next?
Yeah, and then if he does B6, he should have already done it. Because I might need to do B6 then.
So why don't we start with white D2, black C3, white B6?
There are some proper rumbles of thunder and flashes of lightning now. So hopefully it's not pathetic fallacy of some sort.
Instead,
okay, that's not. I hadn't thought of this at all. He's asking the same questions that he's always been asking.
Yeah.
But where's he go now? This is. So now B6.
Well, even magician of the endgame cannot do anything here, in my opinion.
B6, A6, A5.
Well, but just A7, A6, A7, and B6 will do the job.
I think at the top level of play, it always amazes me how much, when they might think they're in not as good a position, how much they still try to kind of claw it back, move by move.
And how successful they are.
How successful they are at complicating situations in order to do that. I think one thing I've taken away from the games today is that when I'm in a position like this, I don't just have to resign if it's online or flip the board over if it's in person. Like there are things you can do to try and make it more complex. Which is something I've just never really...
And I remember commenting on Takahashi's games a couple of years ago. What was it, 3 years ago? I can't remember which year it was, but we were often surprised. We were like, oh, we think if we were to choose a winner now, if we choose position, we choose our opponent's position. quite strongly, and then he'd make a game of it and probably win, especially in the Swiss part of the tournament. He was fantastic that year.
Yes.
And it surprised us. And it's all horrible when you're on the receiving end of it. You're playing a top player, you think you're miles ahead, and you are miles ahead, and they manage to complicate it to such a degree that you end up losing.
It's a form of bullying.
It's a form of bullying. Shouldn't happen. Should be banned.
Winning should be banned. Share the points up for everyone, I say. Yeah, I don't think we've really said it so far, but if you're watching this and you haven't subscribed to this YouTube channel, make sure you do, and make sure you share it with everyone you can think of as well, and get them to subscribe as well, because it grows the game and community.
Well, I said earlier that black will go to A6 now, but I have to modify my opinion. Well, if black goes to A6, white will go to A7, and black will go to B6, and white will go to A4. Now, white's move to G2 is rather strong. How will black kill? Oh, but he did it. Okay.
He's done it anyway. So do you want to show us what you were thinking there, if we show you on the digital board?
Okay.
We can type it, you just tell us. Okay, so can we have the digital board up, please?
White will take. Oh.
Amateur. Could we have the analysing board up, please?
Oh man.
So easy.
Okay.
I loosened it.
A7 white, and B6 black, right, and A4 white. Now, if black doesn't do anything, white's move to G2 is rather effective.
He's taken the edge. So this is what's happened. What Murakami was suggesting has happened on the board.
Oh, yeah. Is Satani prepared for this sequence? I don't know.
What else could he be considering?
Well, he had some other options. Now, yes, A4. That's Sekuni's best move, I think. A4.
It's safer. It sounds safer.
Now what?
Can black make the sacrifice now?
Maybe. But B4, B7, maybe.
Well, I was thinking
B4, G2. So that's dangerous for black.
Yeah, B7.
Yeah, which is why.
Safer, yeah.
Okay, B7. Yes, B7.
Yeah. And then there's ways to play out. Like this is not nice for white.
B3.
Right, and then.
Right, B3. A3.
A3, A2. B4.
B4.
Right, and then white's move.
Is white dead?
Yeah,
it is dead.
Okay.
G2 may be the last resort, but maybe black is winning.
Okay, well, let's find out.
Yeah.
So I guess black has to go there, and white will go to G2. And then what?
White could go to B2 as well.
G2?
B2 as well.
B2. B.
Although then black still gets that, no, it would get forced. So you're saying white G2 now?
Right.
Although after G2, D1.
Sorry?
Okay, so if white goes, so white G2 you say?
Mm-hmm.
Then what?
G8.
Okay. I wasn't looking down there.
Yeah,
I was looking along the top edge.
Yeah, sounds safer than D1.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Although D1 is rather interesting too because, where's my cursor gone? Even though white goes there, black doesn't have, I mean, he does have B3, but not, that's fun too. And after G2, G8, if white gives black the bottom edge, he can then pull out the diagonal disc again, which is also interesting. So your suggestion after G2 would be G8?
A3? No, A3 no.
E3 instead of F8.
Sorry? Instead of F8, white must go to A3.
But what would you do after F8?
Sorry?
What would you do after F8? So in this position?
F8 was a bad move.
Okay, I believe you. Why?
Why? Oh, okay, because black will go to B8.
B8, B3? Is that what you suggest?
That's what I'm suggesting. And then B3 takes him off the diagonal again.
But then
I suppose he can come back.
A3.
Okay, yeah. Okay, it was a bad move. And that's why I've not been world champion. Only reason.
Or British champion. Oh, wait, who's the reigning British champion? It's my father.
A3, B3, A2, B7.
G2 now.
G2 now, maybe.
And what will happen?
Okay, we can have a look at the players, see if we can read their faces a little bit now. Actually, Satani's face, I don't think I could ever read. He's poker-faced. Polka dot? Poker-faced.
Polka dot. The Japanese flag. Might be what you were thinking of.
C1 now? C1 looks okay.
Or G8. Oh, right, actually, whose move is it? Well, it's black's move. Yeah.
G8, F8, B8, A2.
Yeah. That was why I went, after I said it.
Yeah.
I was hoping no one heard me.
Yeah. That way white parity is on white side, I think.
But then G7.
Yeah, then G7.
Right, and black wins.
Yeah.
That's why black
That's a really cool line. Can we look at the digital board? Please. I didn't even have to get Luke to ask. Amazing. So what we're suggesting was, the idea would be that black cuts the diagonal here. The problem is that white forces this edge on black, getting the F7 disc, and then coming all the way back up to A2, and taking the diagonal, the main diagonal from top right to bottom left back again. And then what Murakami suggested was
G7.
G7.
Yeah, it's very strong. So B7 is the first move.
B7 is forced, and assuming that black can get in there without any difficulty, for example, there, then black's got stack loads of discs.
This is a disaster for white.
But it's quite a cool line, being able to play X squares against two of your own edges. You're not sacrificing. I mean, you are sacrificing eventually, maybe, but it's just quite cool.
So get back to the original position, and is there any good ideas?
So we're thinking black should have taken B7 when he could. D1, just to get on the diagonal now. But then F1.
G8 works.
Yeah, we just confirmed G8 is winning for black, so white.
So what else can white do?
Yeah.
So if we think that black's going to play G8, bang. What else, if anything, can white do? There isn't anything.
He can't do anything.
No.
No, that is a complete killing move, isn't it?
So Satani wins easily with G8 and probably with C1 too. Anyway, black is winning.
Yeah.
What about G8, F8, B8, then B2?
Then H1.
Yeah. H1.
H1.
Yeah.
H1, G1, F1, D1. Parity.
Maybe just C1.
There's no way because black has B7 after. No. Just forget it.
Oh, right, okay.
Just forget it. My mistake.
No. Yeah, it flips.
Yeah.
There.
What happens if black just goes in C1 now?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. That's what I was just saying. It's safe.
Sounds better.
Right.
Good move.
Not in that position, but in the current position.
The current position.
Yeah.
Current position.
Back to the current position. Have I gone one move too far? Yes.
Yes.
C1 now.
C1 is also a winning move, I think.
It works fine.
Yeah.
But as far as we can tell, G1 is just killing.
It works. So black can win by G8 or C1. Both ways.
Is there any way black could trip up here? Are there any moves that...
D1 is a disaster, I think. D1.
But is that an obviously bad move to play?
D1.
Is there any chance that he'll play it, for example?
Don't think so. I mean, he'll be looking ahead at this point, not playing positionally, so...
The thing is, black cannot play B7 promptly. That's the only puzzling point. So.
Can we see the players? Thank you.
Does Satani have enough time to finish the game?
I don't know. What did their clock say? Who can see? Luke?
Sorry?
Okay, so they've both got plenty of time.
2 minutes?
10 minutes and 6 minutes. So they've both got plenty of time, so they will be looking, really they'll be pretty much looking to the end of the game now. Or at least until it's completely dead. I suppose, Luke, in answer to your question, it is possible that some people might consider playing D1 just to flip F3, but I don't think these two players will think that. Nice. Because that's really only looking one move ahead.
They're both Japanese, so they just know.
One's Dutch.
One's Dutch. That's why he's been walking around with a block of Edam.
And an orange t-shirt hiding under his jumper.
Yeah.
Is black Satani counting now?
Yeah, that's another.
And it makes sense that he was thinking then, because if he was going to play G8, then I think it's easier to read. White has less choices, so it's easier to read, and you can get to the point where you can say, I'm winning. But if C1 is also winning, it takes longer to read, because there's more white options. And so you have to say, well, okay, is this worth it? I'm not losing. Am I winning by more? And it just takes longer to confirm what you suspect.
To love Othello in the chat, Japanese is all cool, but if you're wanting me to answer it, it's going to have to be English. Although
you are sitting next
Japanese
to
speakers.
two people who speak Japanese.
It wasn't that simple last year, because then there's lots of moving laptops around.
Well, one of the comments says in Japanese, black seems to be winning, but another one says, really? Does C1 really work? Those are the two Japanese comments here.
And we would say, yes, black is winning.
Fair observations.
And to the really comment, we'll say, yes, really.
They were from the same person, though, so...
Oh, okay. Maybe he was responding really to something else then. Okay.
Well, the one before was hello from UK, and I'm sure
Really?
Really? Are you sure?
From the UK, really?
Now G8. It's a simple and easy win for black.
Yeah, so now, when we were looking at the G8 move previously, which flipped D5 to get onto the main diagonal, White could play out the bottom edge and then play A2 and take it back again. But after playing C1, D1 pair, the B3 disc has been flipped, which blocks off any white move to A2 after such a sequence. So now if G8 is played, even if white plays out that bottom edge, so white black, black, okay. Well, that's another way of cutting the diagonal. And he may well want to leave the top 3 for parity.
G8 still works here. But of course, A8 will. Well, A8 may not be good. So G8 does the work.
As Takeshi said,
Mm-hmm.
move to G8. A1?
Right, A1, A8.
A1, A8. Yeah, that's right.
A8. Of course.
Oh, and it has actually made the egg shape again.
Nearly, with a bit of a hole.
Well, no, it's made it still.
Yeah, but...
Or does it need that filled in?
It needs it filled in because the point is white will...
That's why I've lost all my games recently.
For intermediate players, taking the H1 corner here is not a good idea. It may lose the game. You should leave the three empties on the upper right.
And that's because of parity again.
Yeah.
Because it means white.
If you can be confident that white isn't going to get into the bottom right-hand corner.
But to the point that it loses the game if they do take it now, or...
Potentially. I mean, probably not, but...
Once again, showing the power of parity.
Ooh. That's quite smart, though. Nice diagonal grab, forcing the... But it just moves the parity down to the bottom right-hand corner rather than the top right-hand corner. One space is still odd, as was 3 in the top corner.
We actually see an empty space game, which is very cool. I think in this situation, the empty square in the bottom right-hand corner goes to black, so they get that as a disc, basically.
Yeah. So the score would, The score is officially 32-31, but for the purpose of because tie-break matters, the winner gets the space.
Sure.
Oh, when I say 32-31, I didn't mean 32-31.
Right, okay.
I meant...
Yeah. Yeah, so the score is 41-22, but the official result is 42-22.
Okay.
Cool. Time to ask your many questions in the chat, preferably in English so I can ask them. They'll be up soon. And here we're seeing
Table 2. Nikki's turn. Nikki's playing black, I think.
Nikki's another player where you get to the end of the game and you think, how have they got to the point where they've got that hole there and they've not played it out yet? Things don't get played out necessarily in the expected order.
Yeah, for someone that Mark, who we watched earlier,
he said that Nicky is very much someone that likes building blocks. Every game I've seen him play has been very not blocky and stringy. But I quite like watching people that can do that.
Do you ever have fun trying to guess who the other players are standing watching without seeing their heads? There's a bonus game for you on YouTube.
Well, it's easy with Suakuni because he always wears red, so we know that now. I always like trying to guess what the judges thinking, because they're always like analysing the game and thinking about it themselves.
I tell you what, you learn a lot from playing slow games by playing in tournaments, but you can also learn an awful lot from watching two players better than you and sitting there being forced to watch their game as they play and trying to think about it as they play. Not sure what's going on here. Can't see.
Othello.
Don't even. Whose move is it?
Black's move.
Black's move.
Yeah.
In the top left, is there two spaces?
Top left, yes, two spaces, x square and an a square.
Okay. And top right, 3.
Top right.
2. No.
Two.
Is that an egg there? Is that?
H4 is all.
So is that what 2? Oh, okay. I've just seen the bird's eye view on live Othello, and it's completely different to what I I can see on the board.
I'm just curious how much time they have.
Are both of these two players on 5 as well, did you say, Luke? Or?
Yes.
It looks like white.
Yeah,
sure.
it's like, as we said, if white's able to get in the corner with that little egg shape, they're able to get 2 moves.
Yeah, good win. Should we interview Nicky now that he's lost?
He does lose.
Is there another live board? That's not live, is it? Okay, whose move is it? And that's not live either. Okay, so we'll just wait for the players from the top table to come
live
for an
Othello.
interview. Given that they're both Japanese, we will let you do the interview.
Okay.
So that you can. Well,
we
can
translate
translate.
any good question, so it's okay
Of course.
for you to interview them.
No.
Oh, there are a lot of questions a lot of comments in Japanese.
Okay, well, you can stay there.
Probably.
So, good game, but you lost. I didn't see when, but at some point, White is ahead in the mid game.
White was ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
Black.
Black.
Yes.
I mean black.
Yes.
So I didn't know why and when. What's the overview?
Probably I took much of the edges might cost in the mid game. The point I was thinking I was trying to let the black moves to sweep out. That was my idea. Another move before 20 when I moved from my viewpoint. D8, but I guess it was too much to go D8, yes. So instead,
Could you come up with a digital board, analyze board?
Yeah.
No?
Watch and learn.
It's
Could we
okay.
get
It's okay.
the digital board up quickly, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yes. So I guess the D8 would be too much to go. So instead, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking D7, D8 is okay, but this was proven wrong. So that I shall say my E1 is also too much to go. Yeah, I was thinking this could work. So E1, yeah. Yeah, so probably I should have moved to C3 at some point before. Yeah,
before D8.
Yeah, as after the blocks D7, I was thinking initially I was thinking of F8, but I found H4. The block moves H4 seems very strong. Yeah. So, but now I'm thinking it's still okay for me. Now can I go to D6? Yeah.
Yeah, D6 is okay. Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah. Maybe I was wrong. Yeah. Sometimes did you have such an experience to play this opening before?
これ序盤は。
日本語でいいですか。
日本語でいい。村上さんもいます。
いやこの D7 自体はなんかこの定石でたまに出てくる手なんですけど。
This D7 move by black occasionally occurs in the variation of this opening.
ただこのタイミングが正しいのかあんまりちゃんとは自信なかったんですけど。
But I was not confident if this timing was the best one or not.
F8 に来たらさっき末國さんおっしゃってたように H4 から D6 狙っていこうと思ってたんですけど。
H4 or I was thinking also the blocks F2 will be the candidate.
Yeah.
It's alternative as.
ただ F に打つんだったらあんまりその D7 の顔が立たないかなと思って、これ C3 打たれると D6 のポイントが1手間に合わないんで、ちょっとこれは不満かなと思いました。
なるほどね。
Oh, even though you could have access to D6 after that, as the white F8 may poison the D6, right? It takes some time, but the black may access to D6. No.
No access.
So, but after black F3, G4, then sometime. Not now. However, black may have opportunity to go D6 because D6 is not much urgent for black because the F8 poison accessing to D6.
そうですね。ここ白打つといっぱい帰っちゃうから、白はとりあえずすぐには打てないし、だったら黒がどっかから回り込んでここに打つチャンスがあるんじゃないっていうのがね。
Yes.
そういう話ですよね。
酒井さん、what do you think of?
そうですね。確かにこれでもそんなにどうですかね。これでも E8 に白来られたら。
If white goes to E8 now.
E8.
But it's
black. E8. Seems strong. Yes.
But it's black's turn.
Okay. Black's turn. Okay.
ちょっと辛い。
If we could get the player's view back, just to steer away from the Othello questions as well. I'm going to use this mic for a second. Just to show that, like, this is probably the highest amount of Japanese Othello skill I've ever been sat with.
It's going to be 1 hour if I continue.
I'm going to ask you all, what's each of your favourite foods?
Favorite food?
Yes.
In Italy?
Just overall, any food.
Anything. In Italy, I can say bruschetta. Bruschetta. The tomatoes with the toast.
Okay.
I like that very much.
That's a good answer.
好きな食べ物は何ですか？
好きな食べ物ですか？
国を問わずに。
やっぱりお寿司が好きです。
I love sushi.
There we go. That's very easy. I had a lot of sushi in Japan. It was good.
Oh, yeah.
So, any other questions? Not about the game. I can't follow it. So,
Was there any question on the chat window for the players? No.
In Japanese.
Oh yes, yes. So,
if there's anything there you want to
村上さん何かありますか？答えられる。
質問があったらそれに答えていただければとも思いますけど。
特になければない。
中盤はなんか
対角線と中辺バックルにされると大変なことになるので、そうですよね。22個頑張って残した方が、
そう思います。
Well, one of the comments says the opening was like the opening of this game looked like the one in XOT.
Yeah. I agree. そう思いましたよ。
Yeah, yes, because my playing style like with a book, basically. It is I think as is often the case to the playing style.
Cool. Well, thank you both for your time. We'll be back for the next round. That's it for this round. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
press the button.
Oh, hello, and fancy seeing you all here again. Welcome back to round 7, final round of the day. We're going to be watching 2 Japanese titans in Satani, who is on 5 out of 5. Let me just double check I'm not lying to you. I am lying to you. He's on 5.5 out of 6. And Kurita, who is on 6 out of 6. And I'm not lying. That's good. So whoever wins this will, because they'll have played each other, they'll be able to take a comfortable lead in the tournament.
Is this the last round?
Of today, yes.
Today? Oh.
Yeah, so especially if Kurita wins it, then he'll be taking a handy cushion, at least a point over anybody else. We had special requests from our Japanese commentators today that for this game, could they all join us, which we're more than happy to do on any occasion, but especially because they see the significance of these 2 players meeting at this stage in this tournament. And so we will largely leave the commentating up to them, but we will interject when we think that they're getting something wrong and we have to correct them and that kind of thing.
So at the move 7, Kurita considers many options.
Yes, there are options here.
It's most common, I think.
Satani was a little bit surprised today.
I got the impression that when Satani was thinking just a second ago, it was specifically, it was Kurita who was thinking, and then played the mainline Tiger. I think he has probably prepared something specifically for Satani, and he knows that it may not be the best, but he knows that it's what he's prepared for this game specifically. And so you just sometimes, if you've prepared a specific game for a specific opponent and you wouldn't do it against other people, you have to convince yourself that it's the right thing to do before you play it. And I think that's all he was doing.
Yeah. Kurita may assume that he would play again sometime in the final as well. So he tried to his move secret as much as possible.
In terms of the team championships, it looks like, Japan are on 16.5 points. Netherlands are now on 15 points, and Switzerland are on 14. So it's still close, but Japan have pulled a little bit ahead, and that they're over a point ahead, which isn't saying much, but a swing in the leadership there, I guess, or return to what it is normally.
But the Japanese team is going to lose 1 point here.
That's a good point.
Oh, yeah.
What are the other pairings? So Nikki versus Michaela. So one of Switzerland and Netherlands will lose a point there. Suakuni versus Arthur. So one of Netherlands and Switzerland will lose a point there. So, and Jan de Graaf against the previous world champion, actually. So that's a difficult one as well. So other teams are likely to lose points too. Well, will lose to them. All of my brilliant commentary just missed without my microphone. Never mind.
It's funny because when one of us is muted, we get a little WhatsApp message saying, muted. Makes me chuckle.
Just in case you couldn't hear it, it was such a good comment, I'm going to say it again. Murakami suggested that although Japan are ahead in the team championship, they're going to lose a point absolutely here because there's two Japanese people playing and they'll either draw and lose a point, or one of them will win and they'll lose a point to the loser. But it's also true that there are two games where there is a Swiss player playing a Dutch player who are the two main competitors for the team championship at the moment. So they will also be losing 2 points between them. They might all go against one team, but we'll wait and see. But they will be losing points as well.
Is it Black's turn? Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's Black's turn.
Who do you think will be more nervous going into this game?
Have they both won the World Championship before?
Have they what?
Both won the World... Have they both won before in previous years?
No.
No.
They haven't won.
Neither of them?
Neither one has ever won the World Championship.
Okay.
And they are eager to win. And they...
I think Satani came third in 2019.
Yes.
That was my first World Championships. I came second. That's a joke for the record. I think I got like...
We know.
Okay, I'm just clarifying. I don't think Kurita has played in a World Championship.
He did.
Since I've...
Oh, okay.
At one that I've played at, or been at.
Okay.
Which, there's not a lot that I have been at, but yeah.
Takeshi, what do you think about Black's move h5? No?
Yeah, h5 looks fine. Why not? I would go to h5.
Oh, okay. White will not take that edge.
Sorry?
White will not take right edge, h6.
Oh.
What do you think?
What do I...
After white h6, black d2 may be good move. And
yeah, d2. d2 should be... it looks like the natural response.
But if white doesn't take that edge, black is in no hurry to take it either. So it might be that the threat of d6 and e6 getting flipped at some point could affect the way in which other moves play out if white and black are both not taking that edge.
Yes. So, for example, white take a3, black may, I don't know, take h2.
So you think black may take that edge if white doesn't?
Yes. I would assume white a3 and black h2, white f8 or h7.
Or b4? I quite like b4 after.
Yeah.
After a3, h2.
After a3, h2.
b4.
Before, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible.
For the same reason, just earlier.
Yeah.
Not that I gave a reason, so.
And that seemed like a nod of approval from Kurita as that move was played. So
For some reason, it just went black.
White has just ensured that he will have a quiet move to c6, because if black goes to c6 instead of white, then white will have a nice quiet move to h6. So black cannot, I don't think black can afford that move.
and then white would have a tempo on that edge as well, right? Because basically if black plays c6 now, the whole of the sixth row is black, which means that if white takes the edge on the right, it doesn't flip that way, so they can also play in h7.
Right. So black will just go to h2, maybe. h2, white c6, and what? Or black may let white take the right edge with black c6. Black c6, white h6, and something underneath.
The big question is which one, black or white, to take right edge.
And how to make it so that they are comfortable taking it.
Yeah.
It's a tough judgment. Even expert players like them cannot be sure when and how they should take edges.
I'm wondering whether c6 for black is not as bad as it seems, because white will almost certainly take the edge without flipping the sixth row, or maybe he won't, but I mean, if he does, then it opens up moves like d2. The north becomes a lot more playable. And even if you've given white an extra move, they've got an unbalanced edge, and you get really an extra move on the top playing through as well.
And I agree. I think Krita will go to c6.
Yeah, and if white gets the right edge, it's going to be difficult for white to later on play at the bottom region, to play on the bottom edge, because Satani will end up having to flip the diagonal pieces as well.
Yeah.
I'll stop when the next move is played, but I just want to give an update on the women's tournament. The top woman at the moment is Katie Filogipuro from Finland. She was last year's semi-finalist, followed by Hisako Kinoshita from Japan, followed by Britain's own Helen Dexter. Their points are 4 and 4, so Hisako and Katie are both on 4, and Helen's on 3.
And, well, yes, Katie was in the fantasy Othello, actually the most picked player overall, with 43.1% of players picking her for their teams. Kento was in second place with only 34.5% of people picking him.
Only?
Which obviously is still a lot, but it's 10% or so less. So
yeah, there's not many bonus points that Kento can pick up, whereas Katie does well. She picks up bonus points for the different categories.
More people will have chosen the Japanese youth or female player because you're only allowed one from each country.
Right. So, as Murakami said, in this sort of position, it's very difficult to know what the right move is. And that's why Kurita is having a long think about it.
Is Kurita considering C6 now?
Yes. And because, I mean, we've discussed it and we're not under pressure, this is the thing. But it's not entirely a natural move because you don't want to give an unpoisoned edge to somebody. But so if you're under pressure, you need to make sure that you're not throwing the game away.
Was it Kurita that had come here with his girlfriend?
Nagano is with his girlfriend. I don't know about Kurita.
Okay.
Maybe.
We were talking about whether bringing your girlfriend to an Othello tournament will make you play better or worse.
That's a move nobody could come up with.
Right. The idea being that it only flips in the one direction and only one disc.
And after C6 after white C6, black will have two quiet moves to D2 and C2.
Very good. Yes.
But it seems, for me, it's a bit costly. Breaking the wall like this gives the opponent two moves.
Yeah, when he had moves.
Too much.
I agree.
Maybe this black E2 move gives white a kind of pressure not to move to C6. Is that a point? I don't know.
How about H6 for white now?
Oh yes,
takes
it's
that
possible.
edge.
Yes.
Black would not be able to go to C6 or D8, and yeah, overall white would have a lot of control in the center region.
Yes. Yeah, I would take that idea.
Well, but if white goes to H6 now, black will go to A4.
A4?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it should be C2. But anyway, the idea is to prevent white to move to C6 by flipping E4 disk. Yeah, so both A4 or C2 is available. But the question is if white will take this corner now or not.
I'd just like to say that the drinking of any drinks is not deliberate product placement. There are other drinks available.
It's the secret orange juice.
Yes.
Yeah, when it comes to orange juice, I recall Akkun, Takahashi. Yeah, he was taking orange juice at every games, and yeah, he was well-known orange juice lover.
So it is the secret to winning, obviously.
Yeah, Tropicana killing beverage.
And Akihiro Takahashi hasn't played in many tournaments this year, almost none. That's because he's studying hard to enter the Kyoto University,
Okay.
of which Satani is a graduate.
Oh.
Kyoto University is one of the most, maybe one of the two most prestigious universities in Japan. So it is very hard to enter it. So Takahashi is studying really hard now.
I was connected with Takahashi online and was talking to him, and I just said, I'm sad not to see you this year. And his response was, I'll be there next year. Like, okay.
Yes.
Confident. Actually,
Speaking of, imagine if this was like a Red Bull sponsored event and they were all just walking around holding their cans and
drinking it.
Othello gives you wings. That would be amusing.
And they had to play while skateboarding.
Oh yeah, something like that, jumping off a cliff. With the parachute, obviously.
There's a question, who would be the best skydiving Othello player? Probably you. You've done both.
I don't know, only once.
You need a magnetic set.
I reckon Nicky, because with his experience in poker, I'm sure he's very good at controlling emotions and, you know.
Another merit of Black C2 is that it leaves lots of good options for White. So White will spend a lot of time thinking which is really the optimal move here. And Satani is thinking hard. And
I do think that even if Black does play C2 and denies access immediately, it's not as if C6 becomes a good move for Black, and I think White will get in there eventually again and be able to play that move anyway. Anyway, he didn't do. Anyway, yeah. Right.
A4, maybe. A4 and then G2, A4 and then Black F2 later. But there are many other options. Maybe C6, as Kai has said.
Why can't Black just take the edge now? Like, I know it's uneven, but...
The right-hand edge?
Yes. What's so bad about it?
Well, White will just go to F2. F2, yes.
Okay.
And F2 is a nice waiting move, which gives no good response to Black. And if Black was to A4 now, White won't be able to go to F2. And
yes.
Black can go there himself. That's why Black's A4 is good. I'm sure Krita is considering A4, but it's only one of the other nice options.
Yeah, it's not that the edge is bad, it's kind of him setting it up so he can play it better.
taking an unbalanced edge like that,
yes.
it's not. It doesn't have to be awful, but you have to be sure that you're gaining enough from
Yes,
it.
I know that, but I'm just thinking he's not flipping diagonally with it. He only flips that way. So
Yeah, but okay, sure. But then after, I'm not saying this is wrong. I don't think it's wrong. But after A4, if he does take the edge, he also then flips G3. So it's a stoner trap type edge, which the stoner trap can't be played immediately, but the threat is there.
I'm just saying it would make it more exciting.
Always look for the exciting moves.
Yeah, so have you looked at B2? Not in much seriousness, but...
But it grabs a diagonal, so...
Grabs a diagonal, so it's worth...
No, it's not.
No, sad.
Michele Borassi beat Urano with an amazing X square move in the early moves. Did you comment on that?
We haven't commented on it.
Show that now.
Should we show it on a sideboard so that this game we can still watch and we can talk about it as and when moves are made? But we'd then need to use that board for Michele's X square.
You can get it from my... I'll do it.
We can set that game up again afterwards anyway, but...
I think you can get the transcript and then the copy paste later. Yeah, that works.
And from where shall we go?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Kurita and Satani are polar opposites in their expressions. Kurita's hands are touching his head and you can see him rocking and concentrating. Satani is like still, obviously concentrating really hard, but barely moving.
Yeah. Like a Buddhism monk.
When I was a young player and I was playing someone much better than me, I used to take a lot from their body language about my own position. I don't know if I'm winning or not. They're much better than me. How are they reacting? Where are they looking on the board? Because that's the bit that they might be worried about, and that kind of thing.
That's what's good about playing on the real boards at tournaments. Online games are not so interesting because you don't have that kind of reaction from the opponent.
Okay, so if we could get the analysis board up.
And if you can hear loud bells in the background, that's because we're in the centre of Rome and there's lots of church bells.
There's a gladiator fight going on somewhere, I heard.
Some film.
Cool, so could we get the analysis board up, please?
Wait, don't go backwards to it. Go back to the beginning of the game.
Yes.
You've got to come at this forwards, not backwards. No.
It doesn't work.
Okay, if we could
hide the screen quickly.
Hide the analysis board. Wait. Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
It's all good.
So Luke was showing me this, and he said to me, "Move 19 is he plays an X square at move 19. That's like really incredible." And I was okay. And then as we were looking through it, it got to move 19, and it looked like there was no X square really. So I thought that Luke meant about move 19-ish, and then indeed the X square was played.
And yes, again, this is Michele Borassi against the reigning world champion player, Kento Arano. Michele is black.
Okay. So that's 17, 18, and a beautiful, beautiful move.
And he went on to win with this opening.
Okay, well, let's look at the main board just for the moment because the move's been played and it is the A4 move. But we'll come back to this position in a minute from the Michele game.
Yes, A4.
So this is Murakami's line. The idea being that it pulls out the F4 disc and prevents the F2 move. It does give white B5 as a very nice move. What would you suggest after that, Murakami? This is your line.
Oh, okay.
So
F2.
F2 now.
Yes, F2. And then D1 in the future.
Black may play to D1, right? Like this?
Yeah.
So, no.
Misclick.
D2?
Yeah, D2.
And C6.
D2, C6.
Okay, it still looks really close.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So does white have any other options, or is B5 such a natural move?
What about taking the edge?
Taking the edge straight away.
C6.
Yeah. Sounds good for black, white.
Yeah, that looks better for black.
Yeah. So try not to take this edge and maybe...
At least get the tempo at H7.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, should we go back to the X square? Have you got the other window? Okay, can we have the digital screen again? Is it on us? Just checking that there wasn't a move being played on the main board. So why, if you've just learnt the game and you've learnt a few rules about how to play strategically, one of the first rules you learn is don't go to an X square if you can help it, because it gives your opponent access to a corner.
And slightly after that, you learn play in X squares if there's an edge of 5 and you can sacrifice against it.
Yeah, so there are times that you learn that playing X squares is okay. In this case, black had a number of moves that it could have considered, and he played B2. So what are the advantages of this? Who'd like to explain the advantages of this game, of the B2 move?
Well, I think by going to the B2 square, X square, black flips the D4 disc.
Yeah.
So black gained access to both F2 and B6. And also black is, by going to B2, black is gaining control in the center. And it's also sort of hard for white to keep playing at the northwestern region. There aren't really that many options for white. So I think Michele, he read ahead, and he was considering those moves and the advantages that he would get by going there.
Yeah, so G3 is another quiet move that becomes available.
Yeah.
So we actually spoke to Michele after in between the rounds. It was at lunchtime, and when we saw this, we assumed that he'd looked at it and that he knew several lines, a few more moves after this, and was happy with the way it came out. Even if there was a really bad line, if it was hard to find, then that's kind of okay. It turns out that it's a reasonable move anyway, for the reasons that we've mentioned. The best move for white is really not an obvious move. The other lines get back to pretty even pretty quickly. But he didn't really prepare it. He played it once against his countryman Arthur, once in a casual game. Or it may have even been that Arthur mentions that you could even play this X square, and he didn't, and then they went back and had a look and, oh, it's actually quite good, but it's not bad. And so he hadn't prepared what was happening after this. He just knew that it was playable. He knew that white had a lot of options, and he wasn't going to be able to look at them all. He knew that if white played the right move, which, as I said, is not an obvious one, I think it was e7, but then it would get back to fair, and he would have his opponent out of book. And that was his plan.
And that's quite significant against Japanese players.
And that's quite significant against especially some Japanese players, but Japanese players in general. But there's something very beautiful about that move, because
that's exciting. This is what I'm saying. My respect for Barassi here has gone through the roof.
Yeah, but rules are there to be broken, and knowing when to break them is a beautiful thing sometimes.
It makes you wonder if there's like a pattern there that can be applied in the way that like sacrificing normally is.
Well, certainly there are other X square openings, and often they have this characteristic where it kind of, if white takes two moves, he's completely blocked off from the top of the board, even if he takes that corner. So if you get three moves elsewhere, then it's kind of worth it. You're saying, I'll play here, you have two moves in that top corner, and I'll take these three moves, and then it's your move, and you can't play up there. And that tends to be the feeling behind those early X square openings.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's not quite that simple, because, for example, if white played B3, then one of the beautiful moves at B6 disappears because it's poisoned. But then if he goes on to take A1, it comes back again. So, anyway, we just wanted to show you that position.
I wonder.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. But I would say, oh, here is another XOT.
Right, yeah. Yes.
XOT kind of position.
So we need to explain what XOT is. The German player who's playing for Switzerland this year, Matthias Berg, came up with the idea of random openings for Othello. So he had a computer analyze lots of 8 moves from the beginning of the game. And obviously there are some where if you play it, it's an awful move, so therefore you'd never play it, but your opponent might play an awful move afterwards, and so you could have 8 awful moves and end up in an even position that nobody would ever reach starting to play the game from scratch. So there's this database of random 8 move positions which are really close in who's winning. And it means that it takes the opening theory out of, not the opening theory, but the opening learning out of the game to a degree. And so when you see an X square that's sticking out like that, you can often say, that looks like it was probably an XOT opening. It's probably a computer playing a bad move at some point, but ending up with an even position after 8 moves and then get on with the game. So that's what we mean when we say XOT. It's random opening.
Does playing an X square against someone that high level, does that come across as insulting in any way?
No.
Is that the kind of thing that Kento would have respected?
Right, okay, so it depends. If it was done and it was a hugely losing move and Michaela was saying, I can come back from here, then yeah, it's kind of insulting, but why not if it's fun and you think you can win anyway? Why be insulted? What's the point? But in this case, it was a decent move. It just wasn't intuitively decent. And so there's no offence to be taken even.
So finally, white took h6 edge.
Oh, okay. White has taken h6. I didn't even notice that.
I think black will go to c6 now. C6 for black here is fairly quiet.
Yes.
And also, after white goes to b4, black's move to c6 will flip b5. Oh, yes.
b5, a5.
Yes, I agree.
Although I hate that shape on the edge.
Sorry?
Like, I can see that it's the right move if white goes to b5, black goes to a5. But that shape on... Okay, well, maybe not then. But just say it had gone b5, a5, then I hate that shape, being black on the edge.
You do?
Yeah, it just feels like... I mean, I wasn't looking at the rest of the board, but when I get that shape, I feel that my opponent can choose how to play that edge whenever they want to.
Yeah, they can, but after the moves they chose, usually the position is good for you, in my experience, because I've had that kind of position hundreds of times.
Okay, so you're saying... I'm asking this question because this is a learning opportunity for me to improve my game. So when you get that edge shape,
right,
you find that although white has a lot of choices, it tends to work in your favour.
Yes, that's what my experience is.
Okay, now I'm going to take a Ben Seeley approach of just whenever I see that, I'm always going to play it and see when it works and when it doesn't.
And then blame Murakami.
Try and learn something. And then if it doesn't work, I'm going to blame Murakami and Ben Seeley. Because I have a big habit to overcome if that is a good move. Live and learn. So a bit later than normal, but who would you rather be in this position?
Karita, because he has the orange juice.
He does have the orange juice, so he's going to win, but position-wise...
And the fact that Satani chose a6 instead of b5 surely proves somewhat that my theory, my experience is correct.
Okay,
So
unless you're both wrong, which is
Satani didn't like
unlikely but possible. So who would you rather be in this position? Anybody? Who would you rather be, white or black?
Oh.
Who's going to be brave and offer the first answer?
Very close game.
Yeah.
I cannot say which side is ahead.
Yeah. I would say black as well.
Whose move is it?
It's White's turn. So it's
okay.
In terms of their time, Kurita currently has 6.5 minutes left, whereas Satani has 9 minutes left. And they're not actually that far into the game to have that kind of time left.
Well, when you're considering how far they can take the opening, they have used quite a lot of time to get to this point.
True.
It's still in the mid-game for sure. For me.
Yes. And F2, black F2 and white E1, and black D1, E1. Yes.
I'm going to say I'd rather be white just to be contrary.
C2 or G1?
Sorry?
White C2 or G1?
G7.
Yeah, I need to care about the black D7 as well. So, from the point of view, F8 may be one of the options.
Or
Yeah.
E1. I think if black goes to E1 in the next move, white is gonna have to take the D1, and that's gonna be a little bit brutal because the G1, the G4 and the F3 discs are gonna flip, and white is gonna have a hard time moving to the northeastern region.
So to avoid that situation, white E1 is also possible, right?
Yes.
I see.
E1 now?
Yes.
But black
because the
goes
black
to
E1
C2.
is so good.
Because black D1 is... no, because white E1... Black E1 now because white D1 is, in Joe's words, brutal.
Yes. But at the same time, if white goes to E1, then black's gonna have a move to C2, and that's a quiet move. And later on, black is also going to be able to go to D1 because white doesn't have access there.
Yeah. Which is why I think G7. I think G7 now.
G7.
It's white's turn, isn't it?
Is it?
Yes.
White.
Yes. It's getting late.
Yes.
I think white will go to C2.
C2.
Yeah. C2 is plausible and quiet. C2, E1, A3.
Yes. Yeah. So
that way, white will not flip the diagonal 3 discs E2, F3, Z4.
Yes.
Yeah. To leave it open, leave the upper edge open.
yes, and black won't have access to D1.
So how much time does Krita have left?
Krita has 6 minutes.
6 minutes? Oh.
And Satani has 4.5 minutes left.
not enough.
No, it's still complicated.
But that just adds
Well,
further excitement. So
Yeah. I mean, it is enough time to play moves and play decent moves, but it's also not enough time not to guarantee you won't make a mistake.
So black did end up taking the left edge, and the reason most likely is that now white can't go to g1. So
Right, so that would, so you're saying a3, a2 gets c6 access back to g1?
yes, but there would white would be making what's close to a wing at the top edge, and
which move is he suggesting?
So if white goes to a3 now, and then a2, now the c5 disc is going to be white, and that's going to allow white to make the g1 move.
G1 and b7, and white is dead.
And b7, yes. So Satanya is left with 3 minutes.
Since b7 is so powerful, I think black is ahead in this position.
Yes.
I agree.
And as soon as black has that diagonal control from b7 to f3, it's going to be hard for white to cut that line.
That's right. So, what do you think about the idea of white a3, black a2, and white b7?
Yeah, that may be the only
Maybe the white is losing, but
desperate
it
measure.
is one of the ways to leave as many discs as possible.
Yes.
Now G2. Yeah.
So he gained control of the diagonal first. Yeah.
But c8 now.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds so good.
Now the a3 a2 pair. Right?
Yeah.
H1.
The one thing is white is running out of time.
Okay. D7. Actually, is it white's move?
Yes.
I really need to keep track of that, don't I?
D1?
D1, yes. I agree. H2 first.
Yeah, it's just how many discs, isn't it?
Yeah. Kurita seems confident about his winning.
Which will put him a whole point clear of any other contender going into the second day. He's already half a point ahead of Satani. So he'll be 1.5 points ahead of Satani. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players on 5. So you can assume 4 of them will be on 6 and 1 point behind. But significantly and psychologically, being on 7 and 7 and not having lost is also a lot of momentum to take into a second day, a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
Maybe, yes.
And Kurita has played the other top-seeded players, or most of them so far?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
is there anyone else that he should be worrying about that he has yet to play? Or
I can't remember who he's played without going and checking.
So it's Black's turn, and he has 3 minutes 45 seconds, while Satani has only 21 seconds. Sorry. E1, A1?
Yeah, E1.
Yeah.
Nice ending for Black.
and even though it's worth mentioning that after the Swiss tournament, so this kind of league section, there are the semi-finals and finals. So just because you don't come first in the Swiss tournament doesn't mean you won't win the World Championships.
And not only that, but if you are in a position where you think you are going to possibly reach the final anyway, you don't want to give away your best opening preparation.
So if anything,
to someone that you might play in the final.
Yes, so if anything, this is a suggestion that Satani will win the overall. So you heard it here.
Well, you say that, but it was actually Kurita who was thinking at the beginning of the game about what opening to play or not play. Although it doesn't mean Satani didn't, it was just we saw.
True. Who is going to fetch them?
Murakami.
Excellent.
Has gone. Are the other tables all finished? Yes. So I don't know who that was.
It's like watching a soap opera. Just all the the conversations going on.
So in fact, the way that people are chatting looks like everything's finished.
Yeah. They look tired.
I look tired. Satani may get shocked with this outcome. It's a so big win for Kurita.
And the annoying thing for Satani was he was on 5.5 out of 6. And now he's dropped below everybody who was on 5, or half of the people that were on 5 will now have jumped ahead of him. So he goes from just about touching distance of top to 6th place.
Cool. So we're going to get them up in the studio to ask them some questions. Anyone watching, this is your chance to ask 2 of the best players in the tournament whatever you want about them, whether that's about their favourite colour, about their favourite pet, or favourite animal. So make sure to get those questions in the chat, and we will try and ask them. in the studio now. How did you find that game?
振り返ってみていかがですか？
日本でそうですね、ちょっと中盤が本当に難しくて、黒がちょっとバランスを崩すと一気に白に持っていかれてしまうような感じだったので、ちょっとかなり神経使う展開で、はい、ちょっと非常に苦しい試合だったなっていう感じです。
During the mid game, it was very, very challenging. If black wasn't careful enough, it would have easily been a leading position for white. So black really had to be careful. So I had to use a lot of my mentality to figure out the best moves.
Obviously, you lost the game. It was very close lots of the way through. At what point did you think that you lost the game?
途中まで本当にいい試合をしてましたが、どの時点でどのあたりで相手に有利になったなって感じましたか？
僕から見て、C に打たされたあたりではちょっとまずくなってるなっていうところに気づきましたね。ブラックラインがすごく強くて、そうですね。いや、どこから悪かったのかちょっと結構黒がまとめにくいと思ってたんですけど、いろんな嫌味な筋をちらつかされて、ちょっといろいろ妥協させられてるうちに。いつの間にかダメにしちゃいましたね。どこが敗着だったのかちょっとまだ分かってないですね。
So maybe getting the digital board would be easier to explain because he wasn't really too sure about where he made a mistake, but there were a lot of things to consider: the diagonal and the overall control of the game. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah, can we get the digital board up quickly? But not for too long, because I do have some other questions as well. So, digital board, please. I don't know, that normally works. I don't know. I'll ask another question, that's all good. So, you might have to play each other again at some point in the semi-finals or the finals. If you play each other again, what will you do differently next time?
もしかしたらこの後
Not obviously if you have crazy secrets, you don't have to go into them, but anything that you're comfortable sharing.
もしかしたらこの大会でまた当たるかもしれないで、そういった時にどのようになんでしょう、変化といいますか、どのようにプレイスタイルを変えていくかとか、秘密だったら全然言わなくていいんですけど、どのようにお考えていますでしょうか？
難しいね。秘密だらけでしょ。It's a lot of secrets.
It's a very hard question. It's a secret.
Fair enough. Secret. Yeah.
2人は日本で対戦って結構したことあったんですか、これまで。Have you played a lot of games before in Japan? Many times? かなり。Oh, quite a lot.
大幅に栗田君の勝ち越しですね。
Kurita was winning. Kurita has won.
Overwhelmingly.
Yeah.
直近の王座戦の大会で私は負けてるんで。
One of the latest game in Oza Sen, Kurita lost.
Okay. So obviously we want to see the rematch at some point. Not tomorrow, in the semi-finals or finals. Are you still expecting to win the tournament?
まだ優勝したい したいですとか、優勝は見えていますでしょうか？
そうですね、優勝は、はい、したいですが、優勝が見えている段階からはまだちょっとまだ、はい、気が抜けないかなっていうふうに思ってます。
I would obviously like to win, but can I win 100%? Well, that I'm not really too sure, so I can't let my guards down yet.
Doing pretty well so far.
Mm-hmm.
So cool. There are no more questions in the chat. So that's the end for today. We'll be back at 9 tomorrow, about 9 tomorrow, for coverage of the second day of the Swiss tournament. And then the semi-finals and finals will be on, gosh, is it Friday today? So Sunday, yes. So thank you for watching today. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. And thank you. See you tomorrow.